Chapter 43-44. Not good. The two old Confucian cultivators who were facing Zhai Xingzi were shocked when they saw the starlight. Although they knew that Zhai Xingzi could use the power of the stars and moon in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, which was especially favored by the power of the stars and moon, it wasn't easy to deal with. The two of them had taken the initiative by sneak attacking Zhai Xingzi and sealed the space around him, but they still underestimated Zhai Xingzi's strength. They didn't expect Zhai Xingzi to break through their joint attack. Buzz buzz. The stars above Zhai Xingzi's head expanded wildly. When the power of the stars and moon entered Zhai Xingzi's body, his body also let out a roar and expanded rapidly. Kill. The two old Confucian cultivators looked at each other, and killing intent suddenly appeared in their eyes. They each opened their mouths, and two streams of sword light with green light shot towards Zhai Xingzi's chest and back respectively. Boom. The two sword waves were extremely sharp. Wherever they went, whether it was the Great Chi Pillar or the Starlight Pillar, they were all easily destroyed. In just an instant, they pierced into the starlight protecting Zhai Xingzi's body. Break. Seeing the sword light enter his body, Zhai Xingzi sneered. He didn't care about the sword light at all. Instead he chanted and pointed his finger. Peng. The spinning stars in the sky suddenly exploded, and an almost oval black hole appeared in the middle of the stars. After the stars exploded, they turned into star shatter. However, this star fragment was different from the life treasure starfall that Zhai Xingzi had used before. This star fragment was like a starry sky. Within it, there were dozens of stars of different sizes. Moreover, each star was emitting a different brilliance and fluctuation. These dozens of stars were connected by a mysterious fluctuation. It was likely that other than Zhai Xingzi, no one else would be able to sense these fluctuations. At this moment, after the star fragment exploded, it carried the spatial power of the black hole and the power of the light beam of the moon and stars as it crazily smashed towards the two Confucian cultivators. The distorted space was just like Zhai Xingzi's distorted mood. Boom boom. The star shatterer was even faster than a meteor. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it had already smashed into the two secondary bodies of the Confucian cultivators. An incessant rumbling sound suddenly resounded as the secondary bodies of the two Confucian cultivators were torn apart by the star shatterer. Not only did the vast energy pillar collapse, but even blood splashed out. Ka ka ka. At this point, even the starlight that had been resisting the two waves of swords could not hold on any longer. The nascent soul avatar that was hundreds of feet tall began to crack from the inside out. Pieces of starlight were quickly annihilated by the wind. Roar. Zhai Xingzi's torn emperor's outfit was revealed at the spot where the star brilliance had been destroyed. There were bloodstains on the emperor's outfit, but Zhai Xingzi's eyes were wide open. How could he care about his injuries? He raised his head and roared. Like a trapped beast, his body glowed with starlight again. He was ready to pounce on the defensive formation that trapped Gusu Qiudi. Under the scheme of the Confucian cultivator, Zhai Xingzi was injured right from the start. Although it was because Gusu Qiudi was trapped and he was a little anxious, in the end, it was because the Confucian cultivator who ambushed him was stronger. If Zhai Xingzi was in such a state, how much better could Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong be? The two of them were some distance behind Zhai Xingzi. When the dozens of Confucian cultivators rushed out, they were also some distance away from the two of them. Seeing the Confucian cultivator who was at the upper 5th grade of essence force appear in the light shadow, how could they dare to be careless? One by one they activated their magic power and revealed their nascent soul avatar. Zhang Daoran opened his mouth and a snowflake-shaped magic treasure rushed into the sky. This magic treasure was called Drifting Snow. He obtained it from Songlongzi's cave. After more than 200 years of sacrificial refining, it really made him like a tiger that had grown wings. When the magic treasure Drifting Snow landed in mid-air, the nearby space was immediately frozen. The ice shards that were as thin as hair were like wrinkles of time. In the blink of an eye they covered 100 feet area. Moreover, with Zhang Daoran's activation, they quickly pounced on the Confucian cultivator who was not far away. Ka ka ka. Layers of inscriptions flew out at this time and collided with the ice shards. There was a low sound of ice cracking. The space within 100 feet shook rapidly. It was like a battle between wind and snow. The space within 100 feet was dark. Huff huff. In just a few breaths, thousands of small flames were born in the dark space. These flames were crimson in color. Among the crimson flames, strands of inscriptions jumped lively. In the core of each flame, there was a crimson heart shape that was slowly beating. Zhang Daoran. You're just SOSO. Opposite Zhang Daoran, the Confucian cultivator who held the Ming Lu chain laughed arrogantly. On his smiling face, crimson flames flashed in his eyes. Is that so? Zhang Daoran was not angry. He only responded faintly. Then he opened his mouth. Pooh. A light blue crystal light as thick as a thumb fell into the drifting snow. Wong. The drifting snow let out a roar. Thousands of phantoms flew out from the drifting snow and quickly fell into the space within 1,000 feet. The heaven-earth origin energy within a dozen miles also turned into a hurricane and fell into the thousands of phantoms. Swish, swish, swish. The space within 1,000 feet emitted the sound of wind. Layers of light appeared out of thin air. Within the light, pieces of jade-like ice crystals condensed from the void. Under the cover of the ice crystals, not only was the Ming Lu chain frozen, even the crimson flames were frozen into ice flowers, unable to move. Even the brows of the old man in scholarly robes were quickly covered in a layer of frost. Not good. Seeing how powerful Zhang Daoran's magic treasure was, the Confucian cultivator was shocked. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Senior brother, come help me. Boom. Everything had been planned. Before the Confucian cultivator's cry for help could be heard, the other Confucian cultivator raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. A three-colored true energy soared into the sky and condensed into a three-colored fire crow in the air. It flew toward Zhang Daoran's drifting snow. Wherever the fire crow went, the space was burned until it was distorted. The space frozen by the drifting snow was also instantly shattered. Damn it. Zhang Daoran cursed under his breath. He wanted to activate snowdrift again. Boom. The crimson flame that had just been suppressed by the ice moved again. Inch by inch, the space was burned by the flame until it collapsed. It quickly pounced towards Zhang Daoran. The fire crow that had broken through the seal earlier was even more unforgiving. It pounced out with flames to burn the Dharma treasure, snowdrift. Zhang Daoran was in an awkward situation where he was attacked from both sides. Sun Kong was not much stronger. His magic treasure, Howling Heaven, was a fist-shaped object. Howling Heaven's body was covered with holes of different sizes. Under the stimulation of magic power, not only did each hole emit a strange sound, but it could also produce wind blades comparable to flying swords. Where the wind blades landed, they cut the Ming Lu chain that was attacking Sun Kong into pieces. The strange sound had a soul-stirring effect. The two Confucian cultivators besieging Sun Kong used a secret technique, but the sound still penetrated their protective true energy and entered their bodies. Fall. At this time, the two old Confucian cultivators besieging Sun Kong looked at each other and chanted incantations at the same time. They opened their mouths and two shining tokens flew into the air. The tokens were black and yellow in color. As soon as they fell into the air, they immediately produced many inscriptions. The inscriptions roared and an aura filled with the will of heaven and earth came out of the inscriptions and quickly shrouded the space around them. The inscriptions intertwined like tentacles, and the two talismans fell from the sky like mountains, as if they were going to suppress Venerable Master Sun Kong. The Xianhuang Token. Master Sun Kong was originally a bit puzzled, but when he saw the two talismans with the will of heaven and earth seal the space around him, the true essence around him showed signs of condensing under this will. He suddenly realized something and cried out in shock, Why are you all here? Sun Kong and the other three had been in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Like Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, they were often attacked by demons. Although they had done enough homework to deal with demons and beasts, they had never thought that they would be attacked by Confucian cultivators in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, let alone that they were masters of the Xianhuang Token. Haha. When the two old men saw that Sun Kong recognized the Xianhuang Token, they laughed proudly and shouted, How dare you! You actually cultivated to the 5th level of origin energy without permission from the Immortal Palace. Since you have violated the rules of the Immortal Palace, you will naturally be punished. Now that you are listed on the Shen ranking, not to mention the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I, the Xianhuang Token, will take your heads in accordance with the immortal law. Damn it, damn it! Exalted Sun Kong roared furiously. At this moment, how could he not understand that the dark yellow token had surely obtained the news that Xiaohua had been suppressed, and that was why it had intercepted and killed them on the way to Baiqingyu? Amidst his rage, Venerable Master Sun Kong raised his gaze and saw that besides the 6 Confucian cultivators that were besieging them, there were almost 10 other Confucian cultivators that were similarly at the upper 5th grade of origin energy that had already activated the chains of inscription to seal off an area of 50 kilometers around them. Once this seal was completed, not to mention the 4 of them, even if there were 4 more, it would still be impossible for them to escape from this seal. What should we do? Sun Kong was a little anxious for a moment. He thought of Xiao Hua, whom he had not seen for more than 200 years, and thought to himself, perhaps we only have a chance of survival if Taoist Xiao is here? After a moment, Sun Kong shook his head again. He knew very well that Xiao Hua had been suppressed by Qingyu's Demon King, so it was impossible for him to appear here. I'm afraid we can only rely on ourselves. Sun Kong gritted his teeth and waved his sleeve. The demon beast Chang'ing charged out from his Taoist robe. Boom! 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 At this critical moment, a thunderous roar suddenly came from below them. 3 thumb-sized brilliant light spots appeared from the chains of inscription that had trapped Gusuchiodi first. The moment these light spots appeared, they immediately transformed into a vortex. Not only did all the light spots fall into it, but even the mighty pillars of energy that fell into the chains of inscription like raindrops also charged into it. The vortexes took shape in just a moment. They were like 3 full moons, and a cold light instantly covered an area of 3,000 meters. Then, 3 soul-destroying auras shot out from the vortexes of light, instantly locking onto the 3 Confucian cultivators who were surrounding Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong. Chapter 43-45. Shoot the moon bow? The 3 Confucian cultivators turned pale with fright. Although they didn't know what this aura was, that cold brilliance had already frozen their blood. They didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly activated their subbodies. The hands of the subbodies fell towards the light spots from 3 different directions, wanting to destroy them before the light spots could form. Whoosh! Like the sound of a bow, the 3 vortexes of light were instantly annihilated. 3 light arrows condensed from the noble chi flew out from the vortexes. These light arrows were dark blue and contained thousands of crystal lights. The sparkling crystal lights revealed a powerful star power and pierced straight into the 3 big hands. Wherever the light arrows passed, whether it was the Minglu chains or the noble chi pillars, they were all torn apart. The seal that trapped Gusuchiodi earlier had a huge opening now. Gusuchiodi, who was dressed in purple, revealed her valiant visage. That visage held a huge bow that was completely dark green in her hands. The light arrows were like lightning and instantly pierced into the hands of the 3 subbodies. The hands of the 3 upper 5th grade Confucian cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow and instantly collapsed. Following the collapse of the hands, the dazzling light arrows shot into the subbodies of the 3 Confucian cultivators at an angle. What was special was that the angles of the 3 light arrows were extremely tricky. They covered the subbodies of the 6 Confucian cultivators. Not good. The 3 subbodies of the 3 Confucian cultivators collapsed. As they screamed, they hurriedly dodged. The other 3 Confucian cultivators were also shocked. They couldn't care less about attacking the 3 Taoist cultivators and also dodged. However, they were still a bit too slow. Although the light arrows didn't hit their vital points, the starlight was so bright that just by sweeping past the 6 subbodies, the subbodies condensed from noble chi immediately collapsed. The boundless power of the stars and moon wreaked havoc in the subbodies. When they had just dodged, Gusuchiodi, who was sealed by the Minglu chains, turned into a ray of light and flew out. When she pulled Zhai Xingzi's hands, Zhai Xingzi shouted, "Let's go!" The 2 of them followed the 3 light arrows to the left and right as they charged toward the defensive formation that had yet to be completely sealed. Seeing the 2 of them move, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong naturally did not hesitate. The 2 of them also roared. One of them urged drifting snow, while the other urged howling sky. They brought Chang'eng and teleported behind the light arrow. Gusuchiodi's counterattack was too sudden. The dozens of Shenhuang token cultivators who were trying to kill the 4 of them did not expect it at all. It was not until the 3 light arrows landed and tore apart the defense formation that these Shenhuang token cultivators came to their senses and hurriedly surrounded them. However, they were still too late. When the light arrow was destroyed, Zhai Xingzi and the others also disappeared outside the defensive formation. When they chased out of the defensive formation, they could only see the backs of the 4 people flying away in the purple sky. The Shenhuang token cultivator who was flying at the front snorted coldly as he watched the 4 of them fly further and further away. He sneered, "I didn't expect the little girl from the Gusu family to have the shoot the moon bow. This really caught me off guard. I was lucky to have let them escape today, but it won't be easy to ambush them in the future." "My lord." The Shenhuang token cultivator who was injured by the shoot the moon bow slowly flew over. His face was filled with lingering fear as he whispered, "The shoot the moon bow is an ancient Taoist magic treasure. It's extremely powerful. Gusuchiran is only at the lower middle of the 5th level of origin energy, but she almost killed the 6 of us with it. I don't know if Gusuchiran got to shoot the moonbow herself, or if the Gusu family. Hee hee. The Xianhuang token cultivator at the front sneered and replied, the Gusu family head is not strict with her subordinates. Her son actually colluded with the Taoist rebels. Gusuchiran is only a female cultivator at the 5th level of origin energy. How could she have the power to get to shoot the moonbow? This must be the Gusu family head's intention. Quickly report to the token master that the Gusu family head has ulterior motives. Please make a decision. Yes. The Xianhuang token cultivator nodded fiercely. This subordinate will report to the token master right away. The other Xianhuang token cultivators also flew over and asked, my lord, should we still chase? Chase. The Xianhuang token cultivator leader answered without hesitation. Our mission in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm is to kill these Taoist rebels who dare to break the rules of the Immortal Palace and whose strength exceeds the limit and don't go to the Penglai Immortal Realm. With Xiaohua as bait, they will definitely take the bait. Even if we don't kill them today, as long as they rush to buy Qingyu, they will eventually fall into the hands of the Xianhuang token one day. Yes. The Xianhuang token cultivators answered in unison. They each transformed into rainbows and chased in the direction of Zhai Xingzi and the others. In the wind behind them, layers of purple were still enchanting. Zhai Xingzi and the others naturally couldn't escape in one direction. After flying for a while and releasing their divine perception to investigate, they immediately turned around and flew in another direction. After another hour, Zhai Xingzi felt that the soft blade in his hand was extremely cold. He hurriedly looked around and landed in a forest of giant trees. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoren also landed. Before they could stabilize themselves, Zhang Daoren took out a formation map from his chest. As he rubbed his hands together, several rays of crystal light fell into the formation map. That formation map landed in the forest of giant trees. Thousands of thin ice strands extended out from the forest of giant trees, shooting straight into the air and enveloping an area of several kilometers. When the ice strands fell from the air, all of the ice strands disappeared. The forest of giant trees was still the same forest of giant trees, but Sun Kong Shangren and the others had disappeared. Zhai Xingzi ignored Zhang Daren's formation. Instead, he looked worriedly at Gusu Qiudi, whose body was trembling slightly and whose face was ashen. He asked worriedly, can you still hold on? I'm fine, Xingzi. As Gusu Qiudi spoke, several strands of frost appeared between her brows. This frost landed on Gusu Qiudi's beautiful brows, causing Zhai Xingzi's heart to ache. Qiu, are you old? As Zhai Xingzi spoke, he lifted his hand to wipe away the frost. However, when his fingers touched the frost, an extremely cold aura immediately crashed into his fingers. A patch of starlight instantly appeared in his palm. Shooting moon bow. Zhai Xingzi wanted to say something, but he stopped himself just as the words reached his mouth. Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoren, who had finished setting up the formation, flew over. He lifted his hand and took out a fiery red pill from his chest. He passed it to Zhai Xingzi and said, this is the scarlet flame pill that I refined. Let Qiudi consume it first. Alright. Zhai Xingzi received the pill. As he looked at Gusu Qiudi, whose face was becoming increasingly cold, he forced a smile and said, Qiu, open your mouth. Yes. Gusu Qiudi's eyes were a little blurry. She opened her mouth with great difficulty. When Zhai Xingzi placed the medicinal pill into Gusu Qiudi's cherry mouth, a fiery red color visible to the naked eye instantly appeared on Gusu Qiudi's neck and spread in all directions. In an instant, the frost that had formed between her brows began to melt. Zhai Xingzi, let me rest for a moment. Gusu Qiudi struggled to get up from Zhai Xingzi's embrace. How did she look like a level 5 Essence Energy Grandmaster? Alright. Zhai Xingzi hurriedly helped Gusu Qiudi sit down. When Gusu Qiudi opened her mouth, a stream of Essence Energy gushed out. It slowly floated in the air and landed on her forehead. Only then did Zhai Xingzi relax. He looked up at Zhang Daoren and Sun Kong not far away and flew over. I really didn't expect this. Before Zhang Daoren and Sun Kong could speak, Zhai Xingzi spoke first. The Immortal Palace actually extended their hands into the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm. Zhang Daoren looked at Sun Kong. The two seemed to have already discussed something via voice transmission. They had a tacit understanding and didn't speak. Zhai Xingzi bit his lips. He was also a little hesitant. He only said this one sentence and didn't say anything else. After 5 minutes of silence, Sun Kong looked at Gusu Qiudi in the distance and asked, Immortal friend Gusu, how are your injuries? Since entering the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm, this is already the third time I've forcefully drawn the Shoot the Moon Bow. Before Zhai Xingzi spoke, Zhang Daoran actually spoke. The Shoot the Moon Bow is our Taoism's primordial magic treasure. Without a matching heart sutra and activation technique, forcefully drawing the bow will injure the heart meridian. Although immortal friend Gusu is a level 5 essence energy grandmaster, she cultivates the essence energy of Confucian cultivators and not the meridians of our Taoism. Now, I'm afraid her heart meridian has already been injured. This old man has already treated saving Xiaohua as an impossible mission. Sun Kong glanced at Zhai Xingzi, whose expression changed slightly, and sighed. But I still didn't expect that saving Xiaohua would be so complicated. Although we don't understand why Xiaohua was suppressed in by Qingyu, the general reason is that he offended the Demon King. If we rush to that place, we might be able to persuade the demons, or we might be able to use force to rescue Xiaohua. Zhang Daoran said meaningfully. But the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm is so dangerous. Even with our level 5 essence energy cultivation, we still encountered danger several times. If not for immortal friend Gusu risking her life to activate the Shoot the Moon Bow 3 times, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to reach this place. And this place is still very far from Bai Qingyu. It's not just the distance. Sun Kong continued. The situation is also complicated. Perhaps Xiaohua being suppressed by Bai Qingyu's Demon King isn't as simple as we thought. Let's not talk about why Xiaohua was suppressed by Bai Qingyu's Demon King. Just by looking at the Shenhuang token lying in ambush here, we can see that they're planning to eliminate us in one fell swoop. Zhai Xingzi finally spoke. Presumably, the Immortal Palace already knows about our relationship with Xiaohua. Since they couldn't find any traces of us in the hidden Immortal Continent, they might as well set up an ambush in the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm. Moreover, according to what I know, the three of us aren't the only ones who have an extremely good relationship with Xiaohua. Back then there were many who received Xiaohua's favor on Yaotai Mountain. The Shenhuang token must have also sent many Shenhuang token Confucian cultivators to intercept and kill those nascent soul cultivators, right? With the Immortal Palace taking action. Sun Kong looked at Zhai Xingzi and said very seriously. Our trip to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm isn't as simple as saving Xiaohua. Therefore, Taoist Zhai Xingzi, it's inconvenient for you to bring immortal friend Gusu along, right? Chapter 43-46. In my opinion, since Lady Gusu is already injured, why don't you bring her back temporarily? Or find a secret place? Zhang Daoran took the opportunity to persuade him. Unfortunately, before Zhang Daoran could finish, Zhai Xingzi cut him off. No, that's impossible. Zai, why do you have to do this? Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong sighed at the same time. Evidently, they weren't surprised by Zhai Xingzi's answer. Xiaohua has saved this old man's life, no, all of us. Zhai Xingzi replied calmly. Furthermore, if it weren't for Xiaohua, we wouldn't have been able to enter Canglangzi's cave abode, and we wouldn't have been able to enter the out-of-aperture stage so easily. In fact, all of this is secondary in my heart. What I value is Xiaohua's trust in me. It's undeniable that Xiaohua is the most important reason why the three of us can be so close to each other. If not for Xiaohua's unwillingness, the four of us would have become sworn brothers long ago. Although we haven't become sworn brothers in my eyes, the two of you and him are already my brothers. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for all of you. Zhai Xingzi turned to look at Gusu Qiudi, who was recuperating, and said, there's a saying in the secular world, brothers are like limbs while women are like clothes. Qiu is my lover, so I can't really treat her like clothes and throw her away. However, to save Xiaohua, I'm willing to follow the two of you to Bai Qingyu. Gusu Qiudi's cold voice sounded. Who dares to leave me here? Qiu. A hint of awkwardness appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face. However, he still said resolutely, your injuries have worsened. It's really not suitable for you to head to Bai Qingyu. You should rest here. After we save Xiaohua, bullshit. Gusu Qiudi had already finished recuperating. She floated up and looked at Zhai Xingzi with bright eyes. Xingzi, do you remember what we said on Heartbreak Mountain? Zhai Xingzi's gaze was a little distant, as if he didn't dare to look into Gusu Qiudi's eyes. You know that it's a dead end. Why did you go and leave me alone in this world? You clearly know that after you leave, you won't be able to come back. Why do you have to leave me with loneliness? How can I live without you? Gusu Qiudi said word by word, when we left Broken Heart Mountain, we promised to live and die together, never to be separated again. Have you forgotten? Xingzi, do you know why I pulled the Shoot the Moon Bow without hesitation? Do you know why I'm not afraid of the backlash from the Shoot the Moon Bow? Because ever since I stepped into the Thousand Demons sacred realm with you, I never planned to return alive. Sigh. Zhai Xingzi sighed. He couldn't say anything. He reached out and hugged Gusuchiodi. Only the warmth in his arms answered Gusuchiodi's question. Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran glanced at each other before they tactfully moved to one side. After a while, Zhai Xingzi opened his mouth and said, "Chiu, it's been hard on you." "Hehe, there's nothing to be sad about." Gusuchiodi smiled and said, "Xiao Hua can be considered our matchmaker. Back then I wanted to be a matchmaker to return this favor. However, that little girl EXN doesn't know what's good for her. There's nothing I can do. Today I'll return my life to this brat." At this moment, Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that Gusuchiodi and the others were going to return their lives to him. He leisurely flew behind Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian with an arrogant expression. Xiao Hua, a python dragon with a noble bloodline, was acting very well. In his eyes there was only Ao Zhantian, a descendant of the dragon race. Of course there was also a trace of disdain in his eyes. This was because Ao Zhantian wasn't a descendant of the dragon palace of the Four Seas, nor was he a descendant of the dragon island. As for Shui Mingzi, Su Tingzi and the others, this python dragon Xiao Hua didn't even look at them. It was as if looking at them would lower his status. Su Tingzi and the others were also filled with disdain when Xiao Hua treated them like this. What was the difference between this and those despicable humans who tried to curry favor with the powerful? Su Tingzi and the others had seen a lot of this. However, Su Tingzi and the others couldn't help but admire this arrogant python dragon. Ever since they met Xiao Hua, Su Tingzi and the others didn't even need to make a move against ordinary demonic beasts. This python dragon flew in front of them and raised its head, releasing a ferocious aura. All the demonic beasts in front of them would be scared witless. Even if they met some troublesome demonic beasts, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the other great grandmasters of the 5th level of origin energy couldn't deal with them. This python dragon with a powerful demonic body didn't use any special abilities and only released its original form. Its huge python body covered the sky as it smashed down. Most of the demonic beasts would be smashed into pieces, and they would also be scared witless. Of course, if they really met an incomparably powerful opponent, the python dragon Xiao Hua transformed into wouldn't care about the life and death of Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others. It would escape without a trace. However, the strange thing was that every time Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others were about to be killed by the demon race, there would always be a mysterious demon race that would appear out of nowhere and break the deadlock that they were about to face. Moreover, these strange demonic beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Even Shui Mingzi had never heard of many of them. What left the deepest impression on Shui Mingzi was that once when they passed by a swamp, they saw an overwhelming number of man-eating demonic beasts surrounding them. Although Ao Zhantian's magic treasure was powerful and killed many of the demonic beasts, there seemed to be an endless stream of demonic beasts in the swamp. At that time, even the most vigilant python dragon didn't manage to escape in advance. Just as everyone was about to be killed, the nemesis of the demonic beast suddenly appeared in the swamp. It was a type of vine that Shui Mingzi had never seen before. This vine was even more powerful than a 7th level origin energy demonic beast. Wherever it went, the demonic beast would collapse. In just half a cup of tea's time, the entire swamp was occupied by the vines. The vines that occupied the swamp seemed to be tired and didn't pay any attention to Shui Mingzi and the others. Xiao Hua transformed into a python dragon and fled first. Only then did Shui Mingzi and the others come to their senses and hurriedly escape from the danger zone. That vine was naturally the sky-soaring vine that Xiao Hua released. The other demonic beasts were also released by Xiao Hua from the Xinhua continent. Under Xiao Hua's disguise, no one discovered anything strange. While everyone looked down on Xiao Hua, they made use of Xiao Hua and then went to rescue Xiao Hua. However, what puzzled Ao Zhantian and worried Shui Mingzi was that after encountering the gathering moth beast that night, Xanping, who had lost his physical body, disappeared without a trace. Regardless of whether everyone waited at the agreed location or Ao Zhantian used a secret technique to investigate, there was no news at all. The danger that followed made everyone realize how dangerous the Thousand Beasts sacred realm was. Everyone thought that Xanping's nascent soul had been swallowed by the demonic beasts or demonic beasts. In fact, not to mention Ao Zhantian and the others, even Xiao Hua himself thought that Xanping's nascent soul had disappeared from this world. That day, when Xiao Hua saw that everyone was in an emergency, Xanping's nascent soul teleported and immediately flew to the Illumination Mountain range to rescue them. He also sent the Black Bear, White Lion and Golden Eagle to search for Enchanting's nascent soul. However, the three demonic beasts reported that they couldn't find the whereabouts of Enchanting's nascent soul. Xiao Hua had no choice but to let the three demonic beasts continue to search nearby and send him messages every day. On this day, Xiao Hua was flying behind a group of Tao sect cultivators, and he was admiring himself as he utilized the Buddhist sect's heavenly vision divine ability to inquire about the situation of the past few days. Suddenly, a very familiar voice sounded out by his ears. Fellow Taoist Ao, I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist. I wonder if fellow Taoist is willing? The other voice naturally belonged to Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian's voice was filled with surprise as he transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist Shui, if you have something to say, please speak. Right now we're in the same boat, there's nothing we can't discuss. Xiao Hua was taken aback. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi were flying in front of everyone, while Shui Mingzi was flying behind them. Ao Zhantian's figure clearly paused for a moment, and he looked back in confusion. He even asked, could it be that there are some demonic beasts ahead that we can't handle? He. Xiao Hua's heart warmed slightly. Just as he was about to retract his divine ability and not listen to their private conversation, Shui Mingzi hesitated for a moment and replied, no. It's just that I want to ask your opinion on Black Wind Mountain. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had been vigilant before, but when he saw Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others risking their lives to head to Baiqingyu to save him these days, his vigilance had already mostly dissipated. But who would have thought that one may know a person's face but not his heart? Shui Mingzi had actually never extinguished his little bit of selfishness. Xiao Hua ordered the Black Bear and the others to go far away and search for Enchanting's nascent soul. Meanwhile, he used his heavenly vision divine ability to eavesdrop on the two's voice transmission. However, he was extremely surprised when he heard Ao Zhantian's voice transmission. Black Wind Mountain? What does fellow Taoist Shui mean? Wasn't Black Wind Mountain besieged by the Immortal Palace a long time ago? He. Shui Mingzi replied, fellow Taoist Ao, you know very well that with Xiao Hua's methods, how could he give up the huge Black Wind Mountain so easily? How could he allow the disciples of Black Wind Mountain to die under the encirclement of the Immortal Palace? Oh, this old man understands now. Fellow Taoist Shui is talking about Taoist Zhao's disciples. Ao Zhantian's voice became even calmer as he said indifferently, I thought you were talking about Black Wind Mountain. Shui Mingzi didn't get angry and continued to ask, fellow Taoist Ao, what do you think of Xiao Hua's disciples? Ao Zhantian was puzzled again and replied, fellow Taoist Shui, what do you mean by this? Those disciples belong to Taoist Xiao, what do they have to do with this old man? What can this old man think of them? He. Shui Mingzi chuckled and said, fellow Taoist Ao, since we're here and have experienced life and death together, this old man will be frank with you. This old man doesn't believe that you're here purely to save Xiao Hua. Chapter 43-47. He. Ao Zhantian turned his head slightly and glanced at Shui Mingzi from the corner of his eyes. A strange expression appeared on his face as he transmitted his voice. So you didn't come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm purely to save Xiao Hua and Tao Master Xiao, right? Of course I wanted to save Xiao Hua from the start. When he spoke up to hear, Shui Mingzi didn't conceal it any longer and explained. But right when I contacted all the fellow Taoists on Hidden Immortal Continent, I noticed to my shock that there were truly many cultivators that received grace from Xiao Hua on Jade Mountain all those years ago. Ao Zhantian frowned. Wouldn't it be better if there were more cultivators who received Tao Master Zhao's grace? Why didn't you contact them? We can save Tao Master Xiao together. Shui Mingzi smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Ao, although we were saved by Xiao Hua that day, we were forced by Taoist Xiao to swear a blood oath of loyalty. Xiao Hua's scheme is not small. I heard about Tao Master Zhao's blood oath and went to the Bronze Pillar Nation. I don't know why, but the blood steel is still there. No Confucian cultivators dared to overturn the blood steel. Ao Zhantian said meaningfully. If that's Tao Master Zhao's plan, I'm willing to do it even though I was forced. That day was that day. What about now? Does fellow Taoist Ao still think so? Shui Mingzi looked at Ao Zhantian and transmitted his voice with a smile. Xiao Hua is being suppressed right now. There are many Taoist cultivators on the Hidden Immortal Continent who received his grace. This is not a small force. Did fellow Taoist Ao notice something special? Ever since the Black Wind Mountain was destroyed by the Immortal Palace, Xiao Hua's disciples have never appeared on the hidden immortal continent. Even when the news of Xiao Hua being suppressed by Qingyu spread, I didn't see any movements from the disciples of the Black Wind Mountain. Don't you think it's a little strange? Ao Zhantian smiled faintly and looked into the distance. After thinking for a while, he replied, I understand what fellow Taoist Shui means. Not to mention the number of disciples of the Black Wind Mountain, and not to mention the strength of these disciples. Xiao Hua's trip to the Yaotai Mountain and the Taoist cultivators he won over is a force that no one can ignore. This time, fellow Taoist Shui went to Qingyu to save Taoist Master Xiao. You plan to get a share of the loot, right? Hee. At this point, Ao Zhantian revealed the truth of the matter to Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi only chuckled and didn't say anything. Then how does fellow Water Dao friend intend to get a share of the benefits from Xiao Hua? Ao Zhantian decided to get to the bottom of the matter. Shui Mingzi didn't answer. Instead he asked, could it be that fellow Taoist Ao doesn't think so? Ao Zhantian didn't answer Shui Mingzi's question. Instead he sent a telepathic message to Shui Mingzi. There are only two ways to reap benefits. The first is to rescue Xiao Hua, discuss with Xiao Hua or cooperate with him, or ask him to give up a part of his power. The second. At this point Ao Zhantian's eyelids twitched. He glanced at Shui Mingzi and said, kill Xiao Hua directly. A dead Xiao Hua was definitely more valuable than a living Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist can borrow Xiao Hua's dying wish. Oh, or you can take Xiao Hua's keepsake and take control of the Black Wind Ridge's power. That Black Wind Ridge disciple hasn't appeared for several hundred years. He must be hiding somewhere in the hidden immortal continent. After taking control of this power, you can use this power to cooperate with the Taoist cultivators who have received Xiao Hua's favor. Fellow Taoist, the benefits you'll obtain will be much greater than rescuing Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist Shui, don't you think so? Hee. Shui Mingzi smiled and sent a telepathic message. Fellow Taoist Ao is really good at thinking. It's really a pity that you didn't write a book. If this old man had second thoughts, why would I go through so much trouble to go to Qingyu with fellow Taoist? Qingyu's Demon King is suppressing Xiao Hua and will kill him sooner or later. Wouldn't it be better for this old man to act after he kills Xiao Hua? So, fellow Taoist is thinking of the first option? A faint smile appeared on Ao Zhantian's face again. That's right. Shui Mingzi nodded. This old man did have this idea. And now, this old man wants to discuss it with fellow Taoist. Huh. So you're saying that fellow Taoist is confident in rescuing Xiao Hua? Ao Zhantian was a little surprised. I can't say that I'm confident, but I have some ideas. Shui Mingzi explained. When this old man was at the Black Wind Mountain, I once invited fellow Taoist. Oh, I remember now. You've told me about it before. You're on good terms with a great demon of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Ao Zhantian replied in realization. Indeed. Shui Mingzi nodded. To be honest, this old man is similar to fellow Taoist Ao. I also have the bloodline of the demon race. This bloodline comes from the ancient Bell Mountain of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This old man understands. Ao Zhantian nodded vigorously. Fellow Taoist Shui, you can use the influence of the ancient Bell Mountain's Demon King to rescue Xiao Hua. Demon King? Shui Mingzi smiled bitterly and sent a telepathic message. Fellow Taoist Ao thinks too highly of me. How could I possibly have a relationship with a Demon King? I'm just on good terms with a great demon under the Demon King's command. Moreover, I don't know what the relationship between the ancient Bell Mountain and Qingyu is like. I don't know if the ancient Bell Mountain can help in this matter. In particular, even if I'm on good terms with that great demon, I can't just ask the great demon to help me, right? Qingyu. I understand. Ao Zhantian nodded again. Fellow Taoist Shui, are you planning to use Xiao Hua's power as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the great demon of the ancient Bell Mountain so that the ancient Bell Mountain can help you? Yes. That's what I'm really thinking. Shui Mingzi replied. I was just testing you. I'm ashamed. Ao Zhantian narrowed his eyes and revealed a disdainful smile. The two of them had been testing each other in such a roundabout way for so long. How could he believe that this was Shui Mingzi's original intention? He didn't hide his suspicions and sent a telepathic message. If fellow Taoist Shui is so considerate of Xiao Hua, then there's no need for us to send a telepathic message, right? We just need to discuss this matter with the other fellow Taoists. Hee. Shui Mingzi smiled mysteriously again and replied, this is indeed my original intention. However, after seeing how difficult it is to enter the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and how much we've sacrificed, I had another idea. Isn't that why I'm discussing this with fellow Taoist Ao right now? Right now, you and I are both at the 5th stage of the origin energy realm and have the qualifications to take over the power behind Xiaohua. If we work together, our chances will be greater. Greater? Ao Zhantian was a little confused. Who has the strength to surpass us? I don't know. Shui Mingzi replied. However, I feel that we might not be the only ones who came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to save Xiaohua. If other cultivators also want to come and take advantage of us, we have to be on guard. On guard? Ao Zhantian frowned and said with a smile, if that's the case, then fellow Taoist Shui should be on guard against me first, right? Ha ha ha. Shui Mingzi laughed heartily. If I were to be on guard against you, why would I need to be so honest with you? You and I have experienced life and death together on the Yaotai Mountain. When I came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, I also invited you to come with me. If I can't trust you, then who can I trust? Upon hearing this, Ao Zhantian opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His gaze swept across the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators to his left. Although he could see that these cultivators all had similar expressions of nervousness, he believed that Shui Mingzi must have had something to rely on. Perhaps some of these nascent soul cultivators had already been convinced by him. With that in mind, Ao Zhantian's heart suddenly jolted as he recalled the time when Enchanting's body was destroyed by the moth-gathering beast in front of Yizhao Ridge. He had shouted, Shui Mingzi, hurry and save me. At that time, Ao Zhantian didn't pay much attention to Enchanting's disrespectful words. He only thought that Enchanting was panicking and was being rude. However, now that he thought about it, Shui Mingzi must have already made some sort of deal with Enchanting. Ao Zhantian pondered for a moment before replying, fellow Taoist Shui, I thank you for your trust in me. However, I am a descendant of the dragon tribe and have some influence on the hidden immortal continent. Taoist Xiao and the other disciples of the Black Wind Mountain are nothing in my eyes. I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. I came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to save Taoist Xiao. Of course, I have to pay a price to save Taoist Xiao. I hope that Taoist Xiao will allow me to retract the blood oath I swore for 1,000 years. So that's how it is. Shui Mingzi muttered doubtfully. Fellow Taoist Shui, I don't care what you think or what you do. However, Xiaohua is my savior, so I don't want you to lay your hands on Xiaohua. As for the deal between you and Xiaohua, I'm not interested in it either. Ao Zhantian seemed to have made up his mind a long time ago as he finally spoke his mind. Of course, if fellow Taoist Shui has any plans that require my help, I won't refuse. Good. Shui Mingzi appeared to be very happy as he nodded. I'm very happy that fellow Taoist Ao has such thoughts. Let's sign the contract now. All right. Ao Zhantian agreed. Let's sign the contract now. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian had made their intentions clear. Shui Mingzi's expression was clearly relaxed while Ao Zhantian's heart was heavy. Compared to Ao Zhantian, Xiaohua's heart was even heavier. He truly didn't expect that this group of people would all have ulterior motives. If he hadn't transformed into a python dragon, how could he have known what they were thinking? When Xiaohua had first transformed into a python dragon, he had felt that his recent actions were unnecessary. Now, however, he felt incomparably fortunate. It was the kind of joy that came from being able to see the situation clearly as a bystander. I want to see what kind of tricks you guys have up your sleeves. Xiaohua thought coldly as he narrowed his eyes. He didn't retract his heavenly eye divine ability. Chapter 43-48. At this moment, Ao Zhantian's heart was a little heavy. He felt that Shui Mingzi's actions were a little unjust, but he soon felt relieved. After all, everyone's thoughts were different. Shui Mingzi didn't have Ao Zhantian's experience on Dragon Island, so Ao Zhantian couldn't force Shui Mingzi to be grateful to Xiaohua, nor could he force Shui Mingzi to save Xiaohua like he did. However, after flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they saw a large lake in front of them. The water of the lake was as clear as crystal, and Ao Zhantian was just about to ask Shui Mingzi when his heart suddenly trembled. An indescribable feeling of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Oh no, this is bad. Shui Mingzi just said that he has the bloodline of the ancient Bell Mountain's demon race, and he has a good relationship with the ancient Bell Mountain's great demon race. With his relationship with the ancient Bell Mountain, although Shui Mingzi can't say that he can do whatever he wants in the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm, at least he won't be attacked by the demon race everywhere he goes, right? Moreover, if Shui Mingzi wanted to cooperate with a certain clan, why didn't he say anything earlier? Why did he wait until now? Could it be that Shui Mingzi's initial plan was not like this? Then what was his initial plan? Roar. Just as Enchanting had expected, a furious roar erupted from the depths of the pond. A pillar of water shot up into the sky, and an aquatic beast over 100 feet in length stepped on the surface of the water and made its way over. Its ferocious aura had already enveloped the area within a few kilometers. Fellow immortal. Enchanting turned his head and urged Xiaohua, who had transformed into a python, to hurry up. However, when he saw the aquatic beast flying over, the python lazily glanced at it with a disinterested expression, completely ignoring Enchanting. Helpless, Enchanting could only wave his hand and say, "Fellow Taoists, let's kill our way over," not to mention that Xiaohua, who transformed into a python, was hurt by the secret plans of the group of cultivators and had the intention of slacking off. The distance from the pool was more than 10 million li. This place was filled with swamps and towering peaks. Demonic clouds covered the low sky. It was the scorching noon sun, and the sunlight proudly spilled over the earth. However, the sunlight was unable to penetrate the demonic clouds and shine on the swamps. Even though sunlight couldn't penetrate the clouds, the water and mountains under the demonic clouds were filled with 5 colors. The 5-colored halo was like a person's essence, chi, and spirit. It was hidden in the mountains and rivers, nourishing them. Although one couldn't see much with the naked eye, one would always feel that the mountains and rivers here were different from other places. Not only were the mountains and rivers different, but the demon clan and demon beasts that appeared in this area were also different from other places. From time to time, waves would rise in the water. The thin splashes of the water revealed a faint 5-colored light. Under the splashes of the water, shellfish of all sizes would occasionally reveal themselves. Whether it was the small shellfish that were only a few feet long or the big shellfish that were more than 100 feet long, these shellfish had some strange talismans engraved on their shells. The talismans themselves did not have any luster, but under the light of the water they revealed 5 colors. Some of the colors even formed a halo in midair, hanging there for a long time like rainbows after rain. Between the mountains, there would occasionally be some water clan members holding weapons and moving in groups. Most of these water clan members were shellfish. From time to time, the flapping seashells would shine a colorful light onto the mountain peak, making the mountain peak look even taller and more upright. At this moment, buzz. In the distant sky, a rainbow appeared, but in a moment, it landed on one of the mountain peaks. After the rainbow faded, a beautiful female cultivator was revealed. It was Fairy Jing, who had died after drinking the forgotten love water on Broken Heart Mountain. As soon as Fairy Jing landed on the mountain, there was a 5-colored demonic light that clashed with each other. The demonic light rushed out of the mountain about 100 feet to the left of Fairy Jing and turned into hundreds of oval-shaped halos that enveloped Fairy Jing. Wherever the halos landed, the energy of the world was isolated and the space was restricted. Even the sunlight and the water were blocked. It looked very strange and powerful. Seeing this, Fairy Jing wasn't in a hurry. The 3-colored light around her flashed and a heart shell appeared out of thin air. This heart shell was different from the one she gave to Xiaohua. Not only was the heart shell several times larger, but there were also many more lines on the heart shell. What was special was that the tricolored light of the lines shrank and contracted slightly. It gave off a feeling that made one's heart tremble. It was as if it was a voice or a gaze that made one involuntarily intoxicated. After XN Bay was taken out, the tricolored light suddenly swelled in all directions and landed within the 5-colored demonic light. The 5-colored demonic light paused in midair, but the tricolored light did not stop. It continued to spread in all directions. When the light had swelled by over 100 feet, the 5-colored demonic light shattered with a bang. While most of the demonic light entered the mountain rocks, a small portion of the demonic light turned into a fist-sized banner that charged into the swamp below the mountain peak. The demonic light fell into the lake and there was another loud bang. A pillar of water rushed out from the bottom of the lake and more than a dozen demons came out with weapons in their hands. "Who are you? Are you the king's descendant?" The patrolling demons saw that Fairy Jing was a human and was standing on the mountain peak safe and sound. Although they didn't see the heart shell, they knew that she was the descendant of Demon King Bai Qingyu. Although their tone was very serious, there was a hint of intimacy in their tone. "I am Li Jing." Fairy Jing smiled and didn't bow. She raised her hand and took out a beast skin from her chest and answered proudly, "Today I came back to the mountain under the king's order to kowtow. Please report to me patrolling mountain." "The king's order?" The leader was shocked and looked at Fairy Jing in disbelief. A large hand reached out from the shell and said respectfully, "Please show me the king's order, Fairy." Fairy Jing was also puzzled. As she handed the beast skin to the patrolling demon, she said curiously, Normally when I return to the mountain even my token won't be carefully checked, let alone the king's order. What's going on today? Could it be that Bai Qingyu has undergone some changes? The mountain patrolling envoy took the beast's skin and used his yuan will to probe it. He saw that the 5-colored demonic light on the beast's skin was like 5 colored lines that interweaved in an orderly manner within the beast's skin. Waves of auras that he was familiar with seeped out from the runes on the beast's skin. The mountain patrolling envoy knew that Fairy Jing was right, so he returned the beast's skin to her. Then he answered with a smile, "What can happen to me Bai Qingyu? Not to mention the demons of the 1,000-demon sacred realm, even the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent and the Buddhas of the Western paradise wouldn't dare to find trouble with me, right?" Fairy Jing took the beast's skin and said with a smile, "Then, is there a joyous occasion in the mountain?" It's not really a joyous occasion. It's just a banquet." The patrolling demon said without a care. "Banquet?" Fairy Jing was even more puzzled. "What kind of event is that?" PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Just as Fairy Jing asked that, she heard a series of muffled thunder in the sky. A flying imperial artifact that looked like a flower basket appeared between the clouds. Behind that flying imperial artifact, several demons spread their wings and controlled their demonic clouds to follow behind it. "Damn it!" The patrolling demon who was talking to Fairy Jing cursed and ordered, "How can we let them rush here? Quick, capture them first." "Yes." The demons behind the patrolling demon hurriedly responded. Their bodies glowed with 5-colored radiance, and they immediately turned into rainbows and shot into the sky. These demons didn't directly attack the enemy. Instead, they opened their mouths and took out several colorful flags. When the flags were waved, thunderous sounds could be heard. Woo-woo. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and hundreds of demonic auras shot into the sky from the left side of the mountain. Dozens of demons at the Enlightenment Star and Moon-picking realm emerged from the demonic auras. They all laughed maliciously and charged toward the flying imperial artifact. When the flying magic tool arrived here, it seemed to be trapped by the demonic formation's forbidden array and could no longer fly. When the flower basket opened, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Dozens of Aurus core and nascent soul human cultivators flew out from the basket. When these cultivators saw that there were pursuers behind them and demons in front of them, they did not say a word. Each of them channeled their magic power and all kinds of magic treasures fell down to attack the demons that surrounded them. The patrolling demon was originally a bit nervous, but when he saw that the magic treasures of these human cultivators had dimmed and that there were limited signs of the heaven-earth origin chi around them, he couldn't help but feel his nervousness gradually dissipate. He coldly snorted and said, "These ants actually dare to participate in the banquet." Fairy Jing was puzzled. But when she saw the humans fighting against the demons, she didn't dare to ask too much. She only focused on watching. Just as the mountain patroller had expected, the several dozens of human cultivators were no match for the demons. In the blink of an eye, apart from a few nascent soul cultivators who were wounded by the demons, the rest of the human cultivators were trapped and captured by over 100 demons using their demonic formations. When the pursuing demons spread their wings and whizzed away, the demons who had captured the human cultivators rushed into the swamp. Fairy Jing said, "Mountain Patrol Envoy, what's going on here? I don't understand." Although Bai Qingyu doesn't dare to say that this is the largest demon realm in the 1,000-demon sacred realm, it still covers millions of miles of territory. "If I didn't have a heart, I wouldn't have come here. These human cultivators are clearly Taoist disciples. How could they fly here? And from the looks of it, they seem to want to attack Bai Qingyu?" The patrolling demon glanced at Fairy Jing impatiently and was about to casually brush her off with a few words. But suddenly he thought of the 5-colored beast skin in Fairy Jing's hands. His heart jumped and he hurriedly said, "Fairy, you haven't returned to Bai Qingyu for a long time, right?" "Yes indeed." Fairy Jing nodded and said, "After I met the Demon King, I went out to sea to train. Counting now, it's probably been close to 200 years. Meeting the Demon King." Hearing Fairy Jing's words, the patrolling demon secretly stuck out his tongue, glad that he hadn't been negligent. He hurriedly nodded and said, "No wonder. Fairy Jing, you might not know, but recently I, Bai Qingyu, have had a major event. It's the banquet I mentioned to you earlier." Chapter 43-49. Seeing that Fairy Jing didn't understand, the mountain patrol envoy continued, "I don't know what the Qing banquet is all about. However, because of the Qing banquet, I obtained the Demon King's token, which allows me to relax my vigilance within Bai Qingyu's territory. Regardless of whether they are here to participate in the Qing banquet or not, they will be allowed to enter the depths of the demon territory. However, the Demon King's token also clearly states that the area within 10,000 miles of the Demon King's cave is a forbidden area. Humans aren't allowed to enter. Just now. Hehe, maybe it's because the flying artifacts of the humans here are too powerful that they managed to sneak in? It would have been fine if the mountain patrolling envoy didn't explain, but after hearing this, Fairy Jing was even more confused. She asked in surprise, "You're saying these dozens of human cultivators are here for the banquet?" "Yes. They are here to participate in the banquet." The mountain patroller nodded and said with a serious expression. Fairy Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pointed at the flying artifacts that had just been dragged into the swamp and said, "They waved their artifacts like this and came to the banquet in such an aggressive manner? And this is how you captured them to treat the guests?" Speaking of this, Fairy Jing's heart suddenly jolted. Her expression became thoughtful as if she had understood something. Sure enough, the mountain patrolling envoy said proudly, "Fairy Jing, you don't know, but my king said that who said the banquet must invite guests? My banquet invites delicacies." "So I understand now." Fairy Jing waved her hand. "This idea must have been given to my king by the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain, right?" The mountain patrolling envoy was shocked. His tentacle extended a thumb, and the respect on his face increased. "Fairy Jing, you're indeed a human, and you're indeed of my king's bloodline. I'm impressed. My king just sent out a message saying that the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain might come today, and he wants us to be careful." "Forget it," Fairy Jing's face showed a hint of arrogance. She waved her hand and said, "I'll go greet my king now." "Fairy Jing, please." The mountain patrolling envoy respectfully bowed. He watched as a cloud appeared under Fairy Jing's feet and carried her into the depths of the swamp. Envy appeared on his face and he muttered to himself, "Humans are humans indeed. I can't compare to her brain. I only said one sentence and she understood so much. No wonder she's favored by my king." Fairy Jing controlled the cloud to slowly fly toward a direction. There weren't too many mountain patrolling beasts along the way. However, every time she flew over a mountain or swamp, a powerful sense of origin cheese tea sense would sweep over her. Fairy Jing turned a deaf ear to all of this. Even when she looked at the scenery she hadn't seen in over 200 years, the dense confusion in her eyes didn't dissipate at all. After flying for less than an hour, there were fewer and fewer demons to the left. The scenery became more and more dangerous. On the mountains and in the swamps, there would often be strange lights that would fly out. They would either sweep across Fairy Jing or block her path. Fairy Jing had no choice but to use her heart shell to protect herself. Whenever the tricolored light of the heart shell came into contact with the rainbow would vanish. "Stop." Just as Fairy Jing was lost in thought, a bell-like voice rang out from the swamp. "Oh." Fairy Jing was startled and involuntarily stopped in the air. Below Fairy Jing, a reef over 10,000 feet in size suddenly moved. With the sound of water, the reef flew out of the water. Layers of demonic clouds appeared on the surface of the reef. After the green light flashed through the demonic clouds, a water creature several thousand feet in size blocked Fairy Jing's path. Fairy Jing smiled and bowed. "General Shishui, I'm Li Jing. I've come to greet you on the orders of my king." "Li Jing?" That water creature's head was very big, but his eyes were very small. After blinking a few times, he seemed to remember something and said with a silly smile, "Oh, this old man remembers. You are that little girl who established a country in the hidden immortal continent. You came here 400 years ago." "Hee, it was 200 years ago." Fairy Jing seemed to have a good impression of General Shishui. She smiled and replied, "Old man, you must be sleepy. Haha, 400 years is about the same as 200 years. General Shishui smiled and slowly fell back into the water. He said, "Little girl, you know that this old man likes to sleep, but you still haven't taken out the King's Demon King token. Aren't you disturbing this old man's sleep?" Yes, it's my fault." Fairy Jing covered her mouth and smiled. She quickly took out the 5-colored beast skin. The beast skin immediately gave off a hazy light that covered Fairy Jing. Seeing the 5-colored beast skin, General Shishui's body fell into the swamp and turned back into a huge reef. Fairy Jing looked up at the huge island 100 miles away. She took a deep breath and flew over. As they approached the island, the scenery on the island entered Fairy Jing's eyes. There were palaces all over the island. These palaces were dazzling with extraordinary auras. Outside each palace, there were water creatures in colorful clothes. They were either carefully walking or holding their breaths while standing respectfully. Powerful auras rushed out of each palace without any concealment. This was indeed the palace of a demon king. Fairy Jing flew to the front of the island, but she wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed at her heart shell. The heart shell was like a bright star that flashed with brilliance. She then pointed at the five-colored beast's skin. The beast's skin landed on the heart shell. Whoosh! The five-colored halo on the beast's skin suddenly penetrated the beast's skin and turned into the shape of a heart shell that rushed into the air above the island. Pop! Like a bubble bursting in the air, the scenery in front of Fairy Jing suddenly shattered. A five-colored whirlpool in the shape of a heart shell appeared out of nowhere. Junior Li Jing has come to greet the king. As the ruler of a country, Fairy Jing was very respectful at this moment. She faced the whirlpool in the air and raised her voice. After a long while, a thunderous voice came out from the whirlpool. Li Jing? What's you? Why are you only here now? As the voice passed, five-colored brilliance flew out of the whirlpool and covered Fairy Jing's body. Whoosh! Fairy Jing's body and heart shell were sucked into the whirlpool at the same time and disappeared in a moment. When Fairy Jing's body reappeared, she was already in an extremely large space. The space looked similar to a cave, but the walls of the cave were not made of ordinary rocks. Five-colored lights were emitted from the walls of the cave. Faintly discernible demonic clouds were gently drifting, and there were many splashes of water that bloomed and faded from time to time. The walls looked very far away, but as far as the eyes could see, the nearly transparent walls were extremely close. Not only were the innumerable talisman markings on the walls clearly visible, even the water ripples outside the walls could be clearly seen. Fairy Jing stood still in the space and looked down at the crystal-clear ground under her feet. At this moment, there were auspicious clouds surging on the ground, as if they were dancing in the wind in the sky. Fairy Jing understood that she had arrived at Bai Qingyu's Demon King Cave. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Where on the island was the Demon King Cave? When she first entered, Fairy Jing thought that she was on the island, which meant that she was in one of the many palaces. But now that she thought about it, Bai Qingyu's demons were all of the water race. The palaces on the island were probably an illusion. The Demon King's cave should be under the island. When she came in the second time, she made a new discovery. She felt that the Demon King cave was in a space high up in the sky. But when this thought appeared in her mind, she couldn't help but laugh. What did the location of the Demon King cave have to do with her? What was the point of thinking so much? Li Jing, why are you only here now? Do you think you have the power to fight against this king now that you're in charge of a country? Before Fairy Jing could raise her head, a powerful intent came out of nowhere and pressed down like a mountain. A rather unhappy voice sounded in her ears. Let this king tell you you're just a human descendant of this king. I, Bai Qingyu, have hundreds of humans like you, if not 1,000. This king can find someone to replace you at any time. If it were any other time, Fairy Jing would have panicked and knelt down to beg for forgiveness. But now, an inexplicable sadness rose from the bottom of her heart. Although Fairy Jing knelt down, she didn't beg for forgiveness like before. Your Majesty, after this concubine bid farewell to you, I didn't stay in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm for even a moment. Then I went deep into the West Ocean to train. In the past 200 years, I haven't set foot in the 3 continents. When this concubine returned to the hidden immortal continent, I saw your Majesty's Demon King token. This concubine rushed over without stopping and didn't dare to be negligent. Oh? Is that so? That voice didn't believe Fairy Jing's explanation and said coldly, this king doesn't care where you went. What this king knows is that because you didn't come in time, you almost delayed this king's important matter. Therefore this king must punish you. Yes, this concubine understands. Fairy Jing's heart was filled with sorrow and resentment. However, that voice changed the topic and said, the ancestor liked the jade eyes you brought back last time. He said that you've done a great service for Bai Qingyu and wanted to reward you greatly. Now that I think about it, you've atoned for your crimes. This king won't reward you. It's fine. Fairy Jing replied indifferently. This concubine works for your Majesty and doesn't ask for any reward. Get up. That voice said, this king has a few questions for you. Yes. Fairy Jing stood up and looked up at the top of the space. At the top of the space, a cluster of dazzling 5-colored light was blooming like a star. Under the light was a huge reef. Precious pearls of various colors were embedded around the reef. Although the pearls were also shining, they were much dimmer than the 5-colored light. Fairy Jing's gaze landed on the light. Illusions of falling flowers and falling leaves or rising and falling tides appeared before her eyes. She turned her eyes and looked away. At that moment, the five-colored light receded and a shellfish several hundred meters in size appeared on the reef. "Your Majesty." Fairy Jing was shocked and hastily asked, "May I know what your Majesty wants to ask this concubine?" Chapter 4350. The Shellfish Demon King's body moved slightly, and a strange primordial spirit stood up from the shell. This primordial spirit was also five-colored, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on its body. It looked like a little monk. However, this little monk didn't have hands or legs, so it was more like a five-colored boiled egg with its shell peeled off. The primordial spirit stood up, and a mouth appeared in the middle. It opened and closed its mouth saying, "Did you get the jade eyes from Xiaohua last time?" Xiaohua. Fairy Jing frowned, seeming to feel a stab of pain in her heart. She said hesitantly, "I don't seem to know Xiaohua, but I do remember that it was Xiaohua Daoist Xiao who gave it to me." What did he say at that time? The Demon King wanted to get to the bottom of this. Think carefully. This time Fairy Jing didn't hesitate at all. She immediately replied, "He asked me if I knew that thing or if I had seen it before. If I had any information I could directly send a message to him." "Is that all?" The Demon King asked indifferently. "It should be." Fairy Jing nodded affirmatively. "Although I don't remember what happened before clearly, this matter doesn't seem to be in my lost memories. I can be sure." AI, how troublesome. The Demon King's primordial spirit suddenly swelled several dozen times, and an irritated aura that seemed to fill the entire space swept over, scaring Fairy Jing into trembling slightly. The Demon King said angrily, "I've interrogated you for 100 years, but I couldn't get anything out of you. I thought I could get something out of you when you came, but you actually don't know anything." Interrogate? Fairy Jing was a bit bewildered, looking at the Demon King in confusion. Suddenly, Fairy Jing seemed to realize something, and a trace of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. She said in surprise, "Your Majesty is saying, make a trip to the Heavenly Dam Water Prison. Xiaohua is there. Ask him where he saw that thing. As long as he can tell me, I'll definitely let him out. Moreover, there will be a great reward." His Majesty invited Xiaohua to buy Qingyu? Fairy Jing smiled bitterly. A ball-shaped head appeared on the Demon King's primordial spirit. He nodded and answered vaguely, "I received the ancestor's order to invite Xiaohua. It just so happened that I had the opportunity to invite him to buy Qingyu. Your Majesty has interrogated Xiaohua for over 100 years, but he still didn't say anything. This concubine also doesn't seem to be familiar with Xiaohua. How can I ask him about the ugly truth?" Fairy Jing was a bit embarrassed. "Bullshit." The Demon King scolded, "If you weren't familiar with him, why would he give you such an important jade eye? Over the past few days there have been many human cultivators trying to sneak into my Bai Qingyu, and a few of them are quite capable. What were they doing here? Isn't it just to save Xiaohua? This Xiaohua really befriended a lot of Dao sect cultivators on Yaotai Mountain. Why didn't he give it to them?" Fairy Jing's heart trembled. Thinking of the strange situation outside the Demon King's cave, she immediately understood the purpose of the banquet. However, she still said with difficulty, "But this concubine really isn't familiar with Xiaohua. How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" The Demon King said impatiently, "Quickly go. You don't have much time left." "Yes." Fairy Jing didn't dare to disobey the Demon King's order. She hurriedly bowed and walked towards the cave behind her. However, she only took a few steps before suddenly pausing. She paused for a moment. Before raising her foot again and walking towards the cave entrance. However, at this moment, Fairy Jing's heart was in turmoil again. The Demon King has interrogated Xiaohua for over 100 years, but he didn't get any information. He must have lost his patience. That's why he organized the banquet to lure the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent who are on good terms with Xiaohua. He can use them to find the information he wants and even use those cultivators to interrogate Xiaohua. The day of the banquet was supposed to be the day Xiaohua was killed. No wonder the Demon King said, "I don't have much time left." It's also strange, Xiaohua. Why does this name sound so familiar? But why is my impression of him so vague? I really don't understand what's going on. Who cares? What does Xiaohua's death have to do with me? Fairy Jing thought as she walked to the cave entrance. There seemed to be light outside the cave, causing Fairy Jing to squint her eyes. She couldn't see the situation outside clearly. When she stepped on the light, it immediately turned into a light screen and slowly opened. Fairy Jing walked out of the light screen. She was clearly outside the island again. Fairy Jing looked around. There was still a hazy mist to her left. It didn't seem to have changed since she entered. Fairy Jing didn't move towards the so-called Heavenly Dam water prison because she didn't know where it was. A moment later, a snake-like demon flew out from the island and arrived in front of Fairy Jing. He said respectfully, "Fairy, I am under the orders of the Demon King to send you to the Heavenly Dam water prison. Thank you for your trouble." Fairy Jing responded faintly and flew with the demon. After flying for a while, a tall mountain peak that looked like a cauldron appeared in their field of vision. Then there was a deafening roar and the whistling of flames could be heard. Fairy Jing released her divine sense, but it was blocked by a strange restriction after just a few miles. She couldn't extend it any further. Who? Just as Fairy Jing withdrew her divine sense, a dozen demon beasts in armor flew out of nowhere. They raised their weapons and blocked Fairy Jing and the water snake. The water snake took out a 5-colored shell and loudly said, "I'm under the Demon King's order to send the human Li Jing to the Heavenly Dam water prison." When the patrolling demon beasts saw the 5-colored shell, they immediately bowed and moved aside. After the water snake and Fairy Jing flew past, they didn't dare to go to other places to patrol. They were only a few dozen miles away from the mountain when Fairy Jing encountered 14 patrolling teams. Each team dutifully stopped them and interrogated them. The water snake dealt with all of these investigations. Fairy Jing only quietly watched as the mountain grew closer and closer. The mountain was thousands of feet tall and straight. There was no mountain path to go up or down. The stone walls of the mountain were densely covered with holes of various sizes. Every single one of these holes was filled with fiery light, and every single one of them was letting out clanging noises. The top of the mountain was like a giant torch. Flames hundreds of feet tall rushed into the sky. Above the flames, there was nearly 1,000 feet of black smoke billowing. The black smoke gathered in the sky and condensed into a strange ghost head. It didn't dissipate for a long time. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indescribable cold wind blew on Fairy Jing's body. Although Fairy Jing had a protective light around her, she couldn't help but feel cold when the cold wind blew. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and even tug at her clothes. Stop! Seeing that the water snake was about to take Fairy Jing into a huge cave at the bottom of the mountain, a cold voice came from the sky. Fairy Jing's expression didn't change. She slightly raised her head and saw a demonic light rush out from each of the 5 caves. The 5 demonic lights were different. When they fell on top of Fairy Jing's head, they condensed into a ball. A platform dozens of feet large appeared in the light. A beautiful conch woman stood on the platform and looked at her with vigilance. Fairy Jing was a bit surprised and didn't answer. The water snake still raised the 5-colored shell and said loudly, "Under the orders of the Demon King, I'm here to send Li Jing of the human race to the Sky Dam water prison." The conch woman nodded and waved her hand. The 5-colored shell fell into her hand. After she looked carefully, she returned the shell to the water snake. If it was an ordinary patrolling demon, they would have waved their hand and let Fairy Jing and the water snake enter. But this conch woman was different. She ignored the water snake and looked at Fairy Jing, asking, "Are you Li Jing, the human descendant of Bai Qingyu?" Fairy Jing didn't know where this conch woman came from. But seeing the woman's knife-like eyes looking at her from head to toe and the fact that she was in charge of the water prison, she could only bow and say, "This concubine is Li Jing." "Why have you come to the Sky Dam water prison?" the conch woman asked again. "Under the orders of the king, I've come to ask Xiaohua a few questions." Fairy Jing thought for a bit and didn't hide anything. "You know Xiaohua?" The knife intent in the conch woman's eyes grew stronger. Li Jing was displeased. She was in charge of a country. How could she lose to this strange demoness in terms of words? She pretended to hesitate and immediately answered, "This concubine isn't familiar with Xiaohua. But since I've received orders from the king, I can only come and take a look." "Oh, so you're not familiar with Xiaohua." Hearing this, the conch woman unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Then her face actually changed into a smile, saying, "Elder sister, please don't blame me. Xiaohua is the key to the Sky Dam water prison. This is my duty, so I can't not ask a few more questions." It's fine." Fairy Jing nodded with a smile, but she didn't feel that this conch woman was speaking from the bottom of her heart. "Elder sister, please?" The conch woman smiled again and waved her transparent little hand. The 5-colored platform below her soared into the sky and disappeared into the peak of the mountain. "Fairy, please come with me." The water snake saw this and urged the demon cloud to rush into the cave. Fairy Jing wanted to ask who this conch woman was, but thinking about this so-called sky dam water prison, she probably only came here once in her life. She didn't care who this conch woman was. Hiss. Flying into the mountain and seeing everything before her, Fairy Jing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The situation inside the mountain was far beyond her imagination. She saw a pillar of fire that directly penetrated the mountain in front of her. Chapter 43:51. The magma and flames inside the pillar of fire roared like crazy, and a series of muffled thunderclaps came from the pillar of fire. The surface of the fire pillar was covered with a thin layer of five-colored halo. Between the 5 colors of the halo, there were many demonic characters. These demonic characters were like clever tadpoles that swam in the halo. Every time the demonic characters swam, there would be a kind of obscure fluctuation. As the fluctuation fell into the void, countless light pillars of stars and moons would rush out from the void. The light pillars of stars and moons did not directly enter the surface of the fire pillar. They only landed a few feet away from the surface of the fire pillar. With a roar, the light pillars transformed into talismans that were similar to demonic characters. The talismans fluttered up and down the fire pillar like dancing butterflies. When these butterflies were tired, they would find a demonic character that was similar to the talismans and land on it. As the talisman fell, a flower-like shadow appeared within the pillar of fire. The moment the roars of thunder and flames from within the pillar of fire fell into the shadow of light, they immediately disappeared and no longer made any sound. The sound of the magma and flames inside the pillar of light was blocked by the demonic runes, but the scorching heat couldn't be completely blocked. Although there was a gap of several hundred feet between the mountain and the pillar of fire, this gap was almost negligible. A heat that ordinary cultivators couldn't resist forced Fairy Jing to use her magic power to resist. "Fairy, please wait a moment." The water snake seemed to dislike the heat and immediately stopped when it reached the side of the fire pillar. It turned its head and took out a piece of animal skin. After spitting out a mouthful of demonic chi, the animal skin turned into a fish and fell between the mountain peak and the fire pillar. Aha! Fairy Jing nodded and released her divine sense. She wanted to look through the entire pillar of fire. However, just as she released her divine sense, she felt a burning pain from her divine sense. She was shocked and quickly withdrew her divine sense. She looked at the pillar of fire in horror and knew how powerful the demonic formation here was. Just at this moment, about 1,000 feet to the right of Fairy Jing, a tortoise-like demon was dragged out of a cave by a few shell-type demon beasts. The tortoise's shell was shattered, and demonic blood flowed out from the cracks and dripped into the air. The demonic blood only dripped for about 10 feet before disappearing into nothingness. A few shellfish demons flew towards the fire pillar for a moment and then stopped. At the same time, they activated their demon powers and threw the tortoise demon towards the fire pillar. At the same time, a shellfish monster gently waved a small flag in his hand. As the demonic light from the small flag fell into the fire pillar, a small vortex appeared in the light of the fire pillar. Countless demonic runes spiraled out of the vortex and covered the turtle demon. He dragged the tortoise towards the fire pillar. Ah! As soon as the tortoise monster touched the surface of the fire pillar, it immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Following the scream, a wisp of flame rushed out of the fire pillar and fell into the vortex. In an instant, the tortoise monster was burned to ash. When the whirlpool fell into the fire pillar, the few shellfish monsters put away the small flag and flew back into the cave and disappeared. Sigh, how is this the heavenly dam water prison? This is clearly the fire pillar hell. Fairy Jing only took a glance and couldn't help but sigh. What was strange was that she looked down at the bottom of the fire pillar with uneasiness. A sense of worry and uneasiness came from the depths of her heart. So, just at this moment, a gust of wind came from the edge of Fairy Jing's vision and arrived before her in just a few breaths. Oh, mid-stage 4th grade origin energy. And the origin intent is actually not afraid of being burned by the fire pillar. Fairy Jing was startled and couldn't help but think to herself. Before the gust of wind arrived, a powerful origin intent swept over and landed on Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing narrowed her eyes and looked at the origin of the gust of wind. Immediately, a demon clan member that was several feet tall and covered in a black shell flew out from the light shadow. The demon clan member's body was hidden in the shell, and its true appearance could not be seen. Only 2 tentacles extended from the sides of the shell, and the tentacles were holding a demon weapon that looked like a sledgehammer. Greetings, emissary. The demon's origin intent landed on the water snake's 5-colored hide. He stopped in midair and respectfully saluted. This is Li Jing of the human race. She's here on the king's orders to ask Xiaohua a few things. The water snake had repeated this so many times that he himself was getting impatient. Emissary, please? The shelled demon ignored Fairy Jing and respectfully said to the water snake. I won't go down. The water snake waved his hand. First check the king's order and take Li Jing down. I'll wait here. Then take Li Jing back to the king. Yes. The shelled demon took the order and looked at it before returning it to the water snake. His hidden eyes swept over Fairy Jing and said, Fairy, please follow me. All right. Fairy Jing knew that the water snake was afraid of heat and didn't want to go deeper. She nodded and followed the shelled demon into the cave. Below the cave, the fire pillar gradually shrank and the mountain peak slowly expanded. The space between the two layers grew even wider. However, Fairy Jing's heart slowly shrank as she went deeper. She had previously called the Sky Dam water prison the fire pillar hell, but everything she saw made her realize that this was a hell, and it was divided into many layers of hell. Every 10,000 feet she flew, she would encounter a prison filled with demons and even some humans. From time to time, some demons would be tortured and thrown into the fire pillars to burn to death. If it were any other time, Fairy Jing wouldn't have any other thoughts, but today she couldn't help but worry about Xiaohua, who was being suppressed here. She didn't even know why she was worried about this unfamiliar human cultivator, whose appearance she had already forgotten. After flying through the endless evil energy, the stench of blood, Fairy Jing finally reached the bottom of the cave. At this point, the huge pillar of fire had shrunk to a size of 3,000 meters and pierced straight into the ground. Moreover, the fire pillar here had already taken on a dark red color. The magma and flames within it were not as roaring as before. However, an aura that was even more violent than before was emitted from within the fire pillar. The demonic runes and halos on the surface of the fire pillar seemed to have drifted away due to this violent aura. It seemed that they did not dare to be trapped for long. Where is Xiaohua? At this point, Fairy Jing didn't dare to release her spirit sense. She looked at the blood-red bottom of the cave and the blood-stained stone walls and was rather puzzled. There. The shelled demon casually pointed at the bottom of the cave and flew up. After all, this shelled demon was also a member of the Water Clan. Although he had a heat-resistant shell, he still didn't dare to stay here for long. Where? Fairy Jing looked at the bottom of the cave. The place where the fire pillar touched the ground was crimson red, and there were faint tongues of fire coming out of the fire pillar. How could she see anything alive? Fairy Jing was about to descend when a fierce wave of heat came from the bottom of the cave. It swept up crazily and extinguished most of the light around Fairy Jing. A wave of heat completely ignored Fairy Jing's defenses and directly entered her body. Fairy Jing was shocked. She immediately flew up 1,000 feet before coming to a stop, still in a state of shock. She looked at the shelled demon that had just flown away. He only flew 100 feet and stopped not far away. She didn't know if he was watching the show or worried for Fairy Jing. Damn it. Fairy Jing looked at the shelled demon and cursed in her heart. She knew that this shelled demon must have done it on purpose. Otherwise he would have warned her long ago. Unfortunately, the shelled demon's face was hidden in the shell, so Fairy Jing couldn't see his expression. Moreover, this demon only stayed for a few moments before flying back into the cave and disappearing. Fairy Jing coldly snorted and opened her mouth. A blue light shot out from her mouth, and a fist-sized sea pearl shot out. Fairy Jing formed a seal with both hands and struck the sea pearl with several seals. The Sea Clan member landed on top of Fairy Jing's head, and a cluster of water light shot out from the sea pearl. Zzz. With a series of sounds, the water light collided with the surrounding blood-red heat waves. In a few breaths, the water light protected Fairy Jing in a cool and refreshing environment. Fairy Jing looked at the watery light that seemed to be breathing in the heat wave. She then urged her magic power and flew down the fire pillar. However, as Fairy Jing went deeper, the sizzling sounds from the water became more and more intense. Fairy Jing's heart began to feel uneasy again. Although she didn't remember Xiaohua's situation, she knew very well that the human cultivators she knew, how strong could they be? She couldn't hold on even with her magic treasure. That human cultivator was suppressed here by the Demon King for more than 100 years. What kind of torture did he suffer? How did he survive 100 years of torment? However, even at this moment, Fairy Jing still didn't understand why she had no impression of Xiaohua. But why did she miss Xiaohua? She rushed into the flames around the fire pillar and rubbed her hands. Her magic power spread out and a torrent of blue water appeared on the sea pearl and rushed to the bottom of the fire pillar. Shwa! A burst of water mist appeared. When the mist dissipated, there were no flames. Fairy Jing saw a black shadow that was as large as a bull being suppressed by the fire pillar. Sigh. Fairy Jing was shocked again. She seemed to understand that the pillar of fire didn't pierce into the ground like she had seen with the naked eye. Instead, it was standing inside the mountain. The bottom of the cave was the end of the pillar of fire, and Xiaohua was pressed to the ground by the pillar of fire. When Fairy Jing flew down several dozen feet and saw the black shadow, her heart ached. That black shadow was a human head. At this moment, it was lying on the ground with only the back of its head pointing to the sky. Compared to the thousands of feet tall pillar of fire, this head was truly tiny and pitiful. Chapter 43-52. Xiaohua? Are you Xiaohua? Fairy Jing probed in a low voice, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. Who? The head seemed to be on the verge of death. Only now did it notice that someone had landed. It tilted its head slightly and looked at Fairy Jing with difficulty. Although the light was as red as blood, although the shadow was like a ghost, and although Fairy Jing was prepared, when she saw half of the human's face, her body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She couldn't help but tremble and tears began to flow from her eyes. Xiaohua. Fairy Jing once again called out these three words. Although these three words weren't any different from the three words from a few breaths ago, the concern, heartache, sadness, and surprise were countless times greater. Following these three words, the memories from 200 years ago that had been washed away by the water of unruffled love gushed out like a fountain that had almost dried up. Every time a sliver of memory was born, Fairy Jing's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. The sweetness was filled with sorrow. Because she understood in her heart that the reason why Xiaohua was suppressed here and suffered so much for the past 100 years was because of her. Who are you? Xiaohua raised his head and stared at Fairy Jing before asking in bewilderment. It's this concubine. Li Jing, you don't remember? Fairy Jing's voice trembled. Xiaohua's words were like a knife stabbing into her heart. She had originally blamed Xiaohua's fall on her. Now that she heard Xiaohua's words, she felt that Xiaohua hated her. The regret in her heart was incomparable. Li Jing? A trace of confusion appeared in Xiaohua's eyes. It was as if he didn't know Fairy Jing at all. This Xiaohua naturally wasn't the real Xiaohua, but rather the transformation of Little White Dragon. If it was Xue or Fairy Hong Xia, Little White Dragon would naturally know. However, Fairy Jing hadn't been with Xiaohua for long, so Little White Dragon hadn't seen her before. What was more special was that Xiaohua had never mentioned Fairy Jing again after she left. Even if Little White Dragon had Xiaohua's soul imprint, how could he know Xiaohua's secret? Oh, I remember now. Little White Dragon was only confused for a moment, but it immediately pretended to wake up and replied in a calm tone, "Why are you here?" This concubine. Didn't this concubine tell you earlier? When Fairy Jing heard Xiaohua's indifferent tone, her heart tightened again. She thought that Xiaohua was blaming her and hurriedly explained, "I have the bloodline of the demon race and this bloodline comes from by Qingyu." Oh, I see. The Little White Dragon nodded with difficulty and grinned. Thank you for coming to visit Fairy. Hearing this, Fairy Jing's heart hurt even more. She felt that Xiaohua was mocking her. This. Fairy Jing said in a low voice, "This is not what I expected, nor is it what I want to see. It's fine. Wasn't it just that he couldn't move here? What can this shellfish do to me?" Little White Dragon said indifferently, then spat into the air and shouted, "Little shellfish, look at me. I'm just a copper pea hit." Boom. Just as Little White Dragon was cursing, the entire fire pillar suddenly emitted a loud roar. A ring of fire suddenly fell from the top of the fire pillar. However, just as it reached the middle of the fire pillar, a powerful wave of energy came crashing down in all directions. Fairy Jing turned pale with fright and hurriedly moved. Just as she fell into a cave, the ring of fire rushed through the cave, and a powerful wave of heat annihilated most of the water of the ocean pearl. Right before Fairy Jing's eyes, the ring of fire fell to the bottom of the fire pillar and smashed into Little White Dragon. The entire ground shook, and blood-red flames rushed out from the bottom of the fire pillar within a range of several hundred meters. Roar, roar. It sounded like a scream, but it also sounded like a dragon's roar. Little White Dragon's voice made Fairy Jing's heart break. The pain was like her heart was being torn apart and sewn back together with needles. Boom, boom, a series of explosions rang out a total of 9 times. The hundreds of feet tall fire pillar crazily shot out 9 times like a purgatory. Whitey's miserable cries became louder and louder each time, rippling within the mountain peak and within the fire pillar. After half an hour, the ring of fire stopped, and the fire pillar gradually calmed down. Fairy Jing flew in front of Little White Dragon again. "Why haven't you left yet?" Little White Dragon looked at Fairy Jing with a puzzled expression. Suddenly he realized something and asked, Do you need something?" Looking at Xiaohua's familiar face, Fairy Jing's heart began to churn. Fairy Jing had heartlessly left Heartbreak Mountain not because she was too rational, but because she felt inferior. It wasn't just because of her demon bloodline, but also because she was a puppet of the demon race. She felt that her status wasn't good enough for Xiaohua, and she didn't want to bring trouble to Xiaohua because of her status. But now what she worried about still happened. Little White Dragon was suppressed and tempered by the fire pillar, and Fairy Jing's heart was also roasted in the fire pillar. However, after being stabbed in the heart, Fairy Jing immediately put away her sorrow and made a decision. She sniffed and asked faintly, "Yes, I came on the king's orders to ask you where you saw the rainbow-colored conch in the jade eye." "Bullshit." Little White Dragon naturally didn't know where Xiaohua saw the rainbow-colored conch. He only cursed, "I said it a few thousand times, I don't know." But Fairy Jing was terrifyingly calm. She asked in return, "The jade eye was given to me and it also told me to send you a message if I saw something similar. Also, I couldn't let anyone else know. If you don't know, others might believe it, but I definitely won't." "Huh?" Little White Dragon was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. Fairy Jing didn't wait for him to answer. Instead, she continued, "When I obtained the jade eye, I was shocked because I was very familiar with the brilliance of the rainbow-colored conch. It was very similar to Bai Qingyu's 5-colored conch. However, I didn't have the king's permission, so I didn't dare to casually explain it to you. Therefore, after I obtained the jade eye, I returned to Bai Qingyu and reported this matter to the king. I wanted the king to make a decision." The expression on Little White Dragon's face was very interesting. This was Xiaohua's secret. He didn't want to interfere, but unfortunately, he was still dragged into the web of love in Fairy Jing's heart. He didn't know how to respond. Should he curse Fairy Jing? Should he curse her? Or should he comfort Fairy Jing? At this moment, a pleasant voice that sounded like a kingfisher interrupted Fairy Jing's words. It came from above the pillar of fire. "Damned bitch." "Ah?" Fairy Jing was stunned. She quickly looked up and saw a 5-colored demonic cloud carrying an extremely beautiful and graceful woman. That woman's eyebrows were slanted and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. She stared at Fairy Jing as if she was looking at an enemy. She didn't even wait for her to come close before cursing. "If it wasn't for you, how could Xiaohua be suppressed here? You actually have the face to interrogate me? Look at your withered appearance. You still dare to act pitiful here? If I were Xiaohua, I would definitely drown you with my spit." "Who are you?" Fairy Jing's scar had been exposed, so she was extremely angry. She glared and coldly asked, "Who are you?" "Whoa." That woman sneered. She didn't seem to take any action, but a rumbling sound came from her body. Her origin sense was mixed with a kind of power, and it pressed down on Fairy Jing like a mountain flood. Fairy Jing sensed the power of this power and was shocked. She didn't dare to be careless and quickly patted her head. "Whoa." She released the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator wanting to resist. Boom. A loud sound came from the empty mountain peak. Fairy Jing's figure was sent flying like an autumn leaf. When she landed, the blood on her face suddenly surged and then retreated. Her face was deathly pale. 6th grade origin force. Fairy Jing's eyes were filled with shock. She was clear that this woman's pressure was immediately withdrawn when it touched her. It wasn't too forceful. However, with just a touch, Fairy Jing's chi and blood had already surged and her true essence had gone astray. This woman was at least a 6th grade star-plucking realm cultivator. "Humph, you're only a 4th grade descendant. You dare to be arrogant in front of me?" That woman was very arrogant. Seeing Fairy Jing's shock and pale face, she berated, "Why aren't you scramming?" Fairy Jing clenched her teeth. Although she didn't know this woman was able to enter the Sky Dam water prison and even reach the bottom of the fire pillar. She was naturally an important demon to Bai Qingyu. Fairy Jing didn't dare to talk back to this woman, but she wasn't willing to lower her head to this woman in front of Xiaohua. She squinted her eyes and said, "This concubine is under the king's order to ask. Since Xiaohua isn't willing to speak now, this concubine will come again in the future. Xiaohua, the king said that as long as you tell him where you saw this rainbow conch, he will immediately release you and reward you greatly." Little White Dragon bitterly smiled. He was willing to speak, but he really didn't know where he saw this rainbow conch. Seeing Little White Dragon not speaking, Fairy Jing's heart ached even more. She didn't even look back as she flew towards the top of the fire pillar. When she arrived at the exit of the mountain peak, the water snake was still waiting there. Seeing Fairy Jing come out, the water snake didn't ask about the result and turned to bring Fairy Jing back to the Demon King's cave. Fairy Jing bit her lips and said, "Wait. Is there anything else?" The water snake asked curiously. "If there's nothing important, it's better to turn back. The king is still waiting for a reply in the cave." Chapter 43-53. I didn't get anything out of him. If I go back and report this to the king, I'm afraid I'll be scolded. Fairy Jing lowered her eyebrows and timidly replied, "Leave the king's order here and report back to the Demon King's cave. I'll go down in a few days and ask again. What do you think?" The water snake only pondered for a moment before handing the 5-colored beast skin to Fairy Jing. It nodded and said, "That's good. The king has been troubled by this matter. If Fairy Jing can get something out of him, not to mention once or twice, even 10 times would be a great merit." Fairy Jing nodded absent-mindedly and took the beast's skin. She flew to the left side of the mountain. The water snake didn't suspect anything and returned to the Demon King's cave to report. At the bottom of the Heavenly Dam water prison, the woman saw that Fairy Jing had lost all face and left in a sorry state. She let out a cold snort and said, "You're only a human, yet you dare to steal my lover." After saying that, the woman landed in front of Little White Dragon. She looked at Little White Dragon and said coldly, "What? Do you feel bad? When did you get this old lover? She caused you to be like this and you still treat her like this? You can't even bear to say a harsh word to her?" None of your business." The Little White Dragon let out a cold snort and ignored the woman. "Ioyo." When the woman saw that the Little White Dragon was angry, she immediately turned into water and jumped before the Little White Dragon. She coquettishly said, "When you were looking at the moon with me, you called me little sweetie. Now that the new person has surpassed the old, you're actually ignoring me." "Bullshit." The Little White Dragon looked up and cursed, "When will you see the moon here? How could I call you little sweetie?" "So you want to see the moon? That's great, I've always wanted you to accompany me." The woman was pleasantly surprised. She raised her hand and took out a 5-colored flag. When she waved the flag, the stone wall at the mountain peak immediately disappeared. However, it was noon outside the mountain peak, so where did the moon come from? The woman was a bit busy and quickly said, don't rush." Although she told him not to rush, her actions didn't seem to be in a rush at all. He hurriedly waved the flag and restored the mountain wall to its original state. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green light. The green light rushed into the sky and turned into a green full moon. The faint brilliance of the moon sprinkled down like moonlight, brightly illuminating the blood-red flames. The Little White Dragon soldier was unmoved. It looked at Yu Hua indifferently and said coldly, "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to show off in front of me?" "Oh, Xiaolang, how would I dare?" The woman was shocked. She quickly opened her mouth and swallowed the green light. She said, "Wait a little longer. It will be night in a few hours." At this point, a strange expression appeared on the woman's face as if she was about to cry. "What?" Little White Dragon chided. "If you don't let me see the moonlight, darling Xiao." The woman was on the verge of tears. "Today seems to be the 3rd day of the lunar month, there's no moon." Little White Dragon didn't say anything. It only snorted coldly. However, this sound was like thunder in the woman's ears. She hurriedly said, "Darling Xiao, it's all my fault. Don't be angry with me. Actually, I just casually taught her a lesson. I didn't mean to hurt her and I'm not jealous. I just think that she's too much. If it weren't for her, how could you have been suppressed here for 143 years and 42 days? Hearing the woman's precise description of the date, a smile appeared on Little White Dragon's face. It replied, "If I wasn't suppressed here, how could I have met you?" That's true. When the woman saw Little White Dragon smile, she was happier than anything else. She hurriedly flew up from the ground. Her entire body spun a few times in the air as if she was showing off. "Darling Xiao, take a look. Don't you like human forms? The human form I transformed into today. Do you like it? There's no need to look." Little White Dragon blurted out. "You're the most beautiful in the world. It doesn't matter if you transform or not, I like it. Darling Xiao." That woman was really drunk. With a moan, she threw herself at the side of Little White Dragon's head. Strangely, when the woman's body leaned against the pillar of fire, the demon runes on the surface of the pillar of fire could not stop her. The woman's body disappeared into the pillar of fire. Then the entire fire pillar shone with demonic light, enveloping an area of several thousand feet. Several days later, a timid voice came from the demonic light. Yaoji, the king has ordered you to kowtow in the Demon King's cave. On the demonic light, the conch woman who had been wary of Fairy Jing, stood respectfully on the demonic cloud. She lowered her head, not daring to look at the demonic light. She only whispered to Fairy Jing, "Damn it." The voice of the woman hidden in the pillar of fire was very pleasant to the ears, but it was also somewhat angry. "Call me princess. Didn't you hear darling Xiao calling me princess?" "Yes, yes, your highness." The conch woman trembled and hurriedly changed the way she addressed her. "This servant deserves to die. Please forgive me, your highness. The king has ordered for your highness to go to the Demon King's cave." "Damn it." The princess was still cursing, but there was a hint of laziness in her voice. When the demonic light flickered, an extremely graceful figure appeared in the fire pillar. The curves of this delicate body were indescribably seductive, especially at her abdomen where there was a bulge. Strangely, the woman's skin flashed with a seductive five-colored halo, and the oval on her abdomen had a different color. "Umph." Little White Dragon didn't miss the opportunity to snort. The woman was startled and a five-colored halo flashed. A gorgeous set of clothes instantly appeared and tightly wrapped around her body. "Darling Xiao, don't be angry," the woman begged in a low voice. "I'm not too familiar with this human's body. Wear more clothes in the future. Don't let everyone see everything." Little White Dragon shouted in an imposing manner. The woman replied in a delicate voice, "Yes, darling Xiao, hurry up and scram." Little White Dragon roared again. The woman wasn't ashamed of Little White Dragon's scolding. Instead, she smiled sweetly and kissed Little White Dragon's cheek before flying into the air. Looking at the conch girl, she asked coldly, "Who sent the message?" "It's that bitch from a few days ago." The conch girl said indignantly, "She must have said something to the king and that's why the king summoned Princess Yao for questioning. She doesn't want to live anymore." The woman was furious. "How dare she ruin my plans? I'm going to skin her, pull out her tendons and let her know how powerful I am." As she spoke, the woman's body flashed with five-colored demonic light, and she flew toward the mountain's exit. "Io princess, wait for me." Although the conch girl called out, she didn't fly high. Instead, she strangely turned her head and looked at Little White Dragon. She winked mischievously at Little White Dragon, as if she was proud of herself for sowing discord. "Umph." Little White Dragon raised its head with a lazy smile on its face, but its brows were filled with disdain. When she heard the Little White Dragon's cold snort, the woman, who had already turned her head to look at the Little White Dragon, suddenly stopped. The woman raised her head to look at the sky. After which, she clenched her teeth and suddenly flew in front of the Little White Dragon. She fiercely kissed the Little White Dragon's face and cried out through gritted teeth, "Xiao Lang, you missed me so much." After saying this, the conch girl didn't dare to stay for long. She hurriedly flew into the sky and reluctantly looked at Little White Dragon before she flew out of the cave. Since ancient times, excessive love has left behind only regret. This regret will never end. Little White Dragon's melancholy voice rang out from under the fire pillar. "Heavens, forgive me for my unruly love." Just as Little White Dragon finished speaking, boom! There was a huge roar above the fire pillar. Another ring of fire was born from the peak of the mountain, and it fell down with a huge force. Roar! Little White Dragon howled in grief as a sea of fire appeared. Which Confucian cultivator said that? Pain always comes after pleasure. Damn it, it's too true. The Little White Dragon's sorrowful wails and recitation naturally could not reach the exit of the mountain. However, a figure stood at the exit, watching the endless rings of fire descend. His eyes were already filled with tears, and an indescribable sense of remorse appeared between his brows. When the ring of fire disappeared, this figure immediately took out a five-colored beast's skin and rushed to the bottom of the fire pillar without hesitation. This figure was Xiao Hua's acquaintance, but Little White Dragon didn't know who Fairy Jing was. Outside of the swamp where the Demon King's cave was located, the sky was covered with red clouds. Thin strands of lightning were faintly discernible between the clouds. The muffled sound of thunder was covered by the loud whistling sound of the wind. The wind became stronger and stronger, blowing away the withered grass and breaking the trees. Even the gravel was blown into the air. It was truly a scene of flying sand and rolling stones. The clouds were low and lightning flashed. Crackle. Raindrops mixed with hail began to wreak havoc between heaven and earth. Jia. An eagle's cry came from the horizon. The red clouds that covered the horizon suddenly rolled. A golden-winged great peng that was several hundred meters in size spread its flashing lightning wings and revealed its figure in the clouds. This golden-winged great peng flapped its wings and a hurricane suddenly appeared. The dense red clouds were immediately blown away by the hurricane and a passage several li in size appeared in the clouds. Rumble. Several bolts of lightning fell and hit the back of the golden-winged great peng. Boom. Hundreds of demon characters rushed out from the back of the golden-winged great peng. They flickered with golden light and turned into a faint bird shape to block the lightning. Then, the lightning turned into threads of lightning that fell between the golden-winged great peng's wings. Whoa! The golden-winged great peng flapped its wings again and crossed several li in an instant. Chapter 43-54. Ah! Brother Peng's ability is indeed powerful. I'm not as good as you. After the golden-winged great rock leaped over the wind and lightning, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from within the gradually gathering red clouds. Following which, a strange whirlwind appeared. This whirlwind was as heavy as a mountain. Although it did not blow a path through the red clouds like the golden-winged great rock, it was still able to sweep away all the red clouds within a radius of several kilometers. Within the whirlwind, a strange demonic beast revealed itself. This demonic beast looked like a dragon, but it was much smaller than a real dragon. It was even a little short and fat. On the demonic beast's back was a pair of wings that did not belong to the dragon race. Below the wings was a particularly protruding abdomen. However, on the demonic beast's head was a single horn that was extremely similar to a dragon's. In the lightning, it gave off an indescribable halo. Ah, we are the golden-winged great peng. Wind and thunder are innate remarkable abilities. How can we compare to a flying feather void beast like you? Whether it's wind, thunder, or earth fire, we can calmly escape through them. The golden-winged great peng's loud laughter sounded. Although it was humble, its tone was not without pride. Aha! The flying feather void beast smiled. Its short and fat body trembled slightly, and the wings on its back flashed. Strange ripples suddenly appeared in the space within the whirlwind. These ripples landed on the flying feather void beast's body, and the flying feather void beast instantly disappeared. A light mark like a wing flashed faintly through the red clouds, and it quickly surpassed the golden-winged great peng. Damn it! The golden-winged great peng yelled. I didn't plan to compete with you. What's the point of surpassing me? As he spoke, the golden-winged great peng flapped its wings again and chased forward amidst the lightning and wind. The two demonic beasts seemed to be even faster than the wind and thunder. In less than half a meal's time, they had already surpassed the area covered by the wind and thunder. A golden light flashed in the golden-winged great peng's eyes as it looked towards the ground. Then, a powerful origin thought swept towards a swamp like a mountain. Boom! Just as the golden-winged great peng's origin thought swept across the swamp, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the pillar of light landed in front of the golden-winged great peng's head, Bai Qingyu's body flashed with a five-colored halo as she appeared within the pillar of light. Brother Peng, brother and I. Demon King Bai Qingyu's shellfish, which was hundreds of meters long. A strange voice came from within the shellfish. Peng 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 great peng's peng. As soon as Demon King Bai Qingyu's voice fell, a layer of spatial ripples appeared above his head. Bai Qingyu didn't dare to delay and hurriedly moved aside. The flying feather Nikong beast's figure appeared amidst the spatial distortion. Its wings were still flapping slightly. Haha, Bai Qing. The flying feather Nikong beast laughed and said, the two of us had already set off. However, we received a message from Peng Sage. It seemed to be related to the seventh great sage, so I followed Peng Jun back to Veiling Sky Ridge. Oh? Bai Qingyu was startled and hurriedly asked, and I Quan, who is the seventh great sage of our demonic beasts? The flying feather Nikong beast's expression didn't change. He raised his hand and pointed at the golden-winged great peng who had stopped behind him. You'll have to ask Peng Jun about that. When the golden-winged great Peng Jun saw that the flying feather Nikong beast had surpassed him, a trace of displeasure appeared on his face. When he saw an I Quan pointing at him, he said coldly, my ancestor didn't say who it was. How do you want me to tell you? Haha. Bai Qing smiled and said, this isn't the place to talk. Two demonic brothers, please come to my Demon King cave for a chat. Please. An I Quan smiled and glanced at Peng Jun. After a moment of politeness, he followed Bai Qing and descended. The three demonic beasts entered the Demon King cave and took their seats. The water tribe served a banquet. Before the banquet started, Peng Jun looked around and asked curiously, "Brother Bai, where's your brother? Why didn't he come out? Could it be that he was defeated by me last time and doesn't dare to come see me? Who knows where he went?" Bai Qing glanced at Peng Jun unhappily. After being defeated by you last time, he didn't return to Bai Qingyu. It seems that he heard that one of his descendants got into trouble, so he went to take a look. It's either the hidden immortal continent or the Western paradise. Haha, he's really bold. Peng Jun smiled and didn't ask any more. Then the three raised their cups and drank. After chatting for a while, Bai Qing looked at Peng Jun again and said with a smile, "Brother Peng, I wonder what message Peng Sage sent you? Can you tell me?" Peng Jun looked up and asked Bai Qing with a faint smile, "Could it be that Bai Sage didn't send any news about the seventh great sage to Bai Qingyu?" Sigh. Bai Qing sighed and put down his wine cup. He said, "How could Bai Sage send a message directly to me? The message I received was from the star-obscuring lake. Although there's a lot of news from the star-obscuring lake, who exactly is the seventh great sage and where in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm did he become a great sage? Until now, the star-obscuring lake still hasn't given a definite answer. I think my old ancestor is also confused. If Bai Sage is like this, then why isn't my old ancestor?" Peng Jun smiled and said, "The news I received actually came from Tsangyue Heaven. It wasn't personally sent by Peng Sage. It's just that brother and I happened to see it, so he made a big fuss about it." "Brother Peng, don't blame me for talking too much," An Quan hurriedly explained. "After all, the seventh great sage's appearance is too strange. From the news from the Shen Space Forest to my ancient Bell Mountain, it can be seen that his ascension to a great sage is much stronger than my old ancestors. That momentum is comparable to our demon race's first great sage, Peng Sage. Therefore, I think your Tsangyue Heaven might have received more information." Peng Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, the news from Tsangyue Heaven this time is also a guess about the seventh great sage's strength." "What do you mean?" Bai Qingyu and Ancient Bell Mountain were shocked and stared at the demon monarch of Tsangyue Mountain. "My old ancestor and the other 5 great sages have already gathered in the Great Sage Hall." Peng Jun smiled bitterly. "It's said that there's already a phenomenon that has never appeared in the Great Sage Hall. This phenomenon shows that the 7th great sage's strength not only surpasses Peng Sage's, but also surpasses all the great sages in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm." X. Ancient sages? Bai Qing and An Quan couldn't help but exclaim. "That's right. Ancient sages in the past, and it's even possible that there won't be any sages in the future." Peng Jun nodded and looked at the flying feather void beast. He said snappily, "This is the reason why I lost my composure when I saw the beast's skin. Presumably, it won't be long before the two of you receive the news from the Shen Space Forest and the obscuring Star Lake." "Damn it, how is that possible?" Bai Qing looked at An Quan and then at Peng Jun. She lowered her voice and exclaimed, "Although we only control a corner of the demon realm, the 6 great sages have investigated the entire demon realm. How did a great sage appear? They don't know anything about it? What's so strange about that?" Peng Jun said disapprovingly. "The hidden immortal continent is the world of Confucian cultivators, and the immortal palace has investigated the 9 prefectures. However, didn't the Tao sect have a primordial chaos ancestor? If not for the Buddhist and Confucian cultivators working together and even borrowing the power of our demon race, how could they suppress him? Even if they did, didn't the primordial chaos ancestor escape and harm the Confucian cultivators? Forget it, forget it." Bai Qing laughed and raised his wine cup. "The 7th great sage's matter is related to the Great Sage Hall. It's the great sage's effort and has nothing to do with us. When there's news, we'll naturally know. Come, 2 demon brothers, please. Drink, drink." Peng Jun also smiled and raised his cup. "We'd better worry about our own matters and help the great sages take care of the trivial matters. Please." The 3 demon kings drank again, and then the women of the water tribe came to dance. After half an hour, Bai Qing waved his hand and the attendants left. He opened his mouth again and said, "2 demon brothers, this time I invited you 2 demon brothers to discuss the banquet." "Banquet?" An Quan looked at the other 2 demon kings and said with a smile, "It's a good banquet. Does Brother Bai have other ideas?" Bai Qing hurriedly explained, "Banquet is such a brilliant idea. It's completely Brother Ni's idea. I can't think of any good arrangement even if I break my head. However, since it's a banquet, there must be a time when the song ends and people disperse. I want to discuss with you two demon brothers, how to deal with Xiaohua. Peng Jun raised his eyebrows and a strange light flashed in his golden eyes. He said curiously, I don't understand. What does brother Bai mean? And I Quan smiled and said, Brother Bai is quite interesting. The banquet hasn't even started yet, but Brother Bai isn't discussing how to harvest the banquet with us. Instead, he's talking about the bait's ending. This really puzzles me. There's nothing strange about this. Bai Qing smiled faintly and said, it should be related to the three demon kings' ideas. It should be related to what we want from Xiaohua. Hearing this, an I Quan smiled and looked at Bai Qing. He asked, since Brother Bai mentioned your idea and purpose, I also want to ask something. Back then, when Xiaohua came to my ancient Bell Mountain, he was a good friend of a human descendant of my ancient Bell Mountain. He seemed to have nothing to do with my demon race. I don't know why Brother Bai suddenly set a trap for me after hearing the name of this human. You used an ordinary demon weapon to exchange for my sleeve. Only then did you capture Xiaohua and bring him to Bai Qingyu to be suppressed. Of course, I was very puzzled after that. I started to look for news of Xiaohua everywhere. Only then did I find out that Xiaohua was actually the Dragon Master conferred by the Dragon Island. Damn it, I was stunned at that time. When did you, Bai Qingyu, become so daring? You actually went against the Dragon Island? This question. I've been suppressing it in my heart for hundreds of years. I didn't dare to say it out loud. It seems like today is the time to reveal it. Chapter 43-55. Hearing this, Bai Qing sneered in his heart. How could he not know what An I Quan was thinking? He even felt that before he made a move to capture Xiaohua, An I Quan should have already known that Xiaohua was the Dragon Island's Dragon Master. However, An I Quan also wanted to obtain some benefits from Xiaohua, so he pretended not to know. If the Dragon Island came to denounce him, he would use his ignorance as an excuse to evade responsibility. If An I Quan could say so, how could Bai Qing not? He replied with a sad face, this old man also didn't know at that time. It wasn't until Xiaohua was suppressed in the Heavenly Dam water prison that this old man got the news. At that time, this old man was already in a difficult position. So, when the two demon brothers came to discuss with this old man again, this old man agreed without hesitation. Even if the two demon brothers wanted to gain benefits from Xiaohua, this old man didn't even think of asking. Hee hee. And I Quan laughed. What this old man wants to do, although I didn't tell you clearly, I don't believe that you don't understand after more than 100 years. Whether this old man understands or not, that's my business. Bai Qing shook his head. What exactly do you want to do? I still need you to say it yourself. I think it's time for Ancient Bell Mountain, Bai Qingyu, and Concealed Sky Ridge to be frank and honest, right? Peng Jun had been silent all this time. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Bai, how do you plan to deal with Xiaohua after the banquet? Kill him? An I Quan asked with interest. No. Bai Qing shook his head slightly. My ancestor said it herself. Ancestor said it? Peng Jun was shocked and said anxiously, how does she know about this? This old man doesn't know. Bai Qing shook his head slightly, his face was also puzzled and replied, my ancestor wants to search his soul personally. This. Peng Jun heard and unconsciously took a breath, his face showing a difficult expression. Two demon brothers. Bai Qing saw that Peng Jun was in a difficult position and understood what he was thinking. She said, actually, I wanted to search your soul several decades ago. However, because I, Bai Qingyu, made an agreement with the two demon brothers, and the two demon brothers, especially Brother Peng, abided by the agreement when they came to ask for information, I didn't want to break the agreement. This time, I'm discussing the banquet with Brother Peng because of my ancestor's words. I want to make a final effort for you two demon brothers. Sigh, this old man understands. Peng Jun said with a sigh. Many thanks, Brother Bai. Let's do as Brother Bai says. Since the old ancestor has spoken, this old man will have to answer to Tsangyu Tian when I return. All right. Seeing that Peng Jun had agreed, Bai Qing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at An I Quan. What about Brother An I? I don't care. An I Quan said with a smile. This old man just thinks highly of Xiaohua's power in the hidden immortal mainland. I want to support him to be the representative of Ancient Bell Mountain. You also know that my Ancient Bell Mountain is not like Bai Qingyu and Concealed Sky Ridge. We don't control much power in the hidden immortal mainland. This Xiaohua is a Dao sect cultivator, and he happens to be on good terms with a human descendant of my ancient Bell Mountain. If we use him, we can save a lot of energy. I even heard from my human descendant that this guy's strength may be comparable to Grand Mist Ancestor in the future. That's why this old man made a previous agreement with you. If you don't need Xiaohua, then search his soul. Even if you kill him, it doesn't matter. My human descendant already has a way to deal with this. Bai Qingyu glanced at Ni Quan and said with a smile, your ancient Bell Mountain really has a good idea. This Xiaohua does have some foundation in the hidden immortal mainland. Since the news of the banquet spread out, more than 10 groups of Dao sect cultivators have come to find and rescue Xiaohua. After the banquet, this old man will hand over those Dao sect cultivators to your human descendant. Many thanks, Brother Bai. Ni Quan smiled and raised his cup. After the 3 monster kings drank a few more cups, Peng Jun said meaningfully, oh right, Brother Bai, in these years could it be that Dragon Island or the Dragon Race didn't come to investigate? Ah yes. Bai Qingyu sighed, Xiaohua is the Dragon Master of the Dragon Race. Not only did the Dragon Island not send any Dragon Race to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, this is the reason why this old man has been nervous. This old man didn't dare to relax for hundreds of years, isn't it because I'm afraid of the Dragon Race's revenge? Peng Jun sneered in his heart. How could he believe Bai Qingyu's complaints? He then probed, although Xiaohua is a human cultivator, his strength is not particularly high, but since Dragon Island conferred him the title of Dragon Master. What? Hearing this, Bai Qingyu was shocked and hurriedly interrupted Peng Jun's words. He said curiously, Brother Peng, say it again. You said Xiaohua is a human cultivator? Yes. Peng Jun said curiously, Xiaohua is naturally a human cultivator. You think he's a dragon? But Bai Qingyu was puzzled and was about to speak when Ni Quan also said with a smile, Brother Bai, of course Xiaohua is a human cultivator. Otherwise, why would he participate in the Immortal Palace's Jade Pavilion gathering and make friends with the human descendant of our ancient Bell Mountain? Damn it. Bai Qingyu almost jumped up and said in shock, could it be that we made a mistake? How could it be a mistake? Peng Jun's heart also moved, but his expression was still calm. He said with a smile, Brother Bai, do you still remember the demonic artifact this old man took the first time? Bai Qingyu originally wanted to explain, but after hearing Peng Jun's words, he swallowed his words and said doubtfully, of course this old man remembers. You even activated the demonic artifact in front of this old man and interrogated Xiaohua. Actually, Peng Jun said with a smile, that demonic artifact is not a demonic artifact, but a soul artifact. This old man didn't interrogate Xiaohua the first time. This old man was just activating the soul artifact to confirm whether this Xiaohua is the real Xiaohua. You sure? Bai Qingyu was dumbfounded. Xiaohua is the human Xiaohua you're looking for. Yes. His soul is Xiaohua's soul. Peng Jun replied resolutely, this old man can guarantee, but as for how this old man knows, forgive this old man for not being able to say. What the hell, what the hell? Bai Qingyu was greatly surprised. How is this possible? Could it be that you and I, the 3 monster kings? At this moment, a clear voice sounded outside the monster king's cave, Father. Following this voice, a shell-type monster with a 5-colored halo around her body flew in. That monster called out before she came in, Father, what's the matter that you're urgently looking for your daughter? Oh, just in time. Bai Qingyu saw the shell-type monster come in and said loudly, Bai Bo, come over and tell the 2 monster kings whether that Xiaohua is a human or a dragon. This concubine greets the 2 monster kings. The halo around the shell-type monster named Bai Bo flashed a few times, and then she bowed respectfully. He get up. Ni Quan was the least anxious. With a wave of his hand, he helped Bai Bo up and said with a smile, Brother Bai is so lucky. Your Bai Qingyu's Yao Ji has only not seen you for a few decades, and your strength has increased by a lot. I'm afraid you're about to reach the sun-devouring realm, right? Your Majesty praises me too much. Bai Bo said with a smile, this concubine is only at the star-plucking realm. There's still a long way to go before I reach the sun-devouring realm. This is my Tsangyue Heaven's monster core. It's most useful for the star-plucking realm water clan. Just keep it. Peng Jun was somewhat impatient. He raised his hand and took out a pill from the universe ring and handed it to Bai Bo, saying, tell this king whether that Xiaohua is a human or a dragon. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jade Wave happily accepted the medicinal pill, then swept a glance at his father and said, Xiaohua is originally from the dragon race. How can he be a human? How is this possible? Not only did Peng Jun roar, even Ni Quan turned pale with fright. He looked at Bai Qing and shouted, "Brother Bai, how is this possible? Could it be that we three monster kings have schemed for hundreds of years, but in the end, we still can't figure out whether Xiaohua is a human or a dragon?" Whether Xiaohua is a human or a dragon, it doesn't matter at all. Bai Bo was very puzzled. What this old man wants has nothing to do with whether he's a human or a dragon. Moreover, since Xiaohua is Dragon Island's dragon master, he's naturally a dragon. What's so strange about this? Wrong. Ni Quan waved his hand and said, "Xiaohua is a Dao sect cultivator. He participated in the Jade Pavilion gathering and even proclaimed himself as a king in Black Wind Ridge. He was once a country's teacher. How can he be a dragon?" At this point, Ni Quan seemed to have some understanding. He pinched his chin and said with a smile, "This old man understands. This might be Dragon Island's trick? But it doesn't matter. Whether Xiaohua is a dragon or a human has nothing to do with my ancient Bell Mountain. Xiaohua can't be a dragon. He can only be a human." Peng Jun stood up from the ground and spread his wings. "This has a lot to do with this old man." "Bai Bo," Bai Qing said with a smile, "you're in charge of the Sky Dam water prison. Tell me, is Xiaohua a human or a dragon?" Xiaohua is naturally a dragon." Bai Bo said with a smile. "Father, is it because of this that you hurriedly called your daughter over from the Sky Dam water prison? When did this old man call you over?" Bai Qing was stunned and asked back, "Damn bitch." Bai Bo immediately realized and cursed, "She actually dared to scheme against me." "Who?" Bai Qing asked curiously. "It's that human descendant who took father's monster king token and went to interrogate Xiaohua," Bai Bo said while gnashing her teeth. "Li Jing? Why is she?" Bai Qing said curiously. Before Bai Qing finished speaking, another exclamation came from outside the Monster King cave. "King Yaoji, not good. Something big happened in the Sky Dam water prison." "Not good." Hearing that something big happened in the Sky Dam water prison, Bai Bo didn't wait for the water clan outside to finish speaking. She turned into a 5-colored rainbow and flew out of the cave. Bai Bo was naturally worried about her lover. Bai Qing, Peng Jun and Ni Quan, the three monster kings, were even more anxious than her. Seeing that Bai Bo had just left, the three monster kings activated their abilities and instantly overtook Bai Bo and rushed towards the Sky Dam water prison. Chapter 4356. Fairy Jing took the 5-colored beast skin and flew into the Heavenly Dam water prison. Her heart was beating wildly, and she silently recited the speech she had prepared beforehand to deal with the patrolling beasts that appeared at any time. However, what surprised her was that when she landed at the bottom of the fire pillar, the back of Xiaohua's head was faintly visible in the flames. Not to mention that shelled beasts, even the other patrolling beasts, were nowhere to be seen. Fairy Jing naturally didn't know that it was Jade Wave's appearance that made these beasts flee in panic. When she faked the Demon King command, those fleeing beasts still hadn't returned. While she was secretly delighted, she landed in front of Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon had just been burned by the 5-colored flames of the fire pillar and was currently powerless. He didn't raise his head at all, thinking that Conch Girl or Jade Wave had returned. He mercilessly roared, "Scram! I'm not in a good mood right now." Fairy Jing's peach blossom-like face paled. She whispered, "Xiaohua." Little White Dragon was stunned. He slowly raised his head, looked at Fairy Jing and asked curiously, "So it's you. Why did you come back?" Little White Dragon immediately came to his senses and replied with a wry smile, "Although I gave you that jade eye, I have never seen that thing before. Because it's used to refine magic treasures, I had you look for it. Even if you personally came to ask me, I wouldn't know about that thing. Xiaohua, do you still resent me?" Fairy Jing didn't pay attention to Little White Dragon's explanation. She only stared blankly at Xiaohua's familiar face and asked word by word, "No, absolutely not." How could Little White Dragon find trouble for Xiaohua? He replied without hesitation. Then why did you?" Fairy Jing still asked with hidden bitterness. Little White Dragon was now an old dragon that could move unhindered among flowers. Under Jade Wave's torment, he already had a silent response to this question. He hastily replied, "I didn't ignore you. It's not like I don't know you. Why don't you think about it? Where is this place? Can I rashly say that I know you? Can't I protect you?" When Fairy Jing heard this, she couldn't help but smile. This smile was truly like 100 flowers blooming. Even the resplendent sparks in the surroundings couldn't compare. To be able to hear those words from my dear Xiao before leaving this filthy world, this concubine is already perfectly satisfied. Although Fairy Jing's tone was exceptionally calm, her gaze was fixed on Xiao Hua as she muttered to herself, this concubine has lived in this world for so long. Apart from Xiao Hua, this concubine has never met another person as pure as Xiao Hua, who is as pure as crystal. That day, it wasn't that this concubine was unwilling to accompany Xiao Lang, but this concubine wasn't worthy of Xiao Lang, and this concubine was afraid of bringing trouble to Xiao Lang. What this concubine didn't know was that this concubine had brought so much trouble to Xiao Lang. This is all this concubine's fault. This concubine is willing to make up for this mistake. I only hope that Xiao Lang can forgive this concubine. With that, Fairy Jing stretched out her hand and touched the back of Little White Dragon's head. Her cherry-red lips touched Little White Dragon's cheek. Damn it! Little White Dragon was dumbfounded. He hurriedly retreated and shouted, Don't, I'm not. Fairy Jing's face turned even paler when she saw Little White Dragon running away. She bit her lip and said, Darling Xiao, I know you won't forgive me, but although this concubine didn't do it on purpose, it's still the biggest mistake this concubine has made in her life. Moreover, this concubine is very regretful right now. This concubine shouldn't have drunk that unruffled water. Let me ask you, what is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die for it. How can a love that doesn't even care about life and death be washed away by a handful of water? If it wasn't for that unruffled water, this concubine would have been able to think of you day and night for the past 200 years. That would have been such a beautiful thing. That? Little White Dragon opened his mouth and wanted to transmit his voice. However, he was suppressed by the pillar of fire and couldn't use his dragon power. He could only shout, I'm really not Xiao Hua. The real Xiao Hua is your lover. I don't know where he is. You still won't forgive me? Fairy Jing's face was ashen. She stared blankly at Little White Dragon's familiar face and said, Although this concubine has already drunk the unruffled water, your voice and smile have already been imprinted in this concubine's heart. Seeing your face, this concubine's heart is beating wildly. Damn it! Little White Dragon anxiously said, I'm imprisoned by the Demon King's pillar of fire and can't return to my original appearance. No need to say any more. Fairy Jing said faintly, Xiao Lang, whether you forgive me or not is no longer important. While speaking, Fairy Jing opened her mouth. Pooh! The heart shell fell into the air. The moment it appeared, it immediately emitted a 5-colored halo. This light was like Fairy Jing's heart that was crying blood. It flickered and condensed into 5-colored dots that fell from the heart shell. Pooh! Fairy Jing didn't stop at all. She opened her mouth again, but this time she spat out a mouthful of essence blood. When the essence blood landed on the heart shell, the 5-colored halo of the heart shell suddenly retracted. A blood-colored heart shell emitted a blood-colored brilliance in the air. What are you doing? Little White Dragon didn't understand. Fairy Jing ignored Little White Dragon and raised her hand again. Wong. A nascent soul wearing soft armor rushed out of the door with an even smaller sea pearl in his hand. Wong wong. The blood-colored heart shell emitted a huge rumbling sound before finally exploding with a bang. When the blood-colored heart shell exploded, Fairy Jing couldn't help but moan. Even Little White Dragon's heart was broken. Whoa. After the blood-colored heart shell exploded, Fairy Jing's nascent soul opened its mouth and sucked in all the blood mist. Boom boom. Thunderous sounds flashed around the nascent soul. The strange runes on the heart shell appeared one by one. However, the runes weren't 5-colored but blood-colored. The nascent soul crazily expanded in the blood-colored light and the thunderous sounds. In an instant it was more than 10 feet tall. Xiao Lang. Fairy Jing suddenly cried out, This time we will be separated by life and death. Even if I have thousands of thoughts, they will all turn into a flower in the Yellow Springs. I will have no one to complain to. Damn it! Seeing the nascent soul emitting obscure waves, Little White Dragon suddenly realized and said in surprise, You want to break the seal? You are really too whimsical. Even Jade Wave doesn't dare to break this seal. You think you can break it? You are throwing away your life for nothing. Xiao Lang, this is all I can do. Goodbye. Fairy Jing's eyes were filled with tears as she said sadly, I finally understand the thoughts of the sister in your story. I only want to reincarnate and not be a descendant of the demon race. I only want to be a clean person. Even if I don't have any cultivation, I only want to live a quiet life. Roar? Little White Dragon angrily roared. His entire dragon body powerlessly struggled within the pillar of fire, but the flames within the pillar of fire didn't even move. Little White Dragon shouted, "Idiot, don't do anything stupid. I'm really not Xiaohua. I'm Xiaohua's good friend. My name is Little White." Really? Unfortunately, at this time, not to mention Little White Dragon couldn't restore his dragon body. Even if he did, how could Fairy Jing still believe him? Sometimes when the fake is real, the real is fake. Pooh. Fairy Jing took one last look at Little White Dragon's face, her eyes filled with reluctance. Then she slapped her head. Blood splattered and Fairy Jing's entire body collapsed. Following the collapse of her body, that several zhang long nascent soul fell with a loud rumble and merged with her flesh. "Ai, damn it." Little White Dragon powerlessly raised his head and muttered, "How should I explain this to Xiaohua?" Wing. After Fairy Jing's nascent soul merged with her flesh, her nascent soul released a powerful rumbling sound. Her pressure quickly broke through from the nascent soul realm to the out-of-body realm. Another infatuated, brainless woman. Little White Dragon looked at Fairy Jing's nascent soul and shouted, "Even if you give up your life, you are only at the edge of the 5th level. How can you break the seal with this kind of shallow strength? You should hurry and stop. Although you are only left with your nascent soul, you still have your life. With Xiaohua's ability, it's not impossible." Unfortunately, before Little White Dragon could finish speaking, the blood-red runes around the nascent soul burst open again. Fairy Jing's nascent soul spirit body collapsed, and the entire spirit body crashed into the ocean pearl that had been hovering above the nascent soul's head. Wing. When the nascent soul rushed into the ocean pearl released an even louder rumbling sound. Waves of dark green water rushed out from the ocean pearl and fell into the air. Beautiful scenes of the sea appeared in the light. There were waves of blue waves, or fishes leaping and birds flying, or thousands of layers of snow, or thousands of miles of sea. Previously it was still hot, but now it was instantly cool. Moreover, when the waves of water fell into the fire pillar, the fire runes and 5-colored halos on the fire pillar all retreated, and the fire pillar's trembling was still frozen. Gotcha. The moment the waves of water spread to the fire pillar, a blood-colored crack appeared on the ocean pearl. The entire ocean pearl shattered, and the blue water mixed with the blood runes turned into monstrous remorse and crazily crashed into the fire pillar. Boom! Inside the heavenly dam water prison, the entire fire pillar was trembling. It was as if the raging fire had succumbed to Fairy Jing's remorse. Wherever the blue water touched, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The red fire pillar was frozen inch by inch. What was special was that at the bottom of the pillar of fire that was suppressing the Little White Dragon, the threads of blood dyed the entire pillar of fire. The threads of blood were mixed with a 5-colored halo, and they quickly seeped into the pillar of fire. The immovable restriction that was like a mountain suddenly showed signs of loosening. Roar. Little White Dragon was overjoyed and let out a roar. The dragon energy in its body suddenly surged. Boom boom. The fire pillar suppressing Little White Dragon was slowly lifted up by Little White Dragon. The entire heavenly dam water prison was trembling. Chapter 4357. Damn it. How could such a large commotion from the bottom of the fire pillar not attract the attention of the demon race? The armored demon appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but curse. His body quickly swayed and his armored demon body suddenly grew to several hundred feet in size. The shelled demon didn't fly to the fire pillar. Instead, it went straight to the top of the mountain. Its entire body spun quickly. The 5-colored halo around its body shone brightly. It turned into a pillar of light that fell into the fire pillar. Whoa! Where the 5-colored halo landed, the fire pillar responded. All of the 5-colored runes flowed on the surface of the fire pillar and rushed down the fire pillar. As the runes rushed in, the flames and runes that had been frozen by Fairy Jing's sea pearl began to jump again. Break! The shelled demon had just calmed down when he heard a dragon voice coming from below the pillar of fire. Immediately after, countless strands of fire-type origin energy rushed down the mountain. A ball of golden light quickly appeared in the crimson and dark green light. Damn it! The demonic beast could feel the power of this golden light and could not help but grumble bitterly. Just as it was about to activate its divine ability, boom! At this moment, the golden light suddenly exploded and the entire fire pillar started to collapse from the bottom. At the same time, the mountain peak of the Heaven Dam water prison started to shake violently. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the distance. Following this sound, a 5-colored light pillar more than 100 feet large smashed into the fire pillar. Rumble. With a series of rumbles, the 5-colored halo fell from the surface of the fire pillar to the bottom. Wherever the halo passed, whether it was the green water, the blood strands, or even the golden light, all of them were destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. The entire fire pillar instantly stabilized. My king. The armored demon race was overjoyed as it fell to the ground and shouted, "This little one deserves to die, fuck." Just as it was about to break free, the shackles that had just been broken through came crashing down again. The little white dragon sighed as its body was once again suppressed by the pillar of fire. However, just as it was about to be suppressed, the little white dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as it hurriedly opened its mouth to release a ball of soul strands. A series of crackling sounds rang out as a faint human figure that was invisible to the naked eye fell into the little white dragon's mouth. Damn it. Seeing that the fire pillar had finally stabilized and the entire Heaven Dam water prison was no longer shaking, Demon King Bai Qing's figure appeared from the 5-colored light pillar. Although the Demon King's expression couldn't be seen clearly, his tone was abnormally angry. It was clear that he felt like he had lost face in front of the other 2 Demon Kings. Behind him, the Demon Kings of Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain also revealed themselves. My king, spare me, spare me. The armored demon race was shocked as he fell to the ground and trembled. Just now this little one was a bit lazy. What exactly happened? Bai Qing's Yuan Shen swept across the Heaven Dam water prison and asked coldly. This. The armored demon race hesitated for a moment before replying, "It seems like. Seems like?" Hearing this, Bai Qing flew into a rage and shouted, "When I was suppressing Xiaohua, I made it clear that Xiaohua was extremely important and could not be out of your sight at any time. Now that he almost escaped from the Heaven Dam water prison, how dare you say it seems like? Don't tell me you don't care about this prince's words?" Whoa. Following this rage, on one side of Bai Qing's shell, a 5-colored light pillar shot out from between the runes and grabbed the armored demon race. The demon light around the armored demon race dimmed instantly and cracks appeared on his shell. My king, spare me, this little one is just. The armored demon race was really wronged. He hurriedly tried to explain, but at this moment, behind Bai Qing, another 5-colored light flew over. An even angrier voice shouted, "Damn it, I just left for a moment and it actually caused such a big commotion." Boom! A fist-sized light pillar shot out from the 5-colored light and blasted into the armored demon race's body. The cracked shell instantly shattered and the 5-colored light pillar pierced through. This daughter is wrong. I fell for the human race's trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Father, please punish me. Bai Bo's figure landed in front of the Heaven Dam water prison and immediately knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. Bai Qing naturally would not punish her daughter. She snorted coldly, "Yaoji, you are not strict enough with your subordinates. You must learn from this lesson and not be too kind to your subordinates. You must know that the human race has a saying, kind people are bullied and kind horses are ridden. Your kindness is weakness in the eyes of your subordinates." Yes, my king, Yaoji understands. Bai Bo did not dare to say another word. By the way, brother demon, I will go down and take a look later. Bai Qing ignored Bai Bo and said. Hee hee. Peng Jun laughed and said, "We will wait for a moment. Brother Bai, please set up the restriction first." Brother Peng, you must be joking. Bai Qing said a little awkwardly, "Previously it was because we were too suspicious that we made such a big joke. At this point, if I set up the restriction again, wouldn't that be slapping my own face? 2 demon brothers, please." Then the 3 demon kings landed at the bottom of the fire pillar. Bai Bo also followed nervously. When she saw the blood splattered around the fire pillar, the bloody clothes on the side of the stone wall, the remains of Fairy Jing's body, and the 5-colored beast skin on the ground, Bai Qing already understood a lot. A tentacle grew out from her demon body and took the beast's skin. Then, she released her primordial thought and looked at Little White Dragon. "Xiaohua, was it Li Jing who risked her life to save you? Little Xiao?" Little White Dragon looked coldly at Bai Qing and replied disdainfully, "Aren't you very resourceful? Don't you already know? Do you still need to ask me?" Hee hee. Bai Qing didn't seem to be angry, as though Little White Dragon had already scolded her 1,000 times. She only smiled and said, "Do you know, other than this Li Jing, there are some humans who walk into a trap and get killed by my subordinates every day. They seem to be here to save you. Think about it, it's just telling this king about the origin of that thing. It won't harm you at all, nor will it affect you in any way. Why don't you say it? Today Li Jing died. Tomorrow there will be Wang Jing, Chen Jing, and all the girls who like you will die in front of you. Do you think this is interesting? Little Shell. Little White Dragon laughed. I have told you countless times. I don't know the origin of that thing at all. Li Jing's jade eyes weren't given by me at all. Where do you want me to find that thing for you? Besides, there's a saying in the human race. It's called, death might not be scary, but it's scary that death is as light as a feather. Li Jing died for the love in her heart and for Xiaohua's survival. Her death is as heavy as a mountain. She died without regrets. This kind of death can move heaven and earth. Damn it. Bai Qing, who had been cursing Fairy Jing countless times, heard Little White Dragon's words and felt endless jealousy in her heart. However, what was extremely rare was that other than this jealousy, there was another feeling in her heart. She's just a descendant of the human race. She overestimated herself. If she dies, then so be it. Bai Qing keenly understood the meaning in Little White Dragon's words. She waved her hand and said, from what I heard, the jade eyes she gave to me weren't given by you? Then you aren't Xiaohua? Who said I wasn't Xiaohua? Little White Dragon looked around, his gaze sweeping over Peng Jun and Ai Quan, Bai Qing and even Bai Bo. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Each and every one of you has asked this poor Taoist for several hundred years, and one of you even checked with a soul tool. This poor Taoist is naturally Xiaohua. Enemy? Seeing Little White Dragon smirk, Bai Qing cursed inwardly. All the bones in her body went limp, and the jealousy in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua, are you a human or a dragon? Peng Jun restrained his temper and asked. What do you think? Little White Dragon didn't answer. Boom. Bai Qing's tentacle of light waved, and the several hundred feet tall pillar of fire instantly became transparent. Little White Dragon's body was revealed in the flames. Immediately the entire pillar of fire shook again, and a ring of fire fell from above. Right around Little White Dragon's body, crimson-red flames mixed with a five-colored halo were born again. Roar. Little White Dragon roared, and that human-shaped shell was burned into a huge dragon body. Sigh. Following Peng Jun's sigh, Bai Qing raised her hand and the pillar of fire disappeared. Little White Dragon's body was covered in flames. Ah! Little White Dragon's painful expression was somewhat ferocious. He seemed to know that he couldn't hide it anymore. While groaning, he laughed and said, ridiculous, three little things, really pitiful. It's just the truth, and I hid it from you for hundreds of years. You say I'm smart? Or you're stupid? What do you two demon brothers say? Bai Qing ignored Little White Dragon's sarcasm and turned to ask Peng Jun and Ai Quan. Ai Quan's expression didn't change and he replied indifferently, I don't care. A dead Xiaohua is more useful than a living Xiaohua. Also, I suggest that you don't need to deploy guards around Bai Qingyu anymore. Let those humans with evil intentions come in. We might as well hold a banquet and catch all of them in one fell swoop. Beside him, Bai Bo was shocked and hurriedly asked, Father, you want to kill Xiaohua? Bai Qing looked at Bai Bo dotingly and responded, waving her hand to signal her not to speak. Peng Jun's expression was a little ugly. He thought for a moment and shook his head. Since this guy is from the dragon race and not Xiaohua, I have to report to Tsang Yuetian first. I hope Brother Bai won't make a move before I get the news from Tsang Yuetian. Of course. However, I don't know how long Brother Peng will need. Bai Qing knew that this matter concerned Tsang Yuetian and he had to report to Star Concealing Lake, so he asked a few more questions. Chapter 4358. Since this guy isn't Xiaohua but a dragon, I'm afraid this is no longer something I can decide. Peng Jun didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave an ambiguous answer before cupping his hands. I'll take my leave first. I'll immediately send the Sky Concealing Ridge's demons to assist Brother Bai. However, before Peng Jun could fly up, a faint light shone from high up in the Sky Dam water prison. A palm-sized beast's skin landed in front of Bai Qing. Bai Qing was a little surprised. He knew that if it was an ordinary matter, his subordinate wouldn't dare to send it. There must be important information in this beast's skin. Bai Qing nodded slightly at Peng Jun, and his consciousness entered the beast's skin. Peng Jun was displeased. He cupped his hands at Ai Quan. Brother Ai, are you coming with me? Or will you stay in Bai Qingyu for a few days? Before Ai Quan could answer, Bai Qing's tone turned cold and he said in a low voice, Are you two demon brothers leaving now? the Dragon Island's envoy is here. Hiss. Peng Jun and Anai Quan both sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, Dragon Island actually really sent an envoy over? That's right. Bai Qing answered, the Dragon Envoy is 100 miles away from me. Is the Dragon Envoy waiting for us to welcome him? Peng Jun sneered, the Dragon Island is really arrogant. Not only that. Bai Qing waved the beast's skin in his hand and smiled. The Dragon Envoy said that if I, Bai Qingyu, suppress the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan, he'll definitely massacre Bai Qingyu. Brother Bai, are you scared? Peng Jun asked with a faint smile. If it was yesterday. Bai Qing smiled and answered, I would have already flown to the star-concealing lake to ask for help. But today what do I have to be scared of? I even want to know if this guy isn't Xiaohua, then who is he? What's his relationship with the Dragon Master and Xiaohua? Even if it was yesterday, would Brother Bai run away? Anai Quan asked with a smile. Of course. Bai Qing said seriously, after the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the Great Sage Hall doesn't fear the Dragon Island. Even the star-concealing lake has to avoid the Dragon Envoy of the Dragon Island. Unless Xian Kong Forest isn't scared? Scared, how can I not be scared? Anai Quan hurriedly replied, the Dragon Island is the island of the Dragon Clan. It commands all the Dragon Clans in the world. No one dares to disobey. Although there are many demon clans in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, which demon clan can compare to the Dragon Clan? Let's not talk about Dragon Island's orders. Even if it's the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas orders, few demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm would dare to disobey, right? Bai Qing said with a smile. That might not be the case. Peng Jun, who had been silent all this while, smiled faintly and said, Dragon Island has been high and mighty for a long time now. I'm afraid it's no longer down to earth. If not for the support of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. When he spoke up to this point, Peng Jun stopped. On the other hand, Anai Quan blinked his eyes and smiled. Brother Peng, what do you mean by that? Forgive me for being inferior to the human race, but I can't understand the meaning behind it. This old man didn't say anything. How could Peng Jun say anything else? He looked at Bai Qing and smiled. Brother Bai, are you going to leave the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island outside? Bai Qing looked at the two demon kings and smiled. How would this old man dare to neglect the Dragon Envoy? Aren't I waiting for the two demon brothers to come with me to welcome the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island? Let's go together, let's go together. Anai Quan smiled. Previously, because we didn't speak frankly, we actually let this guy hide it for so long. Now is the crucial moment. If we don't work together, how can there be any trust in the future? Indeed. Peng Jun nodded. If it's just Bai Qingyu alone, the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island might not care. Bai Qingyu, Ancient Bell Mountain and Sky-Concealing Ridge might not be in the Dragon Envoy's eyes, but what about Star-Concealing Lake, Xian Space Forest and Sangyu Heaven? Haha, this old man doesn't know. If Brother Peng wants to know, you can ask the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island. Bai Qing laughed loudly and flew to the exit of the Heavenly Dam water prison. Peng Jun and Anai Quan also caught up. Bai Qing's body moved a little. He looked at the little white dragon, but in the end he didn't follow. After the three demon kings left, that conch girl flew over timidly. Looking at Bai Qing, she lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Darling Xiao. Bai Qing looked at the little white dragon's face and didn't know what to say. He only called out and then hesitated. You're actually not Xiaohua? You've deceived me for so many years. Alas, Bai Qing. The little white dragon sighed. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you knew that I'm not Xiaohua, what would you do? Hide it from that little shell or tell it? Besides, whether I'm Xiaohua or not, it doesn't matter. I still only have you in my heart. Umph. A sweet smile appeared at the corner of Bai Bo's mouth, but she still snorted coldly. What little shell? That's my demon king Bai Qingyu's father. Speaking until here, her gaze was like lightning. She glanced at the conch girl and said, Do you only have me in your heart? If it's only me, I'll kill this little slut right now. Yeah. No, your highness, spare me. The conch girl's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly knelt down in midair. What's the point of this? The little white dragon said in a low voice. I won't live for more than a few days anyway. Why do you have to make my heart ache? Bai Qing pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking. She then asked, That human slut just now, did she really die to save Xiaohua? The little white dragon nodded and told her what happened just now. He then warned, no matter what, Li Jing died for Xiaohua. In the future you absolutely can't call her slut. Hee, of course, as long as she has nothing to do with you. I'll call her Fairy Jing now. Bai Qing replied with a laugh. The little white dragon glared at her and said, you'd better scram. In a while your father and the 2 demon kings as well as the dragon envoys from Dragon Island will come. Don't attract their attention. You care so much about my comfort? A sweet smile appeared on Bai Qing's face as she asked. Of course, you're my little sweetheart. Whether there's a moon or not, I'll sing in your ear in a low voice. I hope you'll have a peaceful life and a happy life. The little white dragon's sweet words came easily. You're such a sweetheart. Bai Qing pouted coquettishly. She wanted to pounce over and take a bite, but in the end she was afraid of any accidents. She stomped her feet and turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. Hee. The conch girl also jumped up from midair, stuck out her tongue at the little white dragon and also flew up. After less than an hour, outside the water prison, a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard from the horizon. The dragon envoys from Dragon Island arrived on clouds. Although Peng Jun, Bai Qing and Nai Quan were trembling with fear, guarding outside the water prison, not knowing how the dragon envoys from Dragon Island would deal with the little white dragon when they saw him, the little white dragon was very clear that his name was not legitimate. There was no record in Dragon Island's dragon policy. The dragon envoys would definitely not fall out with Bai Qingyu because of him. But too bad, although the little white dragon was somewhat prepared, the reality still told him that he had been overthinking things. The majestic dragon envoys landed on the ground alone, waving his hand and extinguishing half of the flame pillars. The dragon envoys looked at the little white dragon's dragon form, then asked him 2 questions expressionlessly. The first one was, are you Xiaohua? The second one was, are you Reverend Yun? To these 2 questions the little white dragon only had one word to answer, no. Then, the dragon envoys once again controlled his dragon body and flew towards the entrance of the mountain with an expressionless face. The little white dragon's self-esteem was severely trampled. He could not help but cry out anxiously, Dragon Envoy, although I'm not Xiaohua, I'm his old acquaintance and I'm also Reverend Yun's brother. How can you just leave like that and ignore my life and death? The dragon envoys were about 1,000 feet high in the sky, but when they heard the little white dragon's words, they hesitated for a moment before stopping. Then they turned and said, I'm here on the order of the elders of Dragon Palace to investigate. If you are Xiaohua or Reverend Yun, Dragon Island will rescue you, even if it means having to fight with the sacred realm of 1,000 demons. But too bad you are not Xiaohua, neither are you Reverend Yun. So why should I rescue you? But before I leave, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Wherever you go, please strictly abide by the local laws and respect the local customs. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a dragon. Dragon Island can never shelter every single dragon. The little white dragon was struck dumb. He really did not expect that the dragon envoy would say something like that. To be honest, even though the little white dragon was suppressed in by Qingyu, his days were truly free and unfettered. He was so happy that he almost forgot about home. Not to mention by Bo and Conch Maiden throwing themselves into his arms, just the refinement of the fire pillar was not harmful to him at all. Instead, it was a form of tempering for him, a form of cultivation that was hard to come by. Therefore, for the past 200 years, the little white dragon had been foolishly pretending to be Xiaohua to tease the 3 demon kings. Until today, when Fairy Jing had fallen for Xiaohua, and Bai Qing had mentioned that she was doing it for him, many humans except Bai Qingyu had walked right into the trap. What was more, Bai Qingyu even had the intention of killing him. Therefore, the little white dragon had no choice but to consider escaping. When the dragon envoys of Dragon Island arrived, the little white dragon wanted to tell them the truth. Although he was not Xiaohua or Reverend Yun, he was, after all, the embodiment of dragon cleansing liquid, a rare existence among the dragons. But, when he saw the dragon envoy come alone without any dragon generals, he realized that the dragon envoy did not seem like he was going to rescue Xiaohua. If he claimed to be Reverend Yun, not to mention whether Bai Qing could help him and the dragon envoy escape, even Peng Jun would definitely turn hostile. Not only would he not be able to escape, but the dragon envoy would also fall. And if the dragon envoy could escape safely, although he could not escape for the time being, the dragon envoy would definitely inform the dragon palace of his situation. Perhaps he would still have a chance. But now, when he heard the dragon envoy's high-sounding statement, The little white dragon completely extinguished the thought of asking for help from Dragon Island. He stared at the dragon envoy's back and cried out in shock, "Are you the dragon envoy? Are you here to save me or to humiliate me?" Chapter 43:59. I am the envoy of Dragon Island. Unfortunately, you are not the master of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan said proudly, "You are not qualified to listen to my words." Roar. The little white dragon roared angrily and watched the dragon envoy fly out of the heavenly dam water prison. Bai Qing and the other two demon kings stood outside the cave, worried about their gains and losses. Bai Qing even arranged for some elite disciples to lie in ambush around the water under Peng Jun's suggestion, just in case. When the three demon kings saw that the dragon envoy came up alone with the same expression as when he flew down, they were relieved. Bai Qing went up to him and said with a smile, "Lord Dragon Envoy, may I know if my actions have offended Dragon Island? Since you dared to suppress my dragon clan, you naturally offended Dragon Island." The dragon envoy replied, "However, Dragon Island has always abided by the non-fighting agreement between the demon clans. We will not condone the dragon clan who uses Dragon Island's name to make things difficult for the demon clans. Since this white dragon offended you, it is a personal grudge between you and him. Dragon Island will not meddle in it." Dragon Island is indeed a sacred place revered by both the human clan and the demon clan in the 3 continents and 4 seas. Bai Qing said with a smile, "I can't say for other places, but from the fairness of the envoy's incident, I know that Dragon Island is relying on you for its prosperity. In fact, when this one captured this dragon, this one already knew that this fellow was spouting nonsense. How could the dragon master of the dragon race be like this?" "Yes." The dragon envoy nodded proudly and said, "Since Bai Qing you didn't suppress the dragon clan member, then my mission is considered completed. I will take my leave now, Lord Dragon Envoy." How could Bai Qing let go of such an excellent opportunity? He hurriedly stood in front of the dragon clan member and said with a smile, "Lord, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have already prepared a banquet. After you have finished your tiredness I will send you off. How about that?" "No need." The dragon envoy said proudly, "The inspection of Dragon Island is very strict. Not to mention having a banquet here, even taking a primordial stone may be discovered by the inspectors." When Bai Qing heard this, she immediately understood. After sending a voice transmission to a demon next to her, she smiled and said, "If that's the case I'll send the messenger out, Emin." That dragon envoy nodded and took the lead to fly into the clouds, flying out of Bai Qingyu. The 3 demon kings, Bai Qing, Peng Jun and Enai Quan, didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly moved their bodies and followed behind, wanting to send the dragon envoy out of Bai Qingyu. Seeing that the dragon envoy was about to fly out of Bai Qingyu, the demon that Bai Qing had sent a voice transmission to caught up with her and secretly handed a universe bangle to Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked at Peng Jun and Enai Quan and was about to send a voice transmission to the 2 demon kings. Suddenly Peng Jun's eyes flashed with golden light and he shouted, "Where did this little thing come from? You actually dare to show off your abilities in front of us demon kings?" Along with this furious roar, Peng Jun spread his wings and pounced towards the air 10,000 feet to the left of Bai Qing. His sharp claws grabbed downwards, imprisoning the space within 100 feet. Even within that space, strands of hair-like spatial cracks appeared. Damn it! Just as Peng Jun moved, Enai Quan, who was beside Bai Qing, also had a slight change in expression. He growled, "Lord Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island is right in front of us. Where did this little thing come from? How dare he use his abilities here? Isn't he looking down on us?" As he spoke, Enai Quan's figure flashed and pounced towards the place a few miles to the right of Bai Qing. Different from Peng Jun, Enai Quan's demon body flashed a string of shadows in the air. At the same time, the horn on the top of his head produced an oval-shaped halo. The halo was grayish-white and sealed the space within 1,000 feet. These 2 demon brothers are really perceptive. Bai Qing was overjoyed when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak to the dragon envoy of Dragon Island, he vaguely saw a yellow light flickering between the spatial cracks in the space imprisoned by Peng Jun's sharp claws. Then a silver-white light pillar suddenly rushed out from the light pillar. Although the light pillar looked very weak, it was extremely strange. It actually shattered the space imprisoned by Peng Jun in a few breaths' time. Then a yellow shadow flashed like the wind and a small mink figure rushed towards Bai Qingyu. Moreover, this small mink was exclaiming, "Damn it, why is Bai Qingyu's demon clan so powerful? Ah! Bai Qing was greatly shocked and looked at the small mink in disbelief. After all, Bai Qingyu was his demon realm. How could he not pay attention to the nearby movements? Moreover, because of the banquet, Bai Qingyu's entire realm was on guard. Although this place was not far from the border of Bai Qingyu, it was still within Bai Qingyu. This small mink actually sneaked in without being discovered. This kind of magical power was really rare. Bai Qing was shocked and hurriedly looked in Ni Quan's direction. Indeed, within a few hundred feet of the space controlled by Ni Quan, a silver-white light pillar also appeared. However, the difference was that a small dog like Black Lightning appeared there and actually broke through Ni Quan's control. The small dog even exclaimed with joy, "Ha, little yellow, I won. When it's time for the banquet later, you have to let me eat first." Damn it. Bai Qing was quite embarrassed and angry. Two little demons actually sneaked into Bai Qingyu right in front of his eyes and were even discovered by the demon kings of Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain in front of the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island. Not only was Bai Qing embarrassed and angry, but Ni Quan and Peng Jun were also a little surprised. After all, the strength that these two little things displayed was only at the light-gathering realm, or even the wisdom realm. However, their magical power of concealment and escape was something that the two demon kings had never seen before. If you escape, how can this king still have the face to stay in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Ni Quan and Peng Jun said almost in unison and chased after them with their magical powers. As for the demon generals beside the three demon kings, they did not dare to delay and flew in other directions, hoping to intercept the two little demons. Bai Qing suppressed the embarrassment and anger in her heart. Seeing that there were fewer demons around, she smiled at the Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island and said, "My Bai Qing, you can't be compared to Star Shrouding Lake, let alone Dragon Island. I just wanted to hold a banquet and there are so many troubles. Today two little things actually sneaked into Bai Qingyu. If it weren't for the two demon brothers, I would have embarrassed myself. I've really made a fool of myself in front of the Dragon Envoy." The Dragon Envoy of Dragon Island's expression was still calm. He raised his dragon claw and waved it, saying, "These two little demons are very strange, Io?" Bai Qing did not hear what the Dragon Envoy said. She suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Dragon Envoy, the wrist guard on your arm, where did you get it? I find it familiar no matter how I look at it." "Hee, that's a dragon weapon refined by my Dragon Island's great weaponsmith. It's impossible to see it in ordinary places?" The Dragon Envoy was stunned. His calm expression relaxed a little as he answered with a faint smile. "Hiss." Bai Qing took a deep breath and exclaimed, "So it was refined by Dragon Island's great weaponsmith. No wonder it's so powerful. How about this, Lord Dragon Envoy? I've never been to Dragon Island and have never had the chance to meet this great weaponsmith. However, I really like this wrist guard. I wonder if you can part with it?" The smile on the Dragon Envoy's face deepened. However, there was a puzzled expression in his eyes as if he did not understand what Bai Qing was talking about. As Bai Qing spoke, she handed the heaven and earth bangle that the demon general took from earlier to the Dragon Envoy. She said earnestly, "This is what I'm going to trade with you. Of course, I know that this wrist guard is a priceless treasure. Compared to this wrist guard, what I want to trade is really insignificant. However, I really like this wrist guard. I hope you'll reluctantly accept it, Lord." Haha. The Dragon Envoy's Yuan Shin scanned the heaven and earth bangle and saw a lot of vitality stones inside. How could he not know the reason? He laughed loudly and his calm expression disappeared. "This wrist guard is of course a rare dragon weapon from Dragon Island. I didn't want to take it out to trade with you. However, seeing that you like it so much, I'll give it to you." "Fine, I'll grant you your wish." "Thank you, Lord Dragon Envoy." Bai Qing agreed ecstatically. She took the wrist guard from the Dragon Envoy and kept it happily. "I used to think that Dragon Island was an unreachable place. Now that I've met the Dragon Envoy, I know that the rumors are not true. Lord Dragon Envoy is really approachable." Haha. The Dragon Envoy kept the heaven and earth bangle and smiled. Dragon Island is naturally an unreachable place for ordinary demon clans. However, to those demon clans who are close to Dragon Island, it's not a mysterious place. Yes, I understand." Bai Qing felt relieved and replied with an obsequious smile. "Lord Dragon Envoy, please." At this moment in the sky far away, Peng Jun actually revealed the true form of a golden winged roc. He flapped his wings and flew back. His sharp claws were holding little Martin. Although little Martin was captured by the golden winged roc, he was still struggling with all his might. A yellow demon cloud appeared around him. Since little Martin had been captured, the puppy would not be spared. On the other side, Quan had also urged the demon cloud to fly over. There was also a black puppy in front of him, but this puppy was much more obedient than little Martin. Its body was bound by a series of dual-colored light ribbons, and its 2 ears were swaying left and right, as if it was not afraid at all. The dragon envoy was about to fly away. However, when he saw Quan and Peng Jun flying back, he was actually standing in midair. Bai Qing was a little surprised. She urged her body to fly in front of them and said loudly, "Demon brothers, where did these two little things come from?" Haha. Peng Jun flew over first. He waved his sharp claws and threw little Martin in front of Bai Qing. He laughed and said, "Ask them yourself." Umph. Bai Qing snorted coldly. A 5-colored light column emerged from the shell and transformed into a fingerless giant hand in the air. It grabbed little Martin and asked, "What's your name? Why did you come to my Bai Qing you?" Chapter 4360. "Io." Little Martin shouted loudly in the demon language of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. "What do you want to ask? Big brother, if you want to ask, just say it. If you don't ask, how will I know what you want to ask? Although you are looking at me with sincerity, you still have to tell me what you want to ask. Do you really want to ask? Go ahead and ask. You don't really want to ask, do you? Do you really want to ask? Oh. Big brother, can't you be gentler? Just ask whatever you want to ask. Why do you have to be so violent? Are you going to let go? Are you going to let go? If you don't, I will tell all the demons in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm that you are bullying the weak." Little Martin spoke extremely quickly. He only took a few moments to finish these awkward sentences. Moreover, little Martin's voice was extremely pleasing to the ears. These words flowed into the ears of the demon clan members like flowing water. Not only was Bai Qing stunned, even the dragon envoy couldn't help but laugh. Damn it. Bai Qing only came to his senses after a while. He wanted to activate his demon power again but felt that it was inappropriate. He could only shout, "Didn't I already ask you? What's your name? Why did you come to my Bai Qing you?" "My name is Little Yellow." Little Martin said seriously, "Of course I'm here for the banquet." For the banquet?" Bai Qing was stunned. He suddenly recalled what Little Martin and Little Dog had said. He suddenly realized, "Are you here to attend the Qingbu banquet?" Yes. Little Martin nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. Saliva flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, it is the banquet." At this moment, Quan also threw Little Black over. This little black dog was much more obedient than Little Yellow Martin. He only stood in the air timidly and didn't dare to say anything. "What's your name?" Bai Qing asked again. "Little Black." "Are you here for the banquet too?" "Yes." "Where did you and Little Yellow come from?" "Jinzhong Jiao." Bai Qing could not help but laugh when she heard the little black dog answering her every question without wasting a single word. It was completely different from the little yellow mink. She pointed at it and said, "What's the relationship between the two of you? Why is one so noisy and the other so taciturn?" "We're brothers." The little black dog and the little yellow mink said at the same time. "I'm the elder brother." I'm big brother." The black puppy, who was usually a man of few words, did not back down. It started to fight with the yellow mink. "Haha, interesting." The dragon envoy of Dragon Island said with a smile, "You two little things, the two of you look so different. You're not even from the same Yao clan. How can you be brothers?" "Brother dragon?" Little yellow mink struggled to stand up and said, "Little Black and I grew up with the same parents, how could we not be brothers?" "If they weren't brothers, how could he only have one father and mother? Those are the parents who raised you, not the parents who gave birth to you." The dragon envoy looked at the smart little yellow mink and said with pity, "Didn't your parents tell you who is the elder brother and who is the younger brother?" "We got separated from our parents." Little yellow mink was about to cry at the mention of their parents. "We found Baitsang Mountain at the corner of the forest, but we couldn't find them. So, we heard that there was a banquet here, so we rushed over to have a feast." "It's fine if you don't let us have a feast, but why did you kidnap us?" "Hee hee." The dragon envoy rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Little Yellow, Little Black, have you heard of the Dragon Palace?" "Dragon Palace?" Little Yellow rolled his little eyes and nodded vigorously. Yes, of course we've heard of it. I heard that there's a lot of good food in the Dragon Palace." "That's right." The dragon envoy nodded. "Not only is there good food in the Dragon Palace, if you follow me to the Dragon Palace, I'll ask the Dragon King to help you find your parents." Okay, okay. Little Yellow did not hesitate at all. He jumped up and shouted. But Little Black shook his head. Our parents are afraid of water. I heard that our parents were almost eaten by a python dragon. Oh, that's right, that's right. I forgot. Goldie shook his head like a rattled drum. I'm not going. The dragon envoy opened his mouth again and wanted to say something. Peng Jun smiled and said, Lord Dragon Envoy, the border of Baiqingyu is just ahead. The three of us will send you there. The dragon envoy looked at Peng Jun with displeasure. His gaze swept past the two little things, seemingly unwilling to part with them. My lord, please. Quan said with a fake smile on his face. Please. The dragon envoy knew what the two demon kings meant. He only smiled and flew into the sky, far away. You wait here and watch over the two of them. Seeing that even the dragon envoy was moved, how could Bai Qing not know that these two little demons had some background? She hurriedly ordered and flew behind the dragon envoy. Little Yellow and Little White naturally heard about Xiaohua's news and came to find an opportunity to save Xiaohua. However, 200 years of experience in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the hidden immortal continent had allowed them to grow a lot. They didn't attack foolishly, but wanted to see if they could find an opportunity to sneak into Baiqingyu. Seeing the three demon kings and the dragon envoy fly away, Little Yellow asked softly in his heart, Little Black, Father's aura is more obvious. You should be here. It seems like the rumors are true. Father was suppressed by these demon kings. We must sneak in and not attract their attention. What do you think we should do now? The two little things experienced the separation of yin and yang in Xiaohua's space. They didn't realize it before they left the space, but after they started their training they realized it again. Because they had been talking to Xiaohua with their hearts since they were young, they didn't know when they learned the ability to talk to each other through their hearts. This was many times more powerful than some voice transmission. We'll act according to the situation. Although Little Black didn't say much, he had an idea in his heart. He replied, Since these three demon kings didn't kill him immediately, we have a chance. Let's sneak into Baiqingyu first. As long as Father's aura is still there, he won't be in danger. Okay. Little Yellow agreed and immediately shouted, Damn it, what's going on? Why did you leave us here and ignore us? Are you going to let us join this banquet or not? I'm hungry. Can't you give us some appetizers first? I say, Big Brother, how many delicacies did you prepare for the banquet? What are your family's chef's specialties? Goldie continued to blabber on like a chatterbox, spittle flying everywhere. Fortunately, his voice was very pleasant to the ears. Although the group of demons were a little impatient, they did not have to pay attention to the meaning behind his words. It was quite pleasant to the ears. On the other hand, Little Black still stood quietly in mid-air, not saying a word. In just half a meal's time, Bai Qing and the other two demon kings returned with a group of demon soldiers and demon generals. Peng Jun, who had said that he would leave first, wasn't in a hurry to leave now. The three demon kings looked at the captured Little Yellow and Little Black, each of them calculating their own plans and not in a hurry to speak. When the demon generals at the side saw this, they all bowed and dispersed. After a full meal's time, Bai Qing smiled at Peng Jun and said, Brother Peng, aren't you in a hurry to send a message to Tsang Now that the dragon envoy of Dragon Island has left, shouldn't you go back too? Hee. Peng Jun replied, Brother Bai isn't in a hurry to send a message to the heavenly dam water prison. Why should I be in a hurry to send a message? Sigh. It was Quan who spoke up and made things clear. Brother Bai, this little black dog was found by me and captured by me personally. You don't have to worry about it, right? Little Yellow. Peng Jun asked straightforwardly. I'm the Demon King of Covered Sky Ridge. When I left, I already ordered my boy subordinates to set up a banquet. As long as I leave, there will be good food. Are you willing to go back with me? Covered Sky Ridge isn't in the water, right? Little Yellow didn't hesitate at all and asked immediately. Of course not. Peng Jun smiled. I'm a golden-winged great rock, how can I live in the water? Okay. Little Yellow agreed. We'll go with you. Haha. Peng Jun laughed wildly and said to Bai Qing, Brother Bai, as we discussed earlier, this Little Yellow agrees to go with me. You can't stop it. Bai Qing didn't answer, but Quan sneered. Brother Peng, don't be happy too early. Little Yellow said, Them. Peng Jun came to a realization, then said indifferently, It's fine if Little Black can come. My Covered Sky Ridge's banquet isn't lacking a seat. Little Black was found and captured by me. How can I let you take it away? And I Quan refused without hesitation. Big brother, take us away. I'm hungry. Little Yellow struggled to fly in Ping Jun's direction and shouted, if you don't eat now, you'll starve to death. With that, Little Yellow's small body flipped in midair, and it rolled its eyes as if it was really starving to death. Ha ha ha. Bai Qing laughed and said, boy, send some blood food over. Don't let it starve to death in my Bai Qingyu. The demon race was particular about devouring. Not only did they devour Nebula Brilliance, but they also devoured demon cores and blood food. Bai Qingyu naturally didn't lack blood food. In just a moment, a member of the Water Clan brought over 2 huge blood-dancing beasts. These blood-dancing beasts were the demon beasts that gathered around Bai Qingyu. They had a lot of blood and flesh and tasted delicious. Haha. When Little Yellow saw the blood-dancing beasts, it climbed up in midair and flew to the side of the blood-dancing beasts that were dozens of times bigger than it. It stuck out its nose and with a snort, a small silver brilliance sprinkled on the blood-dancing beasts. The blood-dancing beasts were originally restrained by the Water Clan and were obedient. However, when they saw the silver brilliance fall, they immediately struggled and even howled as if they were extremely terrifying. Chapter 4361. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 demon kings, a faint shadow fell into the light and was sucked into Goldie's mouth and nose. As the shadow disappeared, the huge body of the blood dance beast withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layers of blood also fell into Goldie's stomach along with the light. When the blood dance beast turned into a pile of white bones, Goldie burped and lazily and contentedly rubbed its stomach with its little claws. It was very satisfied. Woof. Before the 3 demon kings could recover from their shock, Blackie barked again. The 3 demon kings hurriedly turned their heads and saw Blackie fly to the blood dance beast's side. It opened its mouth and the space in front of its head twisted slightly. When the distortion fell on the blood dance beast, the huge blood dance beast's entire body was pulled flat and elongated. After that, the blood dance beast was swallowed into Blackie's stomach like a leaf without much struggle. Hiss. The 3 demon kings sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other. Without waiting for Ping Jun and Bai Qing to speak, and I Quan hurriedly shouted, Blackie was captured by me. None of you can have any ideas about him. Haha, Xiao Huang was captured by this old master. None of you can have any ideas about him. Ping Jun basically did not change a single word as he blurted it out. Bai Qing smiled and said, this is my territory. Blackie and Goldie are brothers. It's impossible for them to separate. After saying that, Bai Qing smiled and said to Blackie and Goldie, don't you think so? What do you mean by, don't? Goldie was full and became lazy. It didn't even want to speak. It lay in midair and almost used a tree branch as a toothpick. At this time, Blackie was also lying in the air. It stretched its limbs lazily and ignored Bai Qing's question. Brother Bai, what do you mean? Ping Jun and An Quan asked in unison. Nothing. Bai Qing smiled and said, it's the same as the 2 demon brothers. Damn it. An Quan cursed in his heart. He was also in a difficult position. If there were 3 of these strange demons, it would be easy to distribute them. However, there were only 2 of them and they were in Bai Qingyu's territory. This made things difficult for the 3 demon kings. However, An Quan was well aware that there were countless demon clans in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. The pure-blooded demon clans such as the golden-winged great peng bird, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god shell all had innate abilities, but these abilities were getting weaker with each generation. Unless a purer bloodline was born in a certain generation, only then would the demon race be revitalized again. However, he had never seen demons like Little Black and Little Yellow in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Furthermore, from what the 2 of them had said, it was very likely that they were mutated demons. This kind of demon usually had divine abilities that ordinary demons could not reach. If this divine ability was fused with the bloodline of other pure demons, it was very likely that it would give the demon a new divine ability. Even if there was no such possibility, the 2 of them had such strange divine abilities at such a young age. When they grew up in the future, how powerful would they be? There was no way An Quan would let go of such a demon race with unlimited potential. No. Without waiting for An Quan to speak, Ping Jun immediately refused. Ping Jun's true form was the golden-winged great peng bird. He was extremely arrogant, and his backer was the first great saint in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. How could he give in? There's nothing wrong with that. Bai Qing smiled slightly. If it were elsewhere he would not directly clash with Peng Jun. However, this was his own demon realm and he did not care about Peng Jun's thoughts. My two demon brothers. Seeing that the two demon kings in front of him were about to get angry, Enai Quan hurriedly said with a smile, I feel that our energy should be focused on the banquet. Although these two little things are cute, they are not particularly important. We can put it aside first and talk about it later. Who said they are not important? Peng Jun's eyes slanted as he looked at Enai Quan. Enai Quan still smiled and said, First, Brother Peng urgently needs to return to the sky-concealing ridge to send a message. Second, we don't know the origins of these two little things. Who knows if they have other intentions? Therefore, I think it's better to let these two little things stay with Brother Bai for the time being. Anyway, he has a lot of blood food here. We don't have to worry about these two little things eating. Peng Jun still wanted to say something, but Enai Quan transmitted a few words. Peng Jun narrowed his eyes and looked at the two little things, then turned to Bai Qing and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai. Leave Goldie with Bai Qingyu for the time being. After the banquet we'll discuss it again. Farewell. After Peng Jun finished speaking he wanted to show off. He raised his head and let out an eagle's cry that shook 100 miles. Then he spread his wings and his whole body glowed with demon light. Brother Bai. Enai Quan didn't stay any longer. He also cupped his hands and glanced at Xiao He who was in a daze in the air. He spread his wings and a vague shadow soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Humph. After the two demon kings left, Bai Qing snorted coldly. The colorful halo above the shell turned into two light pillars and fell on Blackie and Goldie. The light pillars rushed into the shackles that the two demon kings had placed on the two little ones like a spiral. With a crackling sound, these shackles were torn into pieces by the halo. Haha. Goldie and Blackie were overjoyed. Just when they wanted to move, Bai Qing snorted coldly again. Two damn little things, how can I not know what you're thinking? How dare you play hard to get in front of me? As he spoke, the halo that broke the restriction suddenly intensified, and completely bound the two little ones who were not prepared. Tell me who sent you here? Bai Qing snorted coldly. The halo shrank rapidly and squeezed the two little bodies into a ball. Ouch, it hurts so much. Big brother, why did you suddenly turn hostile? Goldie shouted loudly, If you don't want us to eat the banquet, you can ask the big brother just now to take us away. Don't play dumb in front of me. Bai Qing did not care about Goldie's coquettish behavior at all. With a wave of the halo, she threw the two little ones in front of the demon generals and said, Suppress them first. Yes. The demon generals naturally did not understand Bai Qing's thoughts, but they did not dare to be negligent. Several demon clan members took the two little ones away in a hurry. Damn it. Goldie was a little confused. He said to Blackie in his mind, How did this guy see through it? He didn't see through it. Blackie said coldly, He's really playing hard to get. Oh no, or is it a show of strength? He has some doubts, but he doesn't have any evidence. He doesn't want the two of us to be taken away by the two demon kings, so he suppressed the two of us first so that the two demon kings can't take us away. This guy is so cunning. Goldie understood immediately and cursed silently. If he wasn't cunning, how could he suppress Father? Blackie said with a smile, If only he could put us together with Father. That's right. Time has wings. It's been more than 200 years since I last saw Father. I really miss him. Goldie actually had some literary talent and could not help but sigh with emotion. Do you think Father will be especially surprised to see us? At the mention of Xiao Hua, Blackie became more talkative, and the expression on his face also became rich. He will definitely scold us. Goldie said with a smile, In the past, when we were at his knees, we never felt that he was good to us. In these 200 years, the more experience we have, the more we understand his heart. He would rather be tortured than let us save him. Now that we have grown up, it's time for us to share his burden. Blackie was held by the demon generals. He looked at the distant luster and said resolutely. Seeing the demon generals take the two little ones away, Bai Qing's mood became better. Blackie had guessed his thoughts correctly. How could he let go of Bai Qingyu's two little ones? No matter if the two little ones came for Xiao Hua or not, he had to suppress them. He had to put the two little ones together with Xiao Hua. As for the arrival of the Dragon Island's dragon envoy, it blew away his last bit of worry, making him not have any fear. As for whether this Xiaohua was the same Xiaohua or not, he did not care at all. Because, according to the records, the 7-colored conch's jade eye was given to Fairy Jing by Xiaohua. Fairy Jing died to save this Xiaohua. Didn't Fairy Jing's death mean that this Xiaohua in the dragon body was the Xiaohua that Fairy Jing knew? Bai Qing had heard Little White Dragon's words countless times in these 100 years. How could he believe it? As for Fairy Jing's death, he did not care about it at all. As he said, there were dozens of such human descendants in the Thousand Beasts sacred realm, if not more than 100. Whether this little white dragon was the Xiaohua that Peng Jun was looking for or not, that was not Bai Qing's concern. Moreover, even if this little white dragon did not know the whereabouts of the 7-colored conch, what he said was true. Since the news of the Qing banquet had been spread out, the real Xiaohua would naturally come. Bai Qing could also capture the real Xiaohua and complete the mission given by the old ancestor. Bai Qing thought as he flew. He arrived at a mountain ridge that was not far from the heavenly dam water prison. It was like an ingot that rose from the water. Looking from afar, there were high platforms on all sides and a flat ground in the middle. It was like the main hall of the Demon King's cave. Haha, it's here. Bai Qing's vital sense swept over. He stopped and laughed. Since I, Bai Qingyu, want to hold the Qing banquet, there must be a place to set up the banquet. This place is good. Boys, clean up this place. After this king asks for the old ancestor's order, we will hold a banquet here. Invite all the humans and demons who attacked my Bai Qingyu here and let them take the initiative to deliver their flesh and blood. We will drink human blood and eat human flesh. The banquet will last for 3 days. Yes, this humble one understands. The demons were overjoyed and shouted, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. We like the flesh and blood of human cultivators the most. It is both tough and nutritious." Chapter 4362. Not to mention Bai Qingyu, the demons were ready to open up their defenses and set up a banquet at the trap designated by Demon Monarch Bai Qing. All the human cultivators who came to the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm to save Xiaohua would become food for the banquet. There was a low hill hundreds of thousands of miles away from Bai Qingyu. The hills were high and low, covering thousands of miles. There weren't many giant trees in the area of the hills, only a type of greenish-purple vine as thick as a thumb could be seen all over the area. There were also 4-cornered leaves on the vine. These leaves swayed with the wind and made rustling sounds. Under the moonlight, the leaves and vines glowed with triangular phosphorescent lights. Amidst the phosphorescent lights, dozens of black figures less than 3 feet tall stepped on the demonic cloud. They brushed against the vines as they slowly flew into the depths of the hills. Under the moonlight, the group of black figures wore strange armor and didn't show their faces. The armor was also suffused with a dark green color. Under the dark green color, there was a thick blood-red color that even the moonlight couldn't wash away. As the dozens of black figures flew, the black figure in front suddenly stopped. Without the black figure making any hand gestures, the other black figures immediately scattered and crouched on the hill as if they were well trained. "It's here." That black figure released his primordial thought and said after looking around. "Yes." When the black figures heard and answered in a low voice, they straightened up and flew in different directions for a while before releasing their primordial thought. The black figure in front raised his hand and took off the armor on his head, revealing the face of a demon. Wasn't it Ing Pur of the Luoyi Merchant Union? Not long after, the scouting clansman returned and reported in a low voice, reporting to Patriarch, "There's nothing strange in the vicinity." "Good, follow me down." Ing Pur nodded his head in satisfaction. He activated his demonic energy and demonic clouds appeared around his armor. His entire body then disappeared down the hill. Seeing Ing Pur move, the other clansmen also activated their demon clouds and followed him down. Ing Pur flew straight for a few miles, and saw that the demon clouds around the armor were getting thicker and thicker, and some of the demon characters on the armor were beginning to tremble. Only then did he stop. Immediately after, Ing Pur took out a palm-sized paper crane from his bosom. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of demonic chi. When the demonic chi landed on the paper crane, a wave was generated and several strands of righteous chi rushed into the surrounding void. With a boom, the righteous chi landed on the paper crane. The paper crane was visibly full and in just a moment, it turned into a lifelike red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane let out a clear cry and flew in another direction with clouds surging around its body. "Let's go." Ing Pur turned around and looked at his clansmen. Each and every one of them had a serious expression on their faces, and there wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation on their faces. Feeling satisfied, he waved his hand and said. Just like that, the red-crowned crane flew in front of him while Ingpa and his clansmen followed behind. After flying for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a faint wisp of smoke appeared on the red-crowned crane's body. It was spontaneously combusted. At this point, Ingbo's vigilance was much lower. He clapped his hand and took out a fist-sized pearl. His left hand actually formed a seal, which seemed to be a Taoist technique. A ray of brilliance hit the pearl, and the pearl emitted a watery light screen. Ingbo held the pearl and looked around carefully. The light screen clearly reflected the situation within 100 miles around him. After confirming that it was safe, Ingbo put away the pearl and took out a beast skin. Clan leader. A demon behind Ingpa, who seemed to be very close to him, couldn't help but whisper, "This is a relatively barren place in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. It's not suitable for any demon to live here. Just now we didn't see any other demon on our way here. Moreover, this place is so far from the ground. It's unlikely that any other demon would discover our tracks, right?" Ingpa didn't care about anything else. He opened his mouth and spat another mouthful of demon aura onto the beast's skin. The beast's skin began to shrink, and several rays of moon and star power also fell from the void. Finally, it transformed into the appearance of a spirit mouse. This spirit mouse sniffed and began to fly in another direction. "Let's go," Ingpa ordered. His body moved, and then he whispered to the demon, "Chu Jing, although you say so after all, this concerns the life and death of my clan and the survival of the Luo E Merchant Alliance. I have to be careful." "Haha, it's our Luo E Merchant Alliance." The demon named Chu Jing naturally couldn't refute. He smiled and whispered, "How could other demon clansmen have so many different methods to avoid being tracked?" The spirit mouse flew in front of them for half a meal's time. Suddenly a thought swept over from afar. That thought landed on Ingpa. After a brief inspection, it retracted like a stream. Then, as the spirit mouse slowly shrank, a yellow halo appeared in the distance. Ingpa and the other demonic beasts stopped and waited for the halo to fly over. The halo passed by dozens of demonic beasts. Every time it passed by a demonic beast, the demonic beast would mysteriously disappear. When all the demonic beasts had disappeared, the halo also disappeared. When Ingpa appeared again, he was already in a huge space. Clan leader. A few elders who were also dressed in battle armor came forward to greet him. Behind these elders, there were thousands of demon clan members in the surrounding space. These demons looked very similar to Ingpa. However, they didn't utter a word. Instead, they stood up respectfully. Ingpa seemed to be a little dizzy. When he steadied himself, he saw that the underground space was so big and there were so many clansmen in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He said in surprise, Why are you all here?" The elder in front had a smile on his face. He didn't explain much and only said, "I've already told them about clan leader's intention." However, they knew that spiritual master Xiao was imprisoned by Qingyu. Clan leader gave up the position of clan leader and arranged the affairs of the Luo E Merchant Alliance. He was prepared to bring a few clansmen that spiritual master Xiao taught personally to Qingyu. They didn't follow clan leader's arrangement at all and followed me here. Ingpa looked at so many clansmen and elders and felt warm in his heart. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, he said in a low voice, "I only asked Great Elder to bring a few hundred clansmen who were willing to sacrifice their lives for spiritual master Xiao to follow me to Qingyu. Yes, clan leader even said that he would return the position of clan leader to us here." Great Elder looked at Ingpo and said with a smile, "It's a pity that I told the elders about this." Not only did they disagree but all of the clansmen were also unwilling. "I thank you on behalf of spiritual master Xiao." Ingpa looked at his clansmen and felt really happy. He actually imitated the human race and bowed to the clansmen. How could Great Elder and the others let him bow? They hurriedly helped him up and said, "Clan leader, you've really underestimated us. Although we had some conflicts with spiritual master Xiao back then, that was because we weren't familiar with him. Since we know that spiritual master Xiao is a righteous person and is also the benefactor of our clan, even if we have to give up the lives of our entire clan, we'll still go and rescue him. It's good that Great Elder has such intentions." Ingpa steadied his mind and said, "The rise of our clan and the prosperity of the Luo E Merchant Alliance today is all thanks to spiritual master Xiao. Therefore, if he's in trouble, I can't ignore it. Our clan can't ignore it. However, since spiritual master Xiao was suppressed by Qingyu, we already know what kind of background Qingyu has. What we're doing now is akin to striking a stone with an egg. I can give up my life and so can my clansmen. However, our clan can't be exterminated, and our Luo-E merchant alliance can't disappear. We have to take our time and plan carefully. Sigh, that's right. I also told our clansmen that. Fourth Elder and the others at the side were somewhat helpless. But they said that they only listened to clan leader. Since spiritual master Xiao is our benefactor, we must rescue him even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Bitterness appeared on Ying Po's face. He raised his eyes to look in Bai Qingyu's direction and said, if we can rescue spiritual master Xiao with our lives alone, then it'll be simple. At this point, Ying Po shook his head and tried his best to get rid of some distracting thoughts. He said, forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Since we're already here, elders, let's quickly discuss and arrange as many clansmen as possible to attack Bai Qingyu with me. After all, the disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are still waiting for my news there. How many disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are here? First Elder asked worriedly. They're humans. It won't be easy for them to go so deep into Bai Qingyu, right? Ying Po looked to the left and said in a low voice, according to the reliable news obtained by the Merchant Alliance, the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range has already been discovered by the Confucian cultivators. The Immortal Palace has issued a punitive order and is preparing to attack the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Isn't this adding frost to the snow? All the elders turned pale with fright. Sigh, that's right. Ying Po smiled bitterly. Spiritual Master Xiao has been away from the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range for 200 years. During this time, there were some news from the hidden Immortal Continent and the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Those disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range had always thought that Spiritual Master Xiao was training in the 3 continents. They didn't expect news of Bai Qingyu to come. He was actually suppressed in Bai Qingyu for more than 200 years. Do you think those disciples can live peacefully? Not to mention the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition. Even if the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range collapses now, they'll still risk their lives to save Spiritual Master Xiao. That's true. Even we're here. How can they not come? First Elder also had a bitter expression as he said, even if they know that the forces of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are absolutely no match for Bai Qingyu, they'll still throw eggs at a rock. When I rushed here from the hidden Immortal Continent, I received a message from Xiong Yi. Other than Li Xiang, who brought the necessary human disciples to guard the mountain and prepare to resist the Immortal Palace's punitive expedition, the other human and demon disciples all came out in full force to Bai Qingyu. Ying Po answered, they asked for a map of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and chose a place to gather there, waiting to meet up with me. Chapter 4363. Have you decided on a specific time? The second elder asked. More or less, but not a specific time. However, Xiong Yi and the others are all nascent soul cultivators. Although their disciples have disguised themselves and sneaked into the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory, they should be faster than me. Ying Po answered, therefore we need to discuss this matter quickly. The longer we delay, the easier it is for Bai Qingyu to discover them. And we understand. The first elder nodded. He pondered for a moment before saying, in this old man's opinion, the Patriarch's decision to work with the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples was the best decision. Now that several thousand of our people are here, it will be troublesome if we continue to work with them. Ying Po naturally knew about Great Elder's private thoughts, but he didn't blame him. He nodded and said, Great Elder is right. I'll write a Jade Eye scroll and have a reliable disciple send it over. We'll just set a time to launch a surprise attack on Bai Qingyu. Hearing Ying Po's advice, the Great Elder was even more delighted. He echoed, these disciples of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range are all humans. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for them to move around in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Patriarch, why don't you send a few dozen elite disciples to lead the way for them? Very good. Ying Po nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to give the order, he noticed something was wrong and asked in a low voice, where are the 7th and 9th elders? Oh. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the first elder's face as he answered, this old man was afraid that there would be no one to deal with the matters in the merchant union, so I left them behind. Ying Po didn't mind. He was very clear in his heart. If a palm stretched out, 5 fingers wouldn't be the same. He couldn't expect the elders to think the same way as him. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Ying Po had selected the people to contact the Fortune Gate's disciples. He also gave them the Jade Eye pendant he had written, and gave them some instructions before sending them away. Ingpa then discussed with the elders on how to rescue Xiaohua from the jaws of death. Under the night sky, several dozen demonic beast clans set off again. They were heading towards a vast forest in the Thousand Demons' sacred territory. At this time, at the edge of the forest, there were already a few bird-type demons flapping their wings and circling in the sky. These demons were different from ordinary demons. They did not fly far away, only a few dozen miles away. Whenever there was any movement, they would leave and land to investigate carefully. The moon fell and the stars were sparse. Dawn gradually appeared in the east. A few beast-like monsters slowly flew out from the mountain ridge in the distance. After these monsters flew out, they didn't directly fly forward. Instead, they scattered. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another dozen or so human cultivators flew out from the mountain ridge. These human cultivators all held magic treasures in their hands and looked very cautious. After these human cultivators flew past, even more human cultivators flew out. Caw. A few birds in the sky saw this and let out a few low cries. Except for one bird that was still circling in the sky, the others all rushed down and flew towards these human cultivators. When the birds landed, a nascent soul cultivator in a Taoist robe flew out from the mountain ridge. This nascent soul cultivator had a red face, a pair of broom-like eyebrows and a pair of leopard-shaped eyes. He looked very powerful without being angry. Behind this nascent soul cultivator, there was a pigeon bird that was about 2 zhang in size following closely behind. Wasn't this nascent soul cultivator Chang Yu, who was still a late-stage gold core cultivator when Xiaohua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Apart from being a lot younger, this Chang Yu's appearance didn't change much from before. Caw-caw. Once the pigeon bird flew out, it immediately cawed and rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to meet up with the other birds in the distance. As soon as the pigeon moved, Chang Yu was startled. In order to not attract the attention of the demonic beasts, he didn't dare to release his divine sense too much. Chang Yu was about to stop the pigeon, but when he saw the bird in the sky, a smile appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "I've wronged you during this period of time, I'll let you have some fun." As he spoke, Chang Yu had already released his divine sense. A moment later, another divine sense swept across the sea of trees in the distance. Seeing this, Chang Yu let out a long laugh and turned his head, saying, "Disciples, there are already Fortune Gate's disciples ahead. This place is already safe. Let's hurry over and meet up with your senior Uncle Lan and senior Uncle Xiong Yi." The dozens of gold core disciples in the surroundings were already pale. Their Taoist robes were tattered and blood-stained. It was obvious that they had encountered many demonic beasts along the way. When they heard Chang Yu's words, they were overjoyed. No longer hiding, they spurred their figures and flew into the distance. Chang Yu wasn't in a hurry. He waited until the several thousand disciples had flown away before he turned into a streak of light and landed in the sea of trees. Before he could land, he saw another cloud flying out from the forest. On that cloud was Xiaohua's other disciple, His Highness Lan. His Highness Lan was no different from when Xiaohua left. Seeing Chang Yu fly away, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Chang, you've worked hard." "Greetings, senior brother." Chang Yu didn't dare to be negligent. His figure appeared in the streak of light, and he bowed respectfully from afar. "Junior brother is not tired." "Junior brother thanks senior brother for coming to greet me." "You're welcome." His Highness Lan helped Chang Yu up and said with a smile, "You and I are senior brother, why be so polite?" "Yes, senior brother's teachings are right," Chang Yu replied. His tone was as respectful as ever. Although His Highness Lan and Chang Yu were both Xiaohua's disciples, His Highness Lan was already a nascent soul disciple when he entered the Fortune Gate, while Chang Yu was only a late-stage gold core disciple. After Xiaohua left, the Fortune Gate was led by Li Xiang, Xiong Yi and Lan. The three of them were in charge of the Fortune Gate's affairs. Chang Yu later cultivated painstakingly and often received guidance from the three nascent soul senior brothers. Only then did he step into the nascent soul realm. In these 200 years, the Fortune Gate was divided into 3 factions, just like Xiaohua's plan. Chang Yu was the last to enter the Fortune Gate. Although he had also accepted disciples, most of them were below the gold core realm. If he wanted to compete with the 3 nascent soul senior brothers, he was still too weak. Most of the disciples he brought to the Thousand Demons' sacred grounds were Li Xiang's disciples. His disciples were left behind in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. As he spoke, Chang Yu looked around and asked curiously, "Where's senior brother Xiong Yi? Why isn't he here yet?" That's right." A trace of confusion appeared on His Highness Lan's face. "Previously, I received a message from a flying beast. I thought Senior Brother Xiong had arrived. Who knew that you would be one step ahead of me? Senior Brother Xiong must have encountered some powerful demonic beast, right? That's right. Chang Yu replied with lingering fear. Previously, I always heard that the Thousand Demons Sacred Grounds was a demonic beast clan's sacred grounds, and it was definitely not a place that humans could enter. However, after today's trip, I found out that those words were not false. In fact, there were some reservations. Without a cultivation of 5th grade origin force, it's impossible to enter the Thousand Demons Sacred Grounds freely. Up until now, I've lost more than 40% of my disciples. How can one achieve 5th grade origin force? His Highness Lan was also worried. He replied, one has to be at least a mid-6th grade origin force to succeed. 6th grade origin force? Chang Yu smiled bitterly. That's the spirit-severing realm. I don't even dare to think about it. That's right. His Highness Lan turned to look at Bai Qingyu and said in a low voice, the future of this trip is uncertain. Not to mention the astral projection realm, we don't even know if we can step onto the hidden immortal mainland again. There are some paths that we can choose not to take, but there are some paths that we have to take even though we know it's a dead end. Chang Yu narrowed his eyes and said resolutely, even if there's fear in your heart, let's toughen up. Let our hearts be numb. Junior Brother is right. His Highness Lan smiled and looked at the rising sun. Sometimes we have to make some choices. Although this decision is a little difficult, I don't think this decision is difficult at all. Master's kindness to us is as heavy as a mountain. All these years, Master hasn't returned to the mountain. I didn't expect that he would be imprisoned by the Bai Qingyu demon clan. Chang Yu continued, after hearing this news I couldn't sleep at night. If we don't save Master, I'll die in Bai Qingyu with Master. Senior Brother Xiong should be here by now, right? His Highness Lan turned to another mountain ridge and asked with a frown. That's right. He should have arrived yesterday, right? Chang Yu looked at the mountain ridge worriedly. He should have met with some danger. His Highness Lan seemed to have made a decision. He turned and said, Junior Brother Chang, you rest here first. I'll bring a few disciples over to take a look. I'll go too. Chang Yu said without hesitation. Although I've just stepped into the nascent soul realm, I can still be of help. Junior Brother, you've just arrived. You should rest first. Besides, if both of us go, who's going to keep watch here? His Highness Lan didn't want Chang Yu to go. Chang Yu hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Senior Brother's disciples can keep watch here. I'll go with Senior Brother to welcome Senior Brother Xiong. All right. His Highness Lan nodded helplessly and led Chang Yu into the forest. After a while, 2 nascent soul cultivators led a dozen late-stage golden core disciples and flew toward a mountain ridge. Past the mountain ridge was a dangerous place. The mountain ridge was full of cliffs. Not only was there no vegetation on the mountain, there weren't even complete rocks. The river between the mountain ridge was also emitting a fishy smell. There were many whirlpools and white foam in the river water. Sharp stones were stepping out of the river surface. Not long after, there would be fish floating up from the bottom of the river with their bellies upside down. Chang Yu's gaze swept over the place. His expression didn't change. He released his divine sense to look into the distance. He knew that it was because of this dangerous place that there were fewer demonic beasts. Xiong Yi had to bring thousands of disciples through this place safely. After flying for another half a cup of tea, they didn't see Xiong Yi's figure. Similarly, they didn't see any demonic beasts. Chang Yu and the others appeared in a dark pool. The surface of the pool was covered with a layer of strange algae, which was iron-black in color. Between the algae, there were lotus pod-like demonic herbs poking out of the pool. Some of the lotus pods were very small, only the size of a fist, while some were extremely large, at least a few feet long. Some of these lotus pod heads were blooming while others were wrapped. There were many more. Chapter 4364. Chang Yu didn't seem to mind. His gaze swept across the sky, and his figure continued to streak across the sky. At this time, Prince Lan suddenly slowed down. He turned around and asked, Junior Brother Chang, I suddenly thought of something and wanted to ask Junior Brother. Senior Brother, please speak. Chang Yu answered without hesitation. Do you think it's not worth it for us to send out the entire Fortune Gate to save Master? Ah. Chang Yu was stunned. He asked in confusion, what does Senior Brother mean? There's nothing else. Just like you, even though I arrived a few days earlier, I encountered many demonic beasts and demonic beast clans along the way. 40% of the disciples I lead have been killed. Moreover, according to the investigation of the demons in the sect, Bai Qingyu was an extremely dangerous place in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, just like the information from the Luo Yi Merchant Union. That demonic beast king has the strength of an 8th grade Origin Chi realm cultivator, and even Master has been imprisoned by that demonic beast king. If we go there, wouldn't it be like hitting a rock with an egg? AI, that's right. Changyu nodded. Even though Master is powerful and can definitely reach the 7th or 8th grade Origin Chi realm in the future, he is still too young. He can't compare to the demonic beast clans in the 1,000 demonic sacred grounds who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, our Fortune Gate's foundation is too weak, and we can't compare to Bai Qingyu. Moreover, the soaring Dragon Mountain range has been discovered by the Immortal Palace, and they are about to launch a punitive expedition against our Fortune Gate. If we don't focus on resisting the Immortal Palace and look for reinforcements, even if we manage to save Master, he might not be happy, right? Changyu was taken aback. He stopped and raised his head to look at Prince Lan. He asked curiously, "Junior brother doesn't understand senior brother's words. The Fortune Gate is Master's Fortune Gate, and we are all Master's disciples. If we don't come to Master's rescue when he's in trouble, can we still be considered Master's disciples? Moreover, even though our Fortune Gate is facing the Immortal Palace, if we rescue Master with Master's ability, wouldn't the soaring Dragon Mountain range be the same as the Black Wind Ridge? We can make a comeback." "How confident do you think we are in rescuing Master?" Prince Lan asked with a smile. Changyu answered without any hesitation, "Less than 5%. Yeah." Prince Lan pointed at the Golden Core disciples behind him and sneered, "These Golden Core disciples and the tens of thousands of Golden Core and Foundation Establishment disciples in the forest are bait. Their deaths will attract Bai Qingyu's demons, while we and the other demons in the sect will take advantage of the chaos to find where Master is imprisoned." This plan is not bad, but has Junior Brother ever thought about it? Were the lives of these Golden Core disciples not worth their lives? Was Bai Qingyu an ordinary place? An 8th grade Origin Chi Realm Beast King, even if there are 10 masters, even if all of our Fortune Gate's disciples were to gang up on him, they still wouldn't be a match for one of his fingers. Ah. Hiss. Changyu shivered and was shocked. He hurriedly looked around and flew away to put some distance between him and His Highness Lan. Then he said coldly, "His Highness Lan, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me, you don't want to save Master?" Changyu. Prince Lan didn't press the issue. Instead, he shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to save Master. The problem was that this so-called banquet was obviously a trap, and it was obviously meant to lure us into the trap. Since we knew it was a trap, why would we walk right into it? Master's enemy is an 8th grade Origin Chi Realm Beast King, and he has been suppressed by this Beast King for close to 200 years. Even if we rescue him, he would already be a cripple. Moreover, it's impossible for us to rescue him. Ah. Damn it." Changyu understood that they were far from 100 zhang away. He cursed angrily, "People often say that you can know a person's face but not his heart. Ah. Prince Lan, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. What did you say in front of Master back then? For the Fortune Gate? Ah, I understand now. Yes, you're right, you're willing to pay any price for the Fortune Gate. But the price you have to pay for this sacrifice is Master and the affection between us senior and junior brothers. What you have to give up is a person's conscience." Speaking up to here, Changyu took a deep breath and looked at Prince Lan again. He advised earnestly, "Senior brother, I know that this is just a spur-of-the-moment idea. You're thinking too much because you've seen too many Fortune Gate disciples die. As long as you agree to return now and save Master with me, I can make a blood oath to pretend that nothing happened today." "You're wrong." Prince Lan shook his head slightly and said, "When the Continuous Merchant Union sent the news, I already thought of this. In the 200 years since Master left, our Fortune Gate has changed a lot. Others may not know, but we know very well. We are already the backbone of the hidden immortal mainland's Dao sects. Our Fortune Gate only needs to develop for a few hundred years, and we will definitely become the most important force to resist the Confucian cultivators. But in order to save Master, everything has to be turned to ashes. Everything we've done for the past few hundred years will turn into flowing water. I think it's really not worth it. Moreover, my Fortune Gate disciple is still going to throw his life away when Master has already been killed. It's even more unwise." "Fine." Changyu's face was ashen. He raised his hand and said, "If you don't want to go, Master, you can leave. I definitely won't say a word to Senior Brother Xiong and Senior Brother Li. But please, don't stop me from saving Master. Impossible. Prince Lan still shook his head. Aha, I understand. Chang Yu looked up to the sky and laughed. What you said is not what you're thinking. What you want is the entire fortune gate. It's your selfish desire to take the fortune gate for yourself that makes you so crazy. You want little brother to be buried here. You don't want little brother to leave alive, do you? Since you know, then I won't hide it from you. Prince Lan replied indifferently. Actually, this trap was left for Xiong Yi. You can't see it in my eyes. But since you came first, you can't live, otherwise I don't have the confidence to deal with you and Xiong Yi. Goo goo. Without waiting for Prince Lan to finish, Chang Yu waved his hand. The pigeon let out a shrill cry and rushed towards Prince Lan, blocking his path. Chang Yu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence landed on his body. Crimson light flickered around Chang Yu's body, and his face turned red. His whole body turned into a crimson light and soared into the sky. His Highness Lan didn't panic at all. He waved his right hand and a giant hand appeared, immediately trapping the pigeon. Then the giant hand grabbed the pigeon and with a boom, the pigeon was crushed by the giant hand. Its flesh and feathers were blown into the pond by the wind. Chang Yu didn't have time to look. The crimson light had already shot up several dozen zhang, but seeing Prince Lan so calm, Chang Yu couldn't help but be vigilant. Unfortunately, just as he was alerted, a large hand flickering with tricolored light broke through the air from the dozen or so golden core disciples standing in the distance and grabbed at Chang Yu's body. Damn it. Chang Yu was really caught off guard. He was familiar with all of Prince Lan's golden core realm disciples. Although Prince Lan had already turned hostile, these golden core realm disciples were still some distance away from Chang Yu. Chang Yu also knew that these disciples were no match for him, so he didn't take any precautions. Now that the giant hand had already sealed the space around Chang Yu, how could Chang Yu not know that this was the attack of a nascent soul realm cultivator? He roared, Prince Lan, you dare to collude with outsiders. While speaking, Chang Yu waved his hand and a golden light mixed with blood flew out and hit the giant hand. The giant hand's sealing power was great, but wherever the golden light landed, kacha? A series of crisp sounds could be heard. The sealing power around Chang Yu was shattered, and even a few fingers of the giant hand were destroyed. Seeing that the sealing power was about to collapse, there was a loud boom, and a seal several hundred feet in size flew out from the giant hand. The seal fell and smashed towards the golden light. Amidst the boom, the golden light was blocked, revealing a shuttle-shaped magic treasure. As for the seal, it was destroyed and kept rolling in the air. Looking at the shuttle-shaped magic treasure again, it only paused in the air for a moment. The bloody light on it flourished and with a sound it hit the seal again. Ka. A golden sound rang out and the seal was broken in half by the shuttle-shaped magic treasure. Moreover, the power of the shuttle-shaped magic treasure did not decrease and still stabbed at the magic treasure behind the seal. Boom. The giant hand obviously could not withstand the sharpness of the magic treasure, and the fingers began to collapse. What a good Taoist Shao! A voice rang out from behind the gold core disciples. Then, another crimson ring of light descended. The fluctuations on the ring of light were like boiling water, causing the surrounding space to tremble. After the flying magic treasure was enveloped by the fluctuations, it was like a spirit snake that had been struck by its weak point. No matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to break free. While Chang Yu urged the magic treasure, his figure did not hesitate at all and still turned into a bloody red color and rushed out of the pool. At this time, the voice laughed coldly and said, "Want to leave?" Along with this voice, another nascent soul giant hand fell out of the air and grabbed at Chang Yu like a meteor. Chang Yu did not care to see who it was. He rubbed his hands and several rays of light fell into the air, and layers of water ripples appeared in front of the giant hand. However, at this time Chang Yu was suddenly shocked. His figure quickly rushed up, and with a wave of his hands, another ray of light fell below him. Unfortunately, before that ray of light could form, another giant hand several times larger than the previous one appeared below him. This giant hand was even more powerful than the previous one and it grabbed Chang Yu. The strength of the giant hand was so great that Chang Yu's body was immediately crushed. Looking at the water ripples that Chang Yu had just used, they had already defeated the giant hand above him. Chapter 4365. It turned out that the giant hand above Chang Yu's head was only used to lure the enemy. It was only an empty shell, and Chang Yu had actually fallen into the enemy's trap. Chang Yu's body shattered, and as his flesh and blood scattered, a 1-foot-long crimson infant flew out from the top of Chang Yu's head. This nascent soul held a shuttle-shaped magic treasure in its hands, and its face was filled with anxiety. Just as the nascent soul was about to activate the magic treasure, the light from the magic treasure flickered several times, and the flying shuttle that was trapped by the halo could not escape. The nascent soul spat out a mouthful of true yuan, which landed on the flying shuttle in its hands. The heaven-earth yuan qi around the flying shuttle condensed into a hurricane, but unfortunately the flying shuttle had just taken shape and could not fly out. The giant hand that tore through Chang Yu's body rose again, and once again enveloped Chang Yu's nascent soul. At this time, Chang Yu no longer cared about counterattacking. Instead, the light around his body flashed rapidly, and a small part of his body was rapidly disintegrating. It seemed that he wanted to use teleportation to escape. It was also at this time that Lan Wang opened his mouth. Swoosh! A sword-like golden light rushed out, and the golden light streaked across the sky. Pooh! It pierced into the nascent soul's body, and Chang Yu's nascent soul that had just disappeared reappeared, and it was rapidly shrinking towards the golden light. Then die. Chang Yu saw that he was no match for the enemy, and knew that there was no way out. Boom! His entire nascent soul exploded. Seeing this, Lan Wang urged the nascent soul's hand and hurriedly shouted at the group of golden core cultivators, "Senior Qing Su, quick, don't let him attract the attention of others." Behind the golden core cultivators, spiritual master Qing Su's figure appeared, but he did not listen to Lan Wang's words. Instead, he raised his hand, and the dozen or so golden core cultivators who were unprepared were all caught by him, and their magic power was sealed. "Senior." Lan Wang was shocked. "What are you doing?" Spiritual Master Qing Su did not answer Lan Wang at all. Instead, he waved his hand, and the dozen or so golden core cultivators were all thrown into the explosion of the nascent soul. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions sounded, and blood splattered everywhere. Minced flesh and broken limbs fell from the air, and, piu piu piu. They fell into the pitch-black pool. "Qing Su Jinren, what are you doing?" Seeing that Chang Yu's nascent soul had disappeared in the wake of the shockwave, his nascent soul's hand had also collapsed from the explosion, and the entire pool had been blown up into the air along with the countless algae and lotus flowers. When the pool water fell back down, it was soaked in the blood of a dozen golden core cultivators. In the entire sky above the pool, other than himself, there was only Reverend Qing Su. Prince Lan could not help but say angrily. Taoist Master Qing Su did not answer. He raised his hand and pointed. The halo fell and Chang Yu's flying shuttle fell into his hand. Spiritual Master Qing Su stroked the flying shuttle, which was still unyielding like a spirit snake, inside. "Spiritual Master Shao, oh Spiritual Master Shao, you are indeed a genius. The magic weapon you casually gave to your disciple can be so powerful. This old man is truly impressed." Spiritual Master Qing Su opened his mouth and a spiritual talisman fell down, imprisoning the flying shuttle and keeping it in his arms. Only then did he release his divine sense to check for a moment and said to Prince Lan, "Since Chang Yu is in danger, how can you not be injured? Since you are injured, how can your disciples return alive? Moreover, these disciples have seen you kill your own junior brother. Do you think you can rest assured that they are still alive? But these are my trusted disciples that I have painstakingly cultivated." Prince Lan was really angry. The entire fortune gate will be yours in the future. Do you still care about these small sacrifices?" Taoist Master Qing Su took out the universe ring from his bosom and threw some demon race corpses into the pool. He smiled and said, "Moreover, after you kill Xiong Yi and bring these disciples back to the hidden immortal mainland, not only will the Grand Mist Ancestor reward you, he will also send you more subordinates. These disciples today are nothing. I am not greedy for the Ancestor's reward. I just don't want the fortune gate that I have painstakingly built to be destroyed." Prince Lan was still angry. Spiritual Master Qing Su smiled and waved his hand. "There is no need to say any more. Chang Yu's death must have attracted the attention of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, Xiong Yi will be here soon. You better think of an explanation quickly." Prince Lan snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He knew that Spiritual Master Qing Su was telling the truth. However, he only flew for 1,000 feet before he cursed, "Damn it! How could Chang Yu arrive first? How could his death not arouse Xiong Yi's suspicion? How should I kill Xiong Yi?" Moreover, why was this Changyu so stubborn? Master can't save him, so why can't he protect the fortune gate? Since you can't kill him, then follow the ancestors' plan. Bring the disciples to attack by Qingyu and find an opportunity during the battle. The ancestor will also arrange for disciples to assist you. Even if you can't kill Xiong Yi, your prestige will surpass Xiong Yi's. When you return from the Thousand Beasts Sacred Land to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, Li Xiang will naturally be under you. His Highness Lands and Reverend Qing Su's voices grew softer and softer as their figures disappeared. The waves on the pitch-black pool still could not calm down and the color of blood did not disappear. Even though the flesh and corpses had fallen into the deep pool, the traces of blood were smeared on the algae. After the time it took to finish a meal, the smell of blood had faded away, and the water in the pool had also gradually calmed down. At a corner of the pool, a lotus flower that was a few feet in size quietly bloomed, and an incomplete nascent soul emerged from it with shock and weakness. Wasn't that Xan Ping's nascent soul, who had escaped from Yizhao Ridge earlier? Xan Ping's nascent soul didn't dare to stay here for long. He forcefully sucked in a breath of heaven and earth origin energy, and his body emitted a dim light. He randomly found a direction and hurriedly fled. What? Junior brother Changyu was in danger? Although Xiong Yi was very sad when he heard the news of Changyu's death, there wasn't much surprise in his tone. After all, from the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory, he had lost close to 50% of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Moreover, when he was passing through the demonic demon race's territory, he had encountered the demonic demon race's patrol team. Coincidentally, the patrol team had a mountain patrol envoy. Although Xiong Yi and the other Fortune Gate's disciples had killed the patrol team, they had paid a heavy price, and Xiong Yi himself was also injured. If Xiong Yi was already in such a state, how could Changyu, who had just stepped into the early nascent soul realm, be any better? Therefore, Xiong Yi didn't have any doubts about Prince Lan's words. Aye, that's right. At this time, Prince Lan's face was also pale as if he was injured. Junior brother Chang just arrived here and realized that senior brother didn't arrive in time. He was worried and insisted on bringing his disciples to welcome you. How could junior brother let him come? Thus he brought his disciples to welcome you. Junior brother Chang was afraid that junior brother's strength wasn't enough, so he insisted on following me. In the end, an hour ago, we met the demonic demon race at the lake on the mountain ridge. Prince Lan choked as he said this. Junior brother Changyu and a dozen of junior brother's disciples died in that battle. In order to protect junior brother Changyu self-detonated his nascent soul and perished together with the mountain patrol envoy. Ai. Xiong Yi sighed and patted Prince Lan's shoulder. Junior brother, don't blame yourself too much. Bring me there to take a look. Prince Lan was overjoyed. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance but stopped Xiong Yi. It's there, but junior brother doesn't recommend senior brother to go there. Junior brother clearly saw that junior brother Changyu didn't leave behind any remains. Moreover, the mountain patrol envoy died. Who knows if their mountain patrol master will come? Did you bring back junior brother Chang's belongings? Xiong Yi asked again. Junior brother Chang's natal magic treasure has already exploded. Junior brother didn't have time to pick up his storage bag, so it should have fallen into the lake. Prince Lan didn't take these things back then because he wanted to lure Xiong Yi back. However, Xiong Yi thought for a moment and sighed, if you didn't take them, then don't take them. Most of junior brother Chang's belongings were left to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples. Whether we can return today is still a question. What do we need those things for? After saying this, Xiong Yi instructed, let's go quickly. After we meet up, we'll quickly change locations. Since we've already attracted the attention of the mountain patrol master, it's inevitable that there will be a big battle. Yes, senior brother. Prince Lan couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he didn't dare to refute and nodded his head in agreement. Although Xiaohua had made it clear before leaving the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range that the entire Fortune Gate would be jointly managed by Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang was different from Xiong Yi and Prince Lan. He was more of a supervisor. Compared to Xiong Yi and Prince Lan, Xiong Yi was more proficient in sect affairs and had great foresight. His ability to judge the situation and size up the situation was better than Prince Lan's. Therefore, although the two of them discussed many things and Xiong Yi also listened to Prince Lan's opinion, Prince Lan was well aware that he couldn't compare to Xiong Yi. The matter of going to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Land to save Xiaohua was also arranged by Xiong Yi. When the two nascent soul cultivators returned to the Forest Sea, the Fortune Gate disciples all sighed when they heard that Changyu had fallen. However, Changyu didn't have many disciples, and the number of Fortune Gate disciples that died this time was too high, so no one suspected anything. When they received Xiong Yi's order, they hurriedly packed up. Some flew, some escaped, and some rode on flying boats. More than 10,000 people quickly moved to another location. Xiong Yi was naturally with Royal Highness Lan. At this time he had already taken a pill, and the color on his face had slightly recovered. He frowned and asked Royal Highness Lan, "Junior brother, has Patriarch Ing Bo of the Luoyi Merchant Union not arrived yet?" "Yes." Prince Lan nodded and replied, "Junior brother has been waiting here for more than 10 days, but I haven't seen any demonic beasts from the Flowing Merchant Union. Moreover, we didn't set a specific time with him. Judging from the itinerary, it should be in the next few days." Xiong Yi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "This place is not far from Baiqingyu. If we continue forward, I'm afraid we'll attract Beast Monarch Baiqingyu's attention. We can only wait here for a few more days. After we meet up with Ing Bo, we'll find a suitable solution." Chapter 4366. Senior Brother? His Highness Lan tried to sound Huang Xiaolong out. "Ever since Ing Pa sent a message to our Fortune Gate, there hasn't been any news from him. Even though he was the one who arranged the 3 groups of disciples route to the Fortune Gate. Our Patriarch sent us here to lead the way for the disciples of him after such a long time. This Patriarch brother feels more than 6,000 of our clansmen to set off from other places." Xiong Yi smiled. "As for the specific details, please check the Jade initiative to come to our Fortune Gate." And at the same When Royal time Highness presented Lan heard Master's this token, he unconsciously in the past sucked 200 in a breath years, of cold our air. Fortune Gate He and understood the situation situation of of the the Ing Bo Bo clan clan closer. In the early we years, grow, so the do Ing they. Bo clan lost From what their Ing place Pa of said, residence in the the endless Thousand Dream Demon Commerce Sacred Union's Realms development development is inseparable the from entire our clan Fortune moved Gate to the hidden and immortal even more continent, inseparable from and Master. that was how the Luo Without Merchant Master, Union the came into endless Dream existence. Commerce Union In other wouldn't words, exist the today. Ing Bo clan only had a If little Ing Pa more was than a 3,000 people beast, back this then, junior brother and was on the wouldn't think verge too of much. extinction. After all,
Although after
Ing
more
Pa
than
is also
200
a
years of
demonic beast that
recuperation,
values
the
friendship.
Luo
He wouldn't
Merchant
do
Union
anything
had
to
now
betray
reached
Master.
more than 10,000
His Highness
clansmen.
Lan replied.
However, the
However,
Luo Merchant
Ing Pa is
Union was
not
also
only a
very
demonic
large now.
beast, he is
For
also
the Ing Bo
patriarch
clan
of
to
a
send
tribe
more than
and
6,000
represents the
clansmen
endless
to
Dream
rescue
Commerce
Xiao
Union.
Hua.
It was
For
indeed the
Master,
strength
we can
of the entire
disregard the
clan.
price and come
This
even if
made
we know
Royal
it's a
Highness
dead
Lan
end,
really
but
unable
what
to
about Ing
understand.
Po's tribe?
I thank you on behalf of Master. Xiongyi raised his head and saw that the sky was already covered with superfluous words. The originally clear sky was unknowingly covered by a strong wind.
Yes,
and not only did the wind fail to blow away the dark clouds, it even
After
added
saluting,
to the
he
bleakness
quickly
of the
left.
sky. Xiongyi looked at the clouds
eyes
and
and
looked at it for a
and a
moment.
strange light
Then
flashed
he
in his
said to
eyes
Royal
as he
Highness
replied,
Lan, everything
"Pass down
depends
the
on the
order to
will
all
of the
people.
disciples. Just as
3
days
days
later,
between
according to
heaven
the
and
plan,
earth."
we will attack Bai
Xiongyi's
Qingyu. Words were sincere.
Yes,
but His Highness
at this
Lan
point,
snorted
how could Royal
disdainfully at
Highness
his Lan
words?
still dare to say
However,
half a word
His
of
Highness
objection.
Lan didn't dare to
He
say
could only
anything
go
and
along
only
with it and
replied,
think of another
"Yes,
set of
junior brother
countermeasures in his
understands."
hands. The
Right
clear
at this
sky
time,
was
the
gone, and
scouting
the clouds
birds were
suddenly
dense.
dove down from the
Wind and
clouds
clouds
in
were
the sky,
coming.
heading
With
in
the
a
heavy
certain
snow be
direction.
far away?
Seeing this,
Looking at the layers of clouds
expression was
above
neither
Bai
happy
Qingyu
nor
for
sad
more
as
than
he
10
ordered.
days,
The
"Junior
cold
brother,
wind blew
go
again
take
and
a look,
again,
if I'm
but
not
there were
mistaken,
no raindrops
Imp should be
falling.
here."
And on this
Yes,
day,
senior
finally,
brother.
a little bit of snow
His
was
Highness
born
Lan
from
was
the
a little
layers of clouds
surprised
by Ing
It
Po's
transformed
arrival.
into a
He
salt
nodded
pan
and
and
flew
sprinkled
over
to
down,
where Ing Po
as
was.
though it was adding
Sure
some
enough,
flavor to
not
the
long
feast.
after,
Dozens of Ing
the
Po's
heavens are
clansmen
really
hurriedly
helping us.
rushed over. Bai
After
Qingyu's
saluting
demon monarch,
Xiongyi,
they
they
presented
slightly
their
hoarse
jade eyes
voiced
to
to
him
him
and
in the
respectfully
snow.
said, "The human race
Xiong
often
leader,
says that drinking
our clan
wine in
heard
the
the
rain and
Taoist
eating meat
masters
in the
showers in
snow are the
trouble.
two greatest
Therefore,
pleasures
we
in
came
life.
here with the full
Now,
strength of
seeing
our
that
clan
my
to
Bai
rescue him.
Qingyu's feast is about
Because
to
there are
start,
too many people
even the
if we
heavens
were to
want to
stay
attend
together
it.
with the disciples
Yes,
of the soaring
congratulations,
dragon
brother
range.
Bai. It would be easy
Congratulations,
to
brother
attract the
Bai.
attention of other demon
Ancient Bell
clans.
Mountain's demon monarch and I Quan's voice sounded at the same time.
This is the omen of Bai Qingyu's great prosperity. I'm very envious. I don't dare. Bai Qing laughed again and said, "With Ancient Bell Mountain and concealed Sky Ridge in front of us, how would I, Bai Qingyu, dare to talk about prosperity? It's only because there's another demon brother behind me that I have the guts to add some jokes to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." Ha, yes, it's rare for the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to be so lively. The Demon King of Shrouding Sky Ridge didn't continue to flatter her. Instead, he followed Bai Qing's words and said, "Today Bai Qingyu's banquet actually attracted humans, demons and even dragons. It truly surprised many demon kings nearby. Come, let's toast brother Bai." And I Quan continued, Please. All the demon monarchs and demon generals congratulated in unison. The liveliness drove away the coldness in the entire world. The place where the voices came from was the foothills in front of the Heavenly Dam Water Prison. Now, a feast had already been set up. At the top, the three demon monarchs were raising their cups. On the stone table in front of them, bloody meat was steaming with the smell of blood. Below the three demon monarchs, there were many greater demons raising their cups to congratulate them. Below the greater demons, there were dozens of demon generals who were either prostrating, sitting cross-legged, or leaning against the wall. All of them raised their wine cups and held bloody meat in their hands, shouting loudly and making a racket. What a lively scene. After 3 rounds of drinking and a little bit of meat, the liveliness died down a little. Bai Qing was a little displeased. He released his Yuan will to look around and asked loudly, "Where's the mountain patrol?" "I'm here." A demon of the 6th grade Yuan Qi flew out from the foothills and bowed respectfully. "The feast has already begun. Where's the promised feast?" "Yes, your majesty. I've already followed your majesty's instructions and retreated the demon soldiers in Bai Qingyu's 4 realms," the mountain patrol hastily replied. "I think at this moment, those tough humans..." Before the mountain patrol could finish his words, demon monarch Peng Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. He laughed and said, it's coming, the liveliness is coming, haha, as expected." And I Quan also looked up into the distance and laughed while clapping his claws. They're there. The group of greater demons also turned their heads and looked in that direction. Seeing this, Bai Qing shouted, "Don't release your primordial thoughts. Don't disturb our food." Then he turned his head and shouted, "Come, pass my order. Beat the drum and start the feast. Open the demon array." "Yes, your majesty." The mountain patrol answered and raised his hand to take out a triangular flag. As he activated his demon energy, a demon cloud flew out from the flag and landed between the mountains and swamps. Boom! At the place where the demon cloud landed, hundreds of tricolored light pillars shot up into the sky and enveloped the space within 100 miles. These light pillars slowly fell from the sky and intertwined with each other. A huge light screen slowly unfolded in front of the foothills. On the light screen was a scene 10,000 miles away. Before the demons could see what was on the light screen, dong dong dong, the sound of war drums sounded from above their heads again. The demons looked up and saw hundreds of shell-type demons stretching out their transmogrified tentacles. The tentacles held drumsticks that were a few feet thick and were beating the huge drum that was more than 100 feet in size. The sound of the drum spread in all directions. Before the sound of the drum, the halo caused by the light pillars stirred up the clouds. Layers of clouds surged in all directions. At the end of the turbulent clouds, between the towering mountain, 4 rainbows streaked across the sky. The divine will also swept across the sky like a surging river. When it swept across the 5-colored halo that covered the mountains and swamps, the halo produced layers of ripples. Many illusions appeared between the ripples. When the divine will fell into it, it immediately showed signs of dissipating. The 4 divine wills did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. When the rainbows stopped in midair, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu Qiudi appeared in the clouds. Unsurprisingly, the 4 of them all showed a trace of paleness on their faces. Their eyes were also filled with shock. "We're finally here." The shock in Gusu Qiudi's eyes faded. Unconsciously, she revealed a sense of relief. She muttered in a low voice and turned to look at the direction they came from. Using her injured divine will, she said again, "Xingzi, I'm afraid the people from the Shenhuang token will catch up soon." "That's right." Pity appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face. He said again, "We've been in a hurry. Now that we've finally stepped into Bai Qingyu's sphere of influence, we have no regrets even if we die. However, Qiuer, it's been hard on you." "It's okay." Gusu Qiudi narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5-colored halo that began to fill the area ahead. She was not inferior to men. She smiled and said, "Accompanying my husband for a day is equivalent to accompanying the Shenhuang Immortal Palace for 100 years. I've been with my husband for so long and I'm already filled with happiness. I once swore that I don't want to be born on the same day, but I want to die on the same day. It's my fortune to be able to go to the netherworld with my husband today." Zhai Xingzi was a bit choked up. He held Gusu Qiudi's hand and said, "If I don't die today, the first thing I do when I return to the hidden immortal continent is to go to the Gusu clan to ask for your hand in marriage. Not to mention being bullied, even if I'm beaten to death, I'll accept it." Zhai Xingzi. Every woman wanted a proper status. Even Gusu Qiudi, who was a 5th-level origin power grandmaster, could not escape the nature of this kind of woman. Chapter 4367. Well said. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong also clapped their hands and said, "Let's make an agreement here. After we survive here, we will go with Taoist Master Xiao to Gusu clan to ask for her hand in marriage." "Thank you, uncles." Gusu Qiudi's face blushed and she replied in a low voice. Boom. As she spoke, more than 10 demon clouds flew out from the 5-colored halo in the distance. 5 demon generals led thousands of demon soldiers and surrounded them with weapons. Alas. Sun Kong sighed and said, "We originally wanted to sneak in quietly and find a chance to rescue Xiao Hua. Who would have thought that not only did the Immortal Palace's Shenhuang token intercept us halfway, but even Bai Qingyu's Demon King was prepared. This trip is really a dead end. Even if it's a dead end, we still have to give it a try." Zhang Daoran looked at the demon generals flying over and said word by word, "Seeing that Taoist Master Xiao is in trouble, if we don't give it a try, how can we be at ease?" "Kill." Sun Kong Shangren roared and slapped the top of his head. A beam of light gushed out and landed in midair. Then Sun Kong Shangren's body flashed with a green brilliance. His nascent soul Dharma body had expanded to 1,000 feet in just a moment. Woo! Sun Kong opened his mouth again, and his magic treasure soared into the sky. The shrill sound of wind whistling came from the magic treasure, and wind blades sharper than flying swords shrouded the space of 1,000 feet. Then Sun Kong's nascent soul avatar flew up and formed seals with his hands, and the wind blades attacked a demon general flying over. Upon seeing Venerable Sun Kong reveal his nascent soul Dharma body, the demon general also let out a loud roar and the 5-colored light around his body began to sway like ripples. Within the light, several hundred pillars of light that were invisible to the naked eye fell from the sky. Muffled booms continuously rang out nearby as the demon general's body began to swell. In just a short moment he was already over 1,000 feet in size. Exalted Master Sun Kong's wind blades crossed the vast sky and enveloped the space around the Fiend General. The power of the domain and the wind blades seemed to have cut through space. However, when the wind blades fell on the demon general's halo, ka, sound suddenly rang out. The halo was cut and annihilated under the power of the domain, but under the halo the demon general's hard shell only had white scratches. It couldn't cause any substantial damage to the demon general. Haha. Seeing this, the demon general couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just blood-eating ears. Go. While speaking, the demon general's shell suddenly opened, and a dazzling brilliance rushed out like the sun. The space imprisoned by Sun Kong instantly collapsed under the brilliance, and where the brilliance landed, the wind blades were cut and neatly cut into several pieces. The brilliance produced a boundless suction force sucking the wind blades. Damn it, what is this five-colored brilliance? Why is it so powerful? Sun Kong was shocked and quickly activated Heaven Howl again. The treasure let out a powerful roar and yellow light came out of all the holes at the same time. When the threads of light fell into the air, they strangely twisted together. Mysterious creatures as thin as mosquitoes swam around the threads of light. Woo-woo. Waves of ghostly wails and howls came from the void. Strands of the world's origin energy that had condensed into crystal threads appeared like a spider web and landed on the threads of light. The space within hundreds of meters shook. A red and yellow hurricane broke through everything like a dragon. It carried the arrogance of Sun Kong as it roared and pounced at the demon general. The demon general was shocked and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly shrank his demon body and the halo of the shell quickly flapped to protect his demon body. In just a few seconds, there was a loud bang and the red and yellow tornado had already arrived before the demon general. It hit the five-colored shell. The moment the five-colored light was hit, it turned into thumb-sized vortexes. Each vortex had a suction force and each vortex had five-colored light piercing into the air. Sun Kong Shangren had already used all his strength in this attack. Although the demon general's innate ability was powerful, under the hurricane the tens of millions of vortexes all collapsed. Every ray of light turned into fireflies. When all the halos were annihilated, there was a crisp sound, and the demon general's shell was actually smashed into pieces. The demon general didn't dare to continue fighting. The demon cloud below him quickly formed and he was about to escape into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Sun Kong was overjoyed and let out a roar. His nascent soul body turned into wind and Heaven Howl smashed toward the demon general like thunder. Sun Kong, be careful. Just at this moment, Gusu Chiodi's shocked voice echoed. Sun Kong was startled, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the dozen or so shells that had been shattered by Sun Kong suddenly flew into the air, heading straight for Sun Kong's chest. When he saw the shell shards streaking through the air, fine spatial cracks appeared, and the sharp shards even touched his protective light. The light was sliced apart like silk. Sun Kong was shocked. Venerable Master Sun Kong hurriedly activated the power of his domain, wanting to seal the space around him. However, the power of his domain turned into nothing when it landed on the five-colored center of the halo. Not good. Exalted Sun Kong hurriedly teleported, but he was still too late. Puff, puff. Several muffled sounds were heard as the three shell fragments broke through Exalted Sun Kong's defenses and stabbed into his body. 3 streams of blood immediately spewed out. Weak human. The demon general sneered and no longer tried to compete with Sun Kong. The demon general quickly rotated and the five-colored light smashed into Sun Kong's nascent soul body. Damn it. Sun Kong hurriedly circulated his quintessential essence in an attempt to repair the injuries on his body. However, the five-colored halo was extremely strange. His quintessential essence was either absorbed or destroyed by the halo. Sun Kong was unable to repair it at all. Exalted Sun Kong cursed in his heart when he saw the demon general attacking once more, and he hurriedly utilized the wind movement technique to dodge. Since Sun Kong was the first to attack, Zhang Daoren naturally wouldn't be any slower. Just as Sun Kong used Heaven Howl, Sun Kong also used Drifting Snow. At this moment, there were already snowflakes falling from the horizon. Drifting snow rushed into the air, immediately enveloping the space within a radius of a few miles. The traces of ice were like spatial cracks as they rapidly attacked the demon general opposite of them. Wherever the ice crack passed, all the snow particles shook. In an instant, they turned into fist-sized ice balls that smashed towards the demon general from all directions. Wisps of green-white light rotated within the ice balls. Each ice ball would emit a strange whistling sound as it cut through the sky. Caw. Zhang Daoren's opponent was a giant rock. The giant rock let out a long cry and spread its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large immediately appeared. The giant rock coldly looked at the ice and snow that filled the sky. Demonic light flashed around its body and more beams of light fell between its wings. A shadow that was hundreds of feet large surged out of the giant rock's body. Boom, boom, boom. The great rock's demonic body rushed into the ice and snow space. As it flapped its wings, the ice balls were smashed into powder. Every time the ice balls exploded, the spinning halos would produce a violent force. However, the explosion of these ice balls only destroyed a trace of the giant rock's shadow. When the giant rock broke through all the ice and shattered the countless ice cracks, the giant rock had already flown above Zhang Daren's head. The giant rock let out a sinister laugh. Its sharp claws that were dozens of feet long slashed down. Under the claws, the giant rock sealed the space within several hundred feet. Not only did the ice and snow disappear, but even the protective light around Zhang Daren's body was about to be extinguished. Sigh. Zhang Daren sighed. The giant rock in front of him had the strength of a sixth-grade origin energy. Moreover, the demonic race's demonic body was tyrannical. Using strength to break through techniques was never a lie. Chapter 4368. Okay. As Zhai Xingzi spoke, starlight surged around his body. Countless beams of starlight and moonlight descended from the sky and landed on his body. At this moment, star symbols appeared on the surface of Zhai Xingzi's body. It was like a star map that protected his body. Gusu Qiudi retreated slightly and raised his hand. The shoot the moon bow was already in his hand. He activated his true qi and beams of qi rushed into the shoot the moon bow. A cold moon arrow that was a few feet long was slowly formed. Rumble. Zhai Xingzi flew out, and the demon summoned his demon cloud to meet him. Zhai Xingzi waved his hand, and the star fragment appeared. The space within a few miles immediately darkened. The stars on the star fragment activated the power of the stars and moon, sealing the space. The brilliance of the stars was like a sword, piercing towards the demon. This monster was short and fat. There was a horn that was 3 inches long on top of his head. The wings on his back were also only a few feet long. The monster saw that the space around him was sealed. He activated his monster power but didn't see the beams of starlight and moonlight descend. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Seeing the light of the stars and moon piercing towards him, the monster let out an angry roar. He waved his claws in the air and the space around him was torn apart like silk. The space shattered and the light of the stars and moon was naturally distorted. Most of the light scattered. However, when the light pierced through the shattered space and pierced the monster's body, his body was immediately cut open. Strands of monster blood flowed out. Roar. The monster was furious. A grayish-black monster cloud appeared around him. The monster cloud crazily surged and rushed towards the starlight. The brilliance of the stars and the moon was like a sword, piercing through the demonic cloud. At this moment, the demon's horn began to ripple again. As the ripples fell into the air, faint ripples began to spread in all directions in the void. Zhai Xingzi frowned. He had a bad feeling. Fall? Zhai Xingzi formed a seal and pointed at the falling stars in the sky. As he chanted, stars appeared from the falling stars. They shook the space and smashed towards the monster. Although it was only a few thousand feet away, the star grew from a very small size to a very large one. When it landed on top of the demon clan's head, it created a huge commotion as if it was really falling from the sky. Seeing the several thousand feet large star smashing into the space and distorting it, the monster suddenly roared. Boom, boom, boom. The space within 1,000 feet suddenly churned and collapsed. Waves of black and white light surged out from the cracks in space. However, none of this could stop the star from falling. The brilliance of the star pierced through space and smashed onto the head of the demon. Just as the demon was about to turn into ashes, the figure of the demon suddenly twisted and even folded. Zhai Xingzi was shocked and shouted, "Oh no!" Then his figure suddenly retreated. Sure enough, just as his figure disappeared, a 3-inch long horn appeared at his illusory figure. In an instant, it shattered the space dozens of feet around him. A spatial divine ability. Zhai Xingzi's mouth was filled with bitterness as he called out to himself. This monster actually has a spatial divine ability. Damn it, I-Star Shatter is used to confine space and kill the enemy with the power of the stars and moon. Now, how can it be used? Sun Kong Shangren, be careful. At this moment, Gusu Qiudi, who was at the back, hurriedly reminded Sun Kong Shangren. When she turned her head to look at Zhai Xingzi, she hurriedly shouted, "Husband, please step aside and watch me kill this monster." "It's alright, your husband can still hold on." How could Zhai Xingzi bear to let Gusu Qiudi take action? After replying, he raised his hand and a huge hand formed by the brilliance of the stars and moon grabbed towards the demon clan. Hee hee, With just this strength you actually dare to come to my 1,000 demons sacred realm and behave so atrociously? That demon sneered. He didn't use any other divine ability at all. Instead, he rushed up into the sky, and that horn of his collided with the star moon hand. Boom! A strange wave, coupled with the sharp horn, caused Zhai Xingzi's hand to crumble instantly. Damn it! Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong Shangren, and Zhang Daoran roared furiously at the same time. They were existences with 5th-grade origin energy on the hidden immortal continent. When had they ever been defeated like this? However, when they came to Bai Qingyu, a mere patrolling demon general was able to force them into a disadvantageous position. How could they possibly rescue Xiaohua, who was suppressed by the demon king? Vile spawn. Since you're already here, why aren't you bowing down and being captured? Behind them a faint voice sounded. Gusuchiodi was startled. She hurriedly turned her head and saw dozens of clouds surging out from the horizon. The assassins of the Bound of Universe were chasing after them like maggots. Husband, could it be that we've reached a dead end? Facing such a desperate situation, Gusuchiodi was distressed. She raised her head and looked in Bai Qingyu's direction. We haven't even seen Daoist Zhao's face yet. Ha ha ha. In the distance, Bai Qingyu and Demon King Bai Qing laughed. The group of demon race also saw it clearly through the light screen. They all clapped their hands and laughed. Beat the drums and cheer. Following Bai Qing's shout, dong dong dong. Another battle drum beat sounded, shaking the surroundings. Seniors, don't be anxious. Juniors will come to help you. Amidst the battle drums, a wave of battle cries sounded from another direction. In the air several hundred li away, more than 10,000 Fortune Gates disciples were also engaged in a fierce battle with several thousand demonic beast clans. Brilliant lights flashed, and demonic chi soared to the sky. Miserable screams, the sounds of magic treasures colliding, and the sound of corpses falling to the ground filled the air. Ha 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 ha. Such a tragic scene was like child's play in the eyes of the 3 beast kings and the group of greater demons. They raised their wine cups and shouted, "What a feast, what a feast! Our trip here was not in vain. Cheers, let's continue to cheer." Kill. Zhai Xingzi sighed when he saw the Fortune Gate disciples fighting the demonic beasts. He did not even look at where the Shenhuang Order assassins came from. He waved his star shatter and continued to fight the demonic beast general. Haha. At this time, another heroic voice sounded from another direction. Several thousand short demonic beasts emerged from the ground. It was Ingpe and his fellow tribesmen. Ingpe shouted, "How can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Even if we can't save Daoist Xiao, we will spill our blood on the way to save him. Good men, good demonic beasts." Gusuchiodi shouted. "If I can survive today, I will definitely befriend you." That's right. Such men are Daoist Zhao's best friends. Zhai Xingzi laughed. His star shatter flashed as he fought the demonic beast general again. Crazy, crazy, all of them are crazy. The assassins of the Shenhuang Order flew closer. When they saw such a huge battle, they could not help but be stunned. After all, they were humans. Although they wanted to kill Zhai Xingzi and the others, they could not kill humans from behind. Dong dong dong. Another wave of drumming sounded. More demonic beast soldiers flew over from other places to fight against the continuous Merchant Union's demonic beast soldiers. The demonic beasts were invigorated by the drumming, and their battle cries were endless. After half a cup of tea's time, the blood of the humans and demonic beasts had dyed the ground red. Beast King Bai Qing was still not satisfied. He looked at the situation on the light screen and waved his hand. He stood up and shouted, "Brothers, please wait a moment. This old man will show them some more exciting things." "Okay, we will wait and see." Anai Quan and Peng Jun were puzzled. They replied as they watched Bai Qing disappear into the heavenly dam water prison. Boom. In just a moment, demonic light burst out from the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. When the pillar of fire pierced through the sky, another struggling human head was suppressed under the pillar of fire. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated his influence on the hidden immortal continent's Tao Gate, and he had also underestimated the Stream Merchant Union's ability. He was completely unaware of the efforts the Stream Merchant Union, Fortune Gate, Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, Zhai Xingzi, and the others had put in to rescue the so-called Xiaohua. He was even more unaware that Fairy Jing, who he thought was eager for quick success, had already sacrificed her life for him. At this moment Xiaohua looked at the sky. The gloomy sky seemed to make him unhappy. He couldn't help but recite a poem. When the nearby Dao Gates cultivators heard this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Although they were somewhat disdainful of this python dragon's pretentiousness, this flood dragon's divine ability made them revere it. However, after being together for so long, they also felt that this python dragon had no other shortcomings other than its arrogance and bad temper. At this moment, one of the cultivators couldn't help but remind, fellow immortal Aoe, why don't you take a look? This snowflake is not the size of a straw mat. Could it be that the straw mats in your hometown are like this? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. As he laughed, all the snow within a radius of 300 meters was shaken into powder. Immediately after, Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out a stream of demonic qi. In the sky, a thin piece of ice that was several meters in size appeared and slowly drifted down with the wind. This old man knows that you are jealous of this old man's talent and the nobility of my dragon race. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. Do you see? This is a snowflake as big as a straw mat. Then what about the drum-beating platform? That cultivator saw that Xiaohua wasn't angry and asked again. Clang clang. Xiaohua coughed twice. The python dragon's voice was like thunder. Xiaohua laughed again and said, Look, this is... Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, dong dong dong. In the sky, the sound of drums faintly rang out. Layers of clouds were formed in the dense dark clouds that were previously covered by the drums. They rapidly rippled from afar and covered the entire sky in a short moment. The snowflakes floating in the air were also shattered by the drum beats. When the clouds moved, the drum beats stopped and large snowflakes really began to drift down. This is already the Baiqingyu territory? Ao Zhantian's expression turned serious and he turned to ask Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi smiled and nodded. That's right. This place has already entered the Baiqingyu demon realm. Good. Ao Zhantian took a deep breath as he swept his gaze across all the Dao sect cultivators nearby. In the end, his gaze landed on Shui Mingzi's face and he said word by word, Shui Mingzi, I'm sure you've already told the other fellow Taoists what you told me earlier, right? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Shui Mingzi's eyes. However, he immediately nodded and said, That's right. That's good. Ao Zhantian raised his hand and lifted his Taoist robe. With a wave of his hand, the corner of the robe fluttered in the wind. Ever since the Jade Pavilion meeting, I have always treated fellow Shui as my best friend. This time, when I received news of Taoist Zhao's death, I immediately contacted fellow Shui. From the hidden immortal continent to the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, from the North Sea to Baiqingyu, I thank fellow Shui for leading the way. I also thank fellow Shui for accompanying me in killing demonic beasts. At the same time, I also thank fellow Shui for not stabbing me in the back. Fellow Taoist Ao, what do you mean by this? Shui Mingzi sneered. His gaze followed the fluttering corner of the robe and became even more confused. He muttered, Are you cutting off your relationship with me? It's nothing. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Ao Zhantian said proudly, This time I came to Baiqingyu to save Taoist Zhao. I have no interest in Taoist Zhao's disciple and your blood oath. Since we are already here, there is no longer any intention to cooperate between us. Since everyone is suspicious of each other, we might as well separate. I don't care why you want to save Taoist Zhao. As long as you can save him, I will definitely not stop you. However, if you want to do anything to Taoist Zhao, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Ao Zhantian flew several hundred meters into the sky. He turned his head and shouted, Is there anyone else who is not willing to wallow in the mire with Shui Mingzi and is willing to die for Taoist Zhao with me? Ao Zhantian's sudden commotion caused the Taoist cultivators to look at each other. Just as Ao Zhantian had said, Shui Mingzi had been observing everyone's expressions along the way and had transmitted his voice to every cultivator at the right time. Most of the Taoist cultivators were hot-blooded men. When they heard that Taoist Zhao was in trouble, they all rubbed their palms together and came to his rescue. However, after entering the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, under the countless difficulties and trials of life and death, their hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness had long been obliterated. All that was left was the interrogation of their conscience. This kind of interrogation was something that no cultivation method had ever done. Not to mention the cultivators, even Ao Zhantian had countless thoughts along the way. He was like a fence-sitter. One moment he was here, the next moment he was there. One moment he felt that he should be Xiaohua. The next moment he felt that Shui Mingzi was right. It was only now that he truly recognized his own heart and saw his own path. Ao Zhantian had seen it clearly. What about the other Taoist cultivators? The strands of light strands that were refined from an unknown material were already flying away. If we are too late, the other demon generals will kill the disciples of Soaring Dragon Mountain Range first and serve them to our king. Won't we lose the merit? All right. The rainbow dragon opened his mouth and shouted, "Just thinking about the small elders of Dragon Island dying in front of me makes me excited." Just as the demonic beasts were about to make their move, boom! However, there was another loud explosion in the sky above the demonic beast. A towering pillar of fire shot out from the ground in the distance, piercing high into the dark clouds. An imposing aura that made all the demonic beasts prostrate themselves before spread out in all directions in a domineering manner. This is. The great demon was slightly stunned. However, when the pillar of fire pierced into the sky, the dark clouds did not dissipate. Even the snowflakes that were as big as a mat were not melted by the pillar of fire. Instead, they were still floating freely in the pillar of fire. The great demon couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, I understand now. This is the image of the heavenly dam water prison that suppressed Xiaohua. Human cultivators, take a look. Is Xiaohua the one you want to save under the pillar of fire?" There was no need for the great demon to say anything else. Although the image formed by the pillar of fire appeared to be far away, it was extremely close. Not only were the flame patterns on the pillar of fire clearly visible, even the small white dragon suppressed at the bottom of the pillar of fire could be seen clearly. Roar! Ao Xing let out a furious roar. The golden light around his dragon body flashed rapidly, and he pounced toward the pillar of light. He shouted, "Damned by Qingyu, how dare you humiliate the dragon master of Dragon Island? I'm going to kill you all. Haha, the face of your dragon tribe is meant to be trampled on." The colorful dragon laughed loudly. His dragon tail, which was even thicker than Ao Sheng's body, swept through the air and smashed toward Ao Sheng. Kill. The great demon also issued a cold command. Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals did not dare to hesitate. They all controlled their demon clouds and prepared to pounce toward Ao Zhantian and the other human cultivators. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.